is a guru. A very good morning and welcome to all the teachers, mentors, educators, academicians to 4th National Teachers Congress organized by Dr. Vishwanath Karar, MIT World Peace University. Okay. And supported by MIT School of Government, Association of Indian Universities, Association of Indian College Principals, Maharashtra State Principals Federation, Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad Foundation, National Women's Parliament. This is not helping. This is not helping. Sorry?
We need to project the stage now. Because people are blocked in. It would be nice.
No, not now. 3 minutes more.
No, but let them see the stage while we are.
That they can anyways do from there.
No, but unless you are there, we will not be able to project the stage.
No, but just give me a minute because then. So, ma'am, what you can do, probably, when I'm reading the top line, middle line, now you can scroll.
बाबा सर,
Yeah?
2 मिनट में स्टार्ट करना चाहिए।
You're starting early?
अर्ली मतलब आप बड़े सर से आ गए हैं, क्योंकि वो
Because let them have a feel of the stage. You know, otherwise, people are just looking at windows.
No, but then he has a curtain. Na? Curtain, you have curtain? If the curtain opens, then the show begins.
ठीक है ना, 2 मिनट पहले हम कर सकते हैं।
Okay.
2 मिनट पहले मतलब
Okay.
कि आपको पूरे देश का नाम करने में वो 2 मिनट जाता ही जाता है।
वो वहाँ नहीं है, वो अभी जगह दी है मुझे उसके लिए।
ओके।
वो अभी मैं खुलते ही नहीं बोलूँगा।
हाँ।
काय? नाही आता तुमचं त्यांच्याबरोबर ट्रायल झाले ना, आता लास्ट मिनिट चेंज नका करू. त्यांच्याबरोबर झाले तुमचं ट्युनिंग, मग नका करू.
You want one of our faculty to do the scrolling?
No, she'll do it.
You will do it.
कारण जर ट्युनिंग नाही तर तुम्हाला आता वेळ नाही आपल्याकडे.
Well with us.
डोंट वरी सर. तुमचं झालंय ना पण नक्की तिच्याबरोबर. हां मग ठीक. मग ठीक.
If you want us to watch this or whatever.
Okay, in the opening remarks, I am not carrying my support system. Okay, so be
हॅलो
Take a deep breath. You want some water? Want some water?
No, no. You can start any which ways. Don't worry.
भटकर सर आ गए हेलो हेलो
Just a minute. Just a minute.
बोला 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 सर अभी उसी प्लान का स्टिक है
हाँ, पॉवर आ गया ना. वो लगाया फिर से हटाया क्योंकि पॉवर आ गया.
अभी स्टेज स्टेज छोड़ो कम से कम इनको ऑडियो जाने के लिए उतना फीड छोड़ो ताकि
अरे उनके सिस्टम चालू हो गए क्या? हो गए. 2 मिनट 2 मिनट्स हो जाएगा. आज खूप कुठे उशीर झाला.
काय होते
11 डॉट वाजले. हो सुरू झाली सिस्टीम. हे डॉट 11 वाजले सर. जस्ट अ मिनिट. सिस्टम बूट.
मैंने अनाउंस किया आपने जैसे
बस
प्रॉपर्ट सर इज स्टार्टिंग इन 2 minutes.
हाँ
You want to start?
नहीं होईल सर. सर शुड वी गो फॉर प्लॅन बी और शुड वी वेट?
तुम्ही चालू करा पावर
सर
आता
चैट वो स्टार्ट करो आप समझ नहीं रहे हो अभी सभी गेस्ट भी आ गए हैं
दादा पोडियम द्या वर परत. मला एक काहीतरी स्टँड किंवा असं काही आहे का? फोनवरनंच सुरू करतो मी. हां पोडियम ठेवतो नाही त्याला. आय विल बी एबल टू सी. नो 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 नाही पोडियम इज टू स्टँड टू टेक द लाईट ना. ठेवा मध्ये ठेवा ठेवा. द्या सर फोन.
तुमची वही घ्या.
नाही इथंच ठेवतो थांबा एक मिनिट.
लैपटॉप नहीं है क्या गायत्री
लैपटॉप है लैपटॉप
आप अपना लैपटॉप
नहीं है सर सुभाष जी
नहीं कनेक्टेड
है लैपटॉप
आप गायत्री का नहीं है
Is it connected?
और लैपटॉप
कनेक्टेड है वाईफाई में
हां
You can
Perfect.
adjust it this way, both.
perfect. This is so perfect. We can start. Silence, please. Yeah. Very good morning. Welcome on behalf of 4th National Teachers Congress. In a few moments from now, we would be starting with the inaugural session. I request everyone in the audience and dignitaries on the dais to kindly bear with us for a minute more, and we will start in no time. Thank you. नोटिफिकेशन्स येत आहेत. माझा ऑडिओ येतोय का? कोणी चेक केला का? नाही सायलेंट म्हणजे हे ऑडिओ सायलेंट.
गणेश जी आप नेशनल एंथम बजा सकते हो ना वहाँ से हाँ नेशनल एंथम वर्ल्ड प्लेयर आपके पास है ना हाँ है सर.
Shall I start then?
यस सर
Hmm?
यस
Okay. So Suhasini Desai madam, wherever she is sitting, ask her to mute please. It's echoing. Good morning. I welcome each one of you for this inaugural session of 4th National Teachers Congress, Inspiring Teachers, Strengthening Generations. My friends, it is indeed my honor and privilege to welcome each one of you to this very, very special session of the 4th edition of National Teachers Congress. प्रेरकः सूचकश्चैव वाचको दर्शकस्तथा शिक्षको बोधकश्चैव षडेते गुरुवः स्मृता, which means the one who motivates, the one who indicates, the one who tells the truth, the one who shows the path, the one who teaches, and the one who enlightens is a guru. I bow down in front of all the teachers, mentors, educators gathered here for the inaugural session of 4th National Teachers Congress. Before we begin with this inaugural session formally, I would like to request everyone in the audience to please rise in their seats as we begin this session with national song Vande Mataram. Is it going good? कुछ भी करते हैं हम. Is it looking weird, the green thing? My friends, a very good morning and welcome to all the teachers, mentors, educators, academicians to 4th National Teachers Congress organized by Dr. Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University and supported by School of Government and UNESCO Chair MIT School of Government, Association of Indian Universities, Association of Indian College Principals, Maharashtra State Principal Federation, Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad Foundation, National Women's Parliament, and Rashtriya Sarpanch Sansad, Government of Maharashtra, and UNESCO Chair for Human Rights, Democracy, Peace and Tolerance, World Peace Center, Alandi, Pune, India. My friends, it is indeed my honor and privilege to welcome all of you here. As per the traditions of MIRS MIT Pune for last 40 years, we will start this auspicious occasion with World Peace Prayer. My friends, a prayer that does not talk about any caste, creed, religion, or any one particular section of society. I request everyone in the audience to please fold their hands, close their eyes, bring the image of their mother, father, their deity in front of their eyes, and wholeheartedly participate in World Peace Prayer.
वेद प्रतिपाद्या जय जय स्वसंवेद्या आत्मरूपा देवा तूची गणेशु सकलार्थमति प्रकाशु म्हणे निवृत्तिदासु अवधारी गोजी गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णु गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः गुरुसाक्षात् परब्रह्मा तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः।
I, Professor Gautam Bapat, would like to welcome each one of you for this 4th edition of National Teachers Congress. Starting from today, that is 15th of December and going till 18th of December 2020, the motto of National Teachers Congress, inspiring teachers, strengthening generations, would make it clear what are the motives of this Congress. The prime motive of this Congress is connecting spirited teaching fraternity through India's largest convention of over 8,000 teachers of higher education from India and Indian teachers abroad. Dear teachers, India is set to witness some groundbreaking changes in the education space. Yes, in time to come, as you must have guessed right, National Education Policy 2020. And hence, this edition of NTC has taken the theme NEP 2020, Opportunities Unlocked. These 4 days would witness the presence of some of the tall personalities in the field of academics, luminaries of their field, and mentors for all of us. Today, in this inaugural session, I would like to welcome the chief guest, Dr. Najma Heptullah, Honorable Governor of Manipur, Jeevan Gaurav Puraskar awardee, Dr. Jagdish Gandhi, founder, manager, City Montessori School, CMS, convener, International Conference of Chief Justice of the World, Jeevan Gaurav Puraskar awardee, Dr. K. Kasturi Rangan, Padma Vibhushan, Honorable Chancellor of Central University of Rajasthan, Chairperson of Drafting Committee of National Education Policy, former Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, former Head of ISRO. Chief Guest of Honor, Honorable Dr. Murali Manohar Joshi, Padma Vibhushan, veteran leader, BJP, and former Union Minister for HRD, Home Affairs, Science and Technology, Government of India. Special Guest of Honor, Honorable Dr. Tomio Mizokami, Professor Emeritus, Osaka University of Foreign Studies, Japan, and President of Kanasai Japan India Cultural Society. Special Guest of Honor, Honorable Mr. Eric Falt, Director of UNESCO, New Delhi, and UNESCO representative to India, Bhutan, Maldives, and Sri Lanka, Dr. Vijay P. Bhatkar, Padma Bhushan, father of Param Supercomputer, educationist, and chancellor of Nalanda University. My friends, the vision of National Teachers Congress is to build a pool of inspired and committed teaching fraternity who will not just impart knowledge but also use the power of education for producing and nurturing citizens who can and who will remain faithful to the values and ideals of a modern India and world, and sensitive to the physical and moral welfare of society and humanity. It is indeed my honor and privilege. Please let me also allow to welcome our motivation, the person whom we call Preranalay, UNESCO chairholder, founder and chief patron of Myers MIT Pune and president of MIT World Peace University, Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad, and the head of MIT WPO family, Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. N.T. Rao, and the person who saw the dream of this global platform of teachers, Managing Trustee and Executive President of Myers MIT and Executive President of MIT World Peace University and Chief Initiator of MIT SOG, founder of Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad, NTC, NWP, Sarpanch Sansad, Shri Rahul V. Karad. And now, let's begin with this very mission of National Teachers Congress to bring the dynamism, creativity, and visionary outlook in the teachers by facilitating the exchange and, I would say, the ideas, the best practices through the interaction with peers and through the leaders, and the leaders coming from all walks of life. It is my honor and privilege to begin with the 4th National Teachers Congress. And now, to propose the welcome address in this inaugural session, I would like to invite the Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor of MIT World Peace University, Professor Dr. R.M. Chitnis.
Good morning and welcome to all the dignitaries and the delegates. Honorable Dr. Vishwanath Karad, sir, UNESCO chairholder, founder and chief patron of Myers MIT, Pune, president of MIT World Peace University. Honorable Shri Rahul V. Karad, sir, managing trustee of Myers MIT and executive president of MIT World Peace University. And Honorable Dr. N.T. Rao, sir, Vice Chancellor of MIT World Peace University, all the Pro-Vice Chancellors, Deans, faculty members, heads of schools, and all the academic delegates who are participating today. It is my privilege, it is my honor and pleasure to welcome all the dignitaries who are there for the inaugural session of National Teachers Congress 2020. To extend warm welcome on behalf of all of you, sirs. National Teachers Congress is one of its kind multidisciplinary platform which is normally not available otherwise in the conferences which are dedicated to the one particular discipline. It facilitates interaction for all the faculty members in India and abroad, those who are into higher education. It facilitates sharing of interdisciplinary knowledge not only through plenary sessions, but also facilitated through teacher-to-teacher connect and research paper presentations. Dear all, we are happy that Her Excellency Honorable Dr. Najma Heptullah ji is there, who is a governor of Manipur and Chancellor of Jamia Millia University, as a chief guest for today's inaugural session. Madam, we extend very heartfelt welcome to you. It is my pleasure to share that Padma Vibhushan, Honorable Dr. Murli Manohar Joshi ji, who is a former Minister for HRD, Government of India, is the chief guest of honor. Sir, we are honored and we extend very cordial welcome to you, sir. We also welcome Padma Bhushan, father of Param supercomputer, Dr. Vijay Bhatkar ji, who is the Chancellor of Nalanda University, for this inaugural session. The National Teachers Congress, NTC, has been conceptualized with an objective to inspire teachers of higher education, not only India, but all across the world. It's a testament that so many participants are there today who have logged in from all over the world. Here, we go ahead and welcome guest of honor, Honorable Eric Falt, Director of UNESCO India, who is also UNESCO representative, India, Bhutan, Maldives and Sri Lanka. We have a special guest of honor, Padma Shri Tomio Mizokami-san, Professor Emeritus, Osaka University, Japan. We extend very warm and cordial welcome to both of them. It is a pleasure to welcome Jivan Gaurav Awardee Puraskar. Dr. Jagdish Gandhi ji, founder of City Montessori School, will receive Jivan Gaurav Puraskar. And also Dr. K. Kasturi Rangan, who was the chairperson for Drafting Committee of National Education Policy, Padma Vibhushan, former member of Parliament and former Chancellor of Rajasthan University and former head of ISRO. He will receive this award in absentia. Let me share with you that under visionary leadership of Dr. Vishwanath D. Karad sir, National Teachers Congress was founded by Honorable Rahul V. Karad sir in 2017. Every year, Rahul V. Karad sir identified one pivotal, important theme in the field of education, and for last 3 episodes of National Teachers Congress, all the participants deliberated upon. Dr. Mashelkar sir recently commented, who is also the chairman of Task Force of National Education Policy for Maharashtra, that for last 3 NTCs, whatever resolutions were passed and sent to Government of India, all the resolutions are part of NEP 2020. It is a pleasure and honor to appreciate the effort of Rahul Karad sir. Dear friends, this year's theme of National Teachers Congress is National Education Policy 2020, Opportunities Unlocked. Recently, the draft was declared and eventually it was passed in the Parliament by the Cabinet Committee. And we have also identified several exciting themes along with National Education Policy where all the participants will deliberate upon. We are sure that this year's theme, deliberated by stalwarts like you, will help Government of India and the state governments to create a smooth roadmap for implementation, on which all the governments are working right now. Once again, I would like to express our gratitude to all the dignitaries who are gracing this occasion, made themselves available in spite of their busy schedule, and they are going to guide us. May I welcome you all again on behalf of National Teachers Congress 2020 and Dr. Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University. Thank you all. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Dr. R.M. Chitnis, sir, for welcoming everyone for this very important, the inaugural session of 4th National Teachers Congress. My friends, this is the 4th edition of NTC. 3 years have been the years of radical change in the field of higher education in India. I would now request, with the help of technology, my team to take us through down the memory lane and show us a small film made on National Teachers Congress.
The role of a teacher, mentor, or guru is a critical one in any field. Guru may be translated as one who leads from darkness to the light. In Indian culture, the Guru Shishya tradition is one where the Guru builds a spiritual relationship and mentors the Shishya or student. The Guru Shishya Parampara has been an integral part of education in Indian culture, both ancient and modern. This inspired the executive president of MIT World Peace University, Sri Rahul Karad, to set up a platform where teachers from across the nation could convene and share their ideas as well as their experience to further enrich the teaching experience. Consequently, the National Teachers Congress was born in 2016. It is the first of its kind multidisciplinary platform for higher education teachers from India and across the world. This Congress envisages adopting an inclusive approach where rural and urban teachers will share a common platform discussing various aspects of education. The National Teachers Congress aims to strengthen the ties between the student and the teacher. The idea behind organizing this Congress is to assemble like-minded teachers from across the nation and indeed the world, so that the latest ideas of pedagogy can be exchanged, where new methods of teaching can be discussed and initiated. Through interaction with international teachers, India will not be susceptible to its chronic brain drain anymore. In fact, new ideas can crop up from the Congress itself, and they too can be discussed and exchanged on the platform. It goes beyond being an academic conference and facilitates sharing of interdisciplinary knowledge through a teacher-to-teacher connect. As the founder of MIRES Group, revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath D. Karad states that in today's challenging environment, he is happy that an island of hope and stability is emerging with a mission to promote the ethos of value-based education and at the same time creating awareness among the young students about the importance of establishing a culture of peace for a holistic global society. Teachers who are willing not just to impart knowledge but use the power of education to nurture and imbue the younger generation with the values and ideals required to take India into the digital century is for whom this Congress is initiated. Besides teaching, teachers should take up mentoring of the students and inculcate and instill in them the best of values. It is our appeal to all the teachers out there. Come, let's join our hands and commit to walking this first step towards the realization of India as the Vishwaguru superpower.
Thank you very much for taking us down the memory lane of last 3 editions of National Teachers Congress. I'm sure everyone in the audience must have understood the essence of NTC. My friends, it is my honor and privilege to welcome Her Excellency Honorable Governor of the State of Manipur, the chief guest of this session, Dr. Najma Heptullah ji. Thank you very much, ma'am, for joining us and taking time out for this very important National Teachers Congress. I welcome you on behalf of everyone in the organizing team. My friends, now it's my honor and privilege to welcome the Managing Trustee and Executive President of MIRES MIT and Executive President of MIT World Peace University and Chief Initiator of MIT School of Government, founder of Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad, National Teachers Congress, National Women's Parliament and Sarpanch Sansad, a person who saw this dream of National Teachers Congress and made it a reality. Please welcome Shri Rahul V. Karad as I request him to kindly propose the welcome address and briefing on the concept of NTC.
Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad, the Indian Students' Parliament, India's largest classroom to inspire, to evolve leaders in politics. Educated and spirited youth can make such big differences when they come into politics. Unshackled minds, uncorrupt minds, with a burning desire to work for the country and take the leadership roles in politics. Politics for good governance, transparency and progress. Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad, abbreviated as BCS, aims to awaken the youth of India to come forward and join the path to strengthen our democracy.
That's how I look at this, this very concept of Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad. What way the country can change. I can tell you very few people, this is not a very small number. This number can play a very big role, my dear students. You have a great future, and Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad, the MIT School of Government, India's first school to develop the future politicians, it will go a long way.
Every year since its inception and has grown from strength to strength, BCS is an initiative of MIT School of Government, Pune.
Rahul Karaj.
I will work with integrity and succeed with integrity.
Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad, in its decade-long existence, has become an important aspect of ever-evolving educational landscape.
So now the time has come, again, for all of us, particularly the younger generation, to join politics in a big way.
You need the capacity to learn. Remember, learning is a lifelong undertaking. I will be 90 next month. I continue to learn, because learning every day is a learning experience. Don't think you will finish learning after you graduate.
Today's youth.
Thank you very much for that film. And I now request Shri Rahul V. Karat sir to kindly address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Gautam. Janani Janmabhumisha Swargadapi Gariyasi. Behalf of the bodies of trustees and our beloved founder, Dr. Vishwanath Karat sir, also this important platform, the National Teacher Congress Committee Chairman, Dr. Raghunath Mashalkar, the Executive Chairman, Dr. Vijay Bhatkar sir. Let me welcome the chief guest of today's function, Honorable Governor, Madam Najma Hepzullah ji. No words to express my happiness, madam. I interacted with you some 10 years before when we initiated the first school of India to develop the future politicians. You may not recollect, but at your house I had a brief interaction. So today you are here, and in between also you have supported this very mission of my group of institutions to our beloved founder, Dr. Vishwanath Karat's various ideas you have supported. I welcome you today in this COVID through this virtual platform. I have also want to say that Sri Murli Manohar Joshi, what a good fortune that again a very visionary leader of this country and who supported my group of institutions and our beloved founder the way back in 1998. I remember there was a World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy in Geneva. And after that, many other activities of my institution in the capacity of HRD Minister and in various other capacities you supported, sir. Thank you so much for today. You could find time to support this very idea of National Teacher Congress. I also want to welcome, Mr. Eric Font. We requested Director General UNESCO, and I think they said that yes, Mr. Eric will find the time, and today you are here, sir. A special representative, the director for UNESCO, and you are representing India, Bhutan, Maldives, and Sri Lanka. And we are we have bestowed this very chair for human rights, democracy, peace, and tolerance way back, under the leadership of our beloved founder, Dr. Vishwanath Karat. And continuously we are working under this chair. And today's this program is also very well supported by UNESCO chair, which is for human rights, democracy, peace, and tolerance. So thank you so much. Professor Dr. Tomio Mizokami, Sir, great India-Japan relation, I think this very foundation is working so well, and you are very well known in my country, and thank you so much for that love and affection, and today you are here from all the way from Japan, sir. Thank you so much. I also would like to, make a mention of, two important announcements. The Jivan Gaurav Puraskars, Shri Jagdish Gandhi ji and Dr. K. Kasturi Rangan ji. Dr. Jagdish Gandhi ji, we haven't met before, but I must tell you that I know so much about you and all my committee. When the name, we said that this is one of the name, and Dr. Mashilkar, Dr. Bhatkar, everybody supported that what you have done in Uttar Pradesh, and everybody knows you are a social transformation leader. You have connected society so well, and you are not into politics, but even the politicians and various other societal members, they respect you so much because of your this impact. There are some 50,000 students taking education in your schools, 20 odd schools, and every school is like a landmark. And everybody knows that you have created a unique model in education. Though this particular platform of National Teacher Congress is basically primarily focusing on higher education, but of course, the primary education gives a birth to many activities, and we thought that we must think about this. And today you graciously accepted this award, sir. Thank you for your time and your participation. Today also I want to say that Kasturi Rangan sir, recently sir, you visited my organization a year before, and there was some little dialogue between Honorable Founder President Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir and between you. And there is such a unique bonding, and I just want to say, sir, that you are going to receive this award, and very gracious long email you have written on this, that the very your concern and what Dr. Karad is carrying, this unification of science and spirituality, the human dynamics, and today this very national education policy. I think it was a very long pending subject, the liberal education, the human dynamics, and you are very well aware, sir, that at my institution, last 37 years, our founder has imbibed these very seeds in my institution here, where some 60,000 students are taking education today. And national education policy is a great reflection. I feel it is little late. We would have done these changes much before, maybe 10, 15, 20 years before. But today, Dr. Bhatkar sir, you are also part of all this exercise at the Government of India's level. And I'm very happy that this particular approach will definitely change the mindset of our Indian higher education, particularly the teaching fraternity. What little film you saw just now, the MIT School of Government, India's first school to develop the future politicians, as well as Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad for the capacity building of the student community, for empowering them for promotion of good governance, democracy, leadership. We felt that who will do this work, and that's how the National Teacher Congress born. That capacity building of teachers is a great, great challenge in front of us. And I feel I have already, in the previous National Teacher Congress also, we have discussed that how many such centers we should have at the national level, where in the training for the teachers, not just the D.Ed and B.Ed centers for primary education, but at higher education, what kind of mindset we need. We have such a challenge at the primary level also, higher education level also. The lack of innovation and creativity. We all know that the British era and so many things in the past, in the history of India, has happened. And our mindset, generally the cut, copy, paste approach. When do we change this approach? The rote learning, is another thing which I see all the time, that we never provoke our students to think. And that is a basic fundamental difference in the West and our higher education. And of course, the national education policy with this very liberal art approach and human dynamics, the component emphasize what we want to, and we are quite curious, we all of us, that how this NEP is going to get implemented in the days to come. Another very important thing, what I feel, is industry and academia, we are together. And again, not to keep any benchmark as West, but I think whatever good they have, we must learn from the Western world. That's what I believe, and we have a great tradition and history in our the Indian value system, where Guru Shishya Parampara and the teachers of India, being Nalanda, Diksha, Shila, great traditions, my dear friends. But industry must realize that.
I'm sorry to interrupt, sir, but I think Her Excellency has some limitation of time. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Gautam. So without taking too long, I think these are some of the highlights and the pointers wherein I feel that I must make a mention. There is another conference, madam, in US. There are 50,000 Indian origin professors in US and Europe, and the global engagement of higher education. We wanted to conduct at the eve of 75 years of independence in 2022, but because of the COVID, we'll be conducting later part, and that particular model can really help our Indian teachers back here in our country. That is our feeling. And lastly, I want to say that I want to compliment today's this award winner, Dr. Jagdish Gandhi sir, and Dr. K. Kasturi Rangan sir for their great achievements, sir. And behalf of all the body members, in particular Dr. Raghunath Mashilkar sir, my chairman, and Dr. Bhatkar sir, let me once again say congratulations. And thank you so much for today's chief guest, Madam Najma Heptullah ji and Murli Manoj Joshi sahab, to be here at this important 4th edition of National Teachers Congress. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for the warm welcome and once again laying down the concept behind the National Teachers Congress. We all the teachers, thank you very much from our bottom of our hearts for conceptualizing and bringing National Teachers Congress to reality. My friends, it's now indeed my honor and privilege to welcome the chief guest of this session, Her Excellency, Honorable Governor of the state of Manipur, Dr. Najma Heptullah ji, to address the gathering. But before I do that, I would like to request my technical team if they could please relay a small film made on life and work of Dr. Najma Heptullah ji.
Dr. Najma Heptullah is the Honorable Governor of Manipur and the Chancellor of Jamia Millia Islamia. She is also the former Vice President of the Bharatiya Janata Party and a 6-time member of the Rajya Sabha, of which she was the Deputy Chairman for 16 years. She served as the Minister of Minority Affairs in Prime Minister Narendra Modi's cabinet from 26 May 2014 to 12 July 2016. She is the recipient of the Outstanding Parliamentarian Award for the year 2013 and of the Order of Friendship in 2019 from the Government of Russia. We are honored to welcome the Honorable Governor of Manipur, Dr. Najma Heptullah, to the 4th National Teachers Congress hosted by MIT World Peace University.
Welcome, ma'am. It is indeed our honor and privilege to have you here today. Thank you very much for your kind presence. I request you to kindly address the gathering.
Thank you very much. Padma Bhushan, Dr. Murli Manoj Joshi ji, veteran leader and former Minister for HRD, Mr. Eric Fall, Director of UNESCO, New Delhi, Dr. Tomio Mozakami, Professor Emeritus, Osaka University of Foreign Studies, Japan, and President, Kansai Japan India Culture Society, Dr. Vijay P. Bhaskar, Padma Bhushan, Chancellor, Nalanda University, Professor Vishwanath Karad, Shri Rahul Karad, all the respected, distinguished dignitaries present over here, ladies and gentlemen. I feel honored to have an opportunity to address you at this inaugural function of the 4th National Teachers Congress. Though online, I would have been delighted to be in your midst in person on this auspicious occasion, but cannot do so due to COVID-19 pandemic. I do not intend to dilate on the topic as all the distinguished personalities who are present today must be highlighting very important views on the topic. Universal high quality education is the best way forward for developing and maximizing our country's rich talent and resources for the good of the individual, the society, the country, and the world. India will have the highest population of young people in the world over the next decade, and our ability to provide high quality education opportunities to them will determine the future of our country. During the last few months, several eminent personalities in the field of education and media and the country discuss the merits and demerits of the new education policy 2020. This policy was passed after more than 3 decades. First one was framed in 1986 and modified in 1992. During this period of more than 3 decades, significant changes were noticed in our country pertaining to socio-economy and the globe at large. Therefore, it appears quite legitimate that the education sector also needs to strengthen itself towards the demands of the 21st century and the needs of the people and the country. Quality education as well as innovation and research will be the pillars on which India will become a knowledge superpower. It is in this context a new education policy is needed at this juncture. The new education policy 2020 that will certainly be a landmark in the history of education of India. In the policy is comprehensive, holistic, far-sighted and will certainly play a pivotal role in the nation's future growth. The policy is welcomed by one and all of our nation, which seeks to transform India into a vibrant knowledge society. It is a pride in India as well as acceptance of the best ideas and practices in the world of learning from across the globe. It's a matter of great satisfaction to note that one of the loftier goals is to bring core of out of school children into the school system and reduce innumerable dropouts. More importantly, to reduce the burdensome syllabus. Focus on vocational education and environmental education are crucial aspects well covered by national education policy. Students will be much more empowered and have the opportunity to close the subjects they choose at the school level. More importantly, bearing medical and law college, the NEP also makes an attempt to improve governance by bringing in a single regulator to look after all the educational institutions. This is a significant step. In addition, the NEP also aims at a holistic education by envisaging the convergence of science and arts streams. The focus on ethics and human and constitutional values will go a long way in the creation of an enlightened citizenship essential for deepening our democratic roots. The policy also expands the scope of fundamental education, increasing the school going years from 3 to 18 instead of the prevalent 6 to 14. This will enable a more holistic development of children in the formative age group of 3 to 6 years, setting up a national mission on foundational literacy. It is a much needed, timely step to improve the quality of education at the primary educational level. NEP recognizes the importance of nutrition to the all round development of the children and has therefore included a provision for an energy filled breakfast in addition to the nutritious midday meal to help children achieve better learning outcomes. A much discussed stipulation in the NEP stress the medium of instruction until at least fifth grade, preferably eighth grade, will be in regional language that is recognized as being native to India. This is a welcome step as mother tongue plays a highly critical role in the overall development of the child. Mother tongue, which is child hears from the moment he or she is born, provides personal identity, connects with culture, and is crucial for congenital development. As far as many personalities view it concerned, it is quite fascinating and unprecedented development in the newly framed NEP is education in mother tongue, which will indeed help children develop interest in regional literature and culture and help them understand better the customs and traditions that are indigenous to a particular region. I'm glad that the policy places great emphasis on classical languages of our country. India is a large and diverse nation, having different languages, dialects, and mother tongues. We have now seen that number of developed countries in the globe edu- educate their children in mother tongue. When there is a world congregation, leaders of the different countries prefer to speak in their mother tongue, even though they are quite conversant in English, which is lingua franca of the world. Glaring example is that great scholars of the world prefer to write and speak in their own mother tongue. There is a certain pride across associated with speaking one's mother tongue, and we must include this sense of pride in our children also. However, most fascinatingly, despite the importance given on regional or mother tongue, NEP categorically highlights that there would be no imposition of any language and no opposition to any language. This is indeed a welcome step to this policy. In this modern society today, for example, a student, particularly in urban cities, starts formal education at the age of 3 by sending them to the kids center by means of play school. Thereafter, the child moves to KG school, kindergarten 1 and 2, and 12 years of secondary and higher secondary education. Nevertheless, in the new NEP, the structure proposes firstly developmental stages of the child, secondly early childhood, school years, and thirdly secondary stage. My late granduncle Maulana Abul Kalam Azad was one of the greatest leaders of our freedom movement and the first Minister of Education of the independent India, had the vision and foresight to recognize the need of quality and secular education for a newborn democracy like India. Therefore, his first focus was on building a strong institutional edifice for a modern educational system for the country. Its result we have seen today in the form of University Grants Commission, the Indian Institute of Technology, and several other bodies which he founded to promote higher education in the country in recognition of his foresight and invaluable contribution in the field of education. 11th November, his birthday is celebrated in our country as National Education Day. Once my granduncle said, I don't mind if my young minds of the country going abroad for higher education, but I want the educational institution of our country should be of the standard so that foreign students should also come for getting education in India like it was during the time of Takshila and Nalanda. I was closely associated with Dr. Murli Manohar Joshi when he was HRD minister, and his contribution a lot of input during his time in the field of education. We all still remember his contribution. I'm very happy that he is with us today. And the invaluable efforts made by the Maharashtra Institute of Technology to organize this mega event is quite commendable and praiseworthy, and I am fully confident that organization of such congress at different parts of the country will have a very good impact in the country. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, madam. It was indeed our honor and privilege to listen to your thoughts. Thank you very much once again for taking time out and sharing your time with us and your thoughts with us. I would like to request if Sri Rahul Karat sir would like to say something.
Karat sir, you can speak.
Dr. V.D. Karat sir, you would like to say something?
I think I have really no words of satisfaction to express my feelings because I am reminded of our meeting in South Africa. The Honorable Governor, Srimati Najma Heptullahi, when she said that she is the granddaughter of Dr. Maulana Abul Kalam Azad, the first education minister of the Free India, Bharat Ratna. That speaks a lot, and possibly the words of wisdom which the Honorable Governor Dr. Najma Heptullahi spoke has been very inspiring. A very appropriate analysis has been spoken by her of the national education policy which has been framed by Government of India, and possibly whatever words she spoke, making a mention about the language part of it, its importance, and especially the Indian culture and tradition. Possibly here and after, her words will be a very guiding path for our institution of World Peace University. I have been really thrilled to listen to her views and making us and giving us a reminder that here and after our Mother India has a role to play, which will be certainly based on this very important national education policy, which is having a very important component of science and spirituality, along with the very great emphasis on the Indian culture, tradition and philosophy, wherein two words are normally used, as I always say, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one aspect, and Ekam Sat Vipra Bahuda Vadanti. These two words of wisdom spoken in the Vedic literature, going to show the pathway of consciousness and the reality, is the duty of what India has to do. And possibly tomorrow, when we have been talking again and again, that yes, India has a role to play to show the pathway of harmony and peace to mankind, to promote the culture of peace, and to promote the holistic, peace-loving global society. That would be the duty, and possibly this national education policy, which has been very uniquely presented and spoken by Honorable Governor Dr. Najma Heptullahi. I really feel honored. I say thank you so much, madam. We meet again for your help and guidance. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank you very much for your kind words, and I remember meeting in Africa.
Yeah, yeah. We were the part of delegation.
Yes.
You were the leader at that time. I still remember.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for reciprocating the thoughts of the chief guest. Thank you very much, ma'am, once again for your time and your thoughts. My friends, it's now time that I take this session forward and bring your attention toward a very, very special moment in this inaugural session. It's now time that we announce the Jeevan Gaurav Puraskar, or we would like to take this session forward to confer this award. Today, in this inaugural session of 4th National Teachers Congress, we are conferring the Jeevan Gaurav Puraskar on Founder Manager of City Montessori School, CMS, Convener of International Conference of Chief Justice of the World, Dr. Jagdish Gandhiji. It is indeed our honor and privilege to confer this award. I'm sure Dr. Jagdish Gandhiji is here among us. My friends, it is indeed my honor and privilege to read the citation of honor, the Jeevan Gaurav Puraskar. It is a matter of great honor and pride for us to bestow upon Dr. Jagdish Gandhi this special Lifetime Achievement Award and citation of honor in recognition of his committed service as a visionary educationist, an inspiring teacher, a peace activist, and a social reformer. Having graduated from Lucknow University in 1959, Dr. Gandhi founded the City Montessori School in Lucknow with just 5 children, which eventually became world's largest school with 65,000 students. He has efficiently led an anti-dowry campaign to mobilize public opinion against this social ill in 1959. Dr. Gandhi, besides having been a member of UP Legislative Assembly from 1969 to 1974, devoted his time and efforts to write 8 books and articles on spiritual education, which have been regularly featured in national dailies. Dr. Gandhi has been an outstanding journey for the dedicated to society at large. We are privileged to present Dr. Jagdish Gandhi the Special Lifetime Achievement Award on the occasion of 4th National Teachers Congress organized by MIT World Peace University, Pune, India. Signed, founding patron Anil Kakotkar, renowned scientist, atomic energy. Signed, President R.A. Mashelkar, National Research Professor, eminent scientist. And signed, Founder Rahul V. Karat, Executive President, MIT World Peace University. My friends, because of this new normal, we have to confer this award like this, but the National Teachers Congress happens offline, the sight of conferment of Jeevan Gaurav Puraskar is so beautiful that I cannot express it in words. Thank you very much, Dr. Jagdish Gandhiji. If you would like to say a word or two, but definitely we will come back to you to understand your thoughts and views after receiving this very special award. My friends, it is my pleasure to share with you that we now would be conferring the special Jeevan Gaurav Puraskar on Padma Vibhushan, Honorable Chancellor of Central University of Rajasthan, Chairperson of Drafting Committee of National Education Policy, former Member of Parliament Rajya Sabha and former Head of ISRO, Dr. K. Kasturirangan. Unfortunately, because of some prior commitments, he could not come today, but I'm sure he would be with us soon in this season of National Teachers Congress. It is my honor and privilege to read the citation of honor for Dr. K. Kasturiranganji. We feel privileged and honored to present Padma Vibhushan Dr. K. Kasturirangan this special Lifetime Achievement Award and citation of honor in recognition of his immense contribution to science and education. He is one of the greatest space scientists produced by our country. Dr. Kasturirangan earned his Bachelor of Science with honors, Master of Science in Physics from Bombay University, and then received his doctorate degree in Experimental High Energy Astronomy in 1971. Under his great leadership, the space program of India achieved several major milestones, including the successful launching and operationalization of India's prestigious launch vehicles, PSLV and GSLV. He oversaw the development and launch of some of the world's best civilian remote sensing satellites, IRS-1C and IRS-1D. We are overwhelmed by astronomical achievements, Dr. Kasturirangan, and see him as a paragon on the world horizon. It is with great admiration and pride that we present to Dr. Kasturirangan the Special Lifetime Achievement Award on the occasion of 4th National Teachers Congress organized by MIT World Peace University, Pune, India. Signed, Founding Patron Anil Kakotkar. Signed, President R.A. Mashelkar. Signed, Founder Rahul V. Karad. My friends, today he could not be with us in this session, but I'm sure everybody is overwhelmed and admiring the achievements that Dr. K. Kasturirangan has achieved and helped India at large to achieve the heights in literal sense. Thank you very much, sir. My friends, I'm sure now it's time to take this session forward as we have the Chief Guest of Honor, Honorable Dr. Murli Manohar Joshi ji, Padma Vibhushan, veteran leader of BJP and former Union Minister for HRD, Home Affairs, Science and Technology, Government of India, who is with us now, and I'm going to request him to address the gathering. But before that, I would like to request my technical team if they could please play a small film made on life and work of the Chief Guest of Honor, Honorable Dr. Murli Manohar Joshi ji.
Dr. Murli Manohar Joshi is a veteran leader of the Bharatiya Janata Party and is also known as a scientist, teacher and activist. He formerly served as the Minister for Human Resource Development, Science and Technology and Home Affairs in the Government of India. Being a seasoned parliamentarian, he has served as a Member of Parliament in the Lok Sabha for 6 terms and in the Rajya Sabha for 2 terms. He received his master's degree in physics in 1954 and his DPhil in physics in 1958 from the University of Allahabad with specialization in spectroscopy and was appointed as faculty in the same year. Dr. Joshi is a Fellow of Vigyan Parishad Allahabad, External Fellow of National Academy of Science and elected Fellow of Russian National Academy of Natural Sciences. He is recognized for his pioneering contribution in the field of education and science and technology. As Human Resource Development Minister, he launched the Sarv Shiksha Abhiyan, which was recognized by the World Bank as the biggest ever implemented scheme in the domain of primary education. He has also addressed the Second Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy at Geneva and delivered 8th Bose-Einstein Lecture on Science, Technology and the Environment in 1998. He received the Outstanding Parliamentarian Award in 2009 and was awarded with the Padma Vibhushan in 2017. We are honored to welcome Padma Vibhushan Dr. Murli Manohar Joshi to the 4th National Teachers Congress hosted by MIT World Peace University.
much for that film. It is indeed our honor and privilege, sir, to have you here today. I now request you to kindly address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
Namaskar. I am indeed honored to be here this morning and to address such a congregation of illustrious and famous people from all over the country and abroad. I have always been impressed by the conferences organized by this institution, and especially the thought behind such conferences has always impressed me. It has been the vision of Dr. Kadar, who is the founder of this university and this institution, and his vision, which has always impressed me, and his efforts to create a peaceful society, non-violent society, a society of academicians, a society of people who care for the rest of mankind. I have also been impressed and fairly enamored of Shri Rahul V. Karar, who is the now one of the managing trustees and a great enthusiastic proponent of this concept of education for the cause of humanity. I've heard Dr. Iftullah, with whom I had worked in the parliament. She was the Speaker of the Rajya Sabha in those days. I have been very much in association and collaboration as a minister with Dr. K. Kasturi Rangan, whom I considered as one of my lieutenants, or even I can say one of my generals, who took Indian science to great heights during those periods. And I may now today, perhaps it will be a diversion of a small diversion from my original talk, that how Sri Kasturi Ranganji, just on a dais of a conference, science congress, came to me and said that after the great achievement of Indian scientists, something should be declared as you could say, in the honor of Indian scientists. And he immediately proposed that there should be a lifetime award for Indian scientists, just like a Nobel Award. He was also one of those who vigorously pursued the launching of Chandrayaan. He said it should be done, and it is necessary that it should be done. And I remember that meeting of Dr. Kasturi Rangan, myself, and Sri Bajpayee ji, in which the name was changed from Somyan to Chandrayaan. There are many other achievements of Sri Kasturi Ranganji, which he have been just listened. But I may say that he's a wonderful person who has contributed a lot in various directions and has created a batch of scientists who are continuing the vigorous pursuit of science in India. Shri Jagdish Gandhi is a very old friend of mine, and I remember that he traveled along with me to the conference where he was awarded for the pioneering work which he has created in terms of I can say created a very powerful institution as a city Montessori school in Lucknow first and its various branches later on. He is a person who has devoted himself for the cause of justices of the world through a conference for organizing international conferences. And he has been, I think, appreciated and applauded for all his achievements in the field of education by everybody, every academician, every educationist, and he was very, very well appreciated by the late Prime Minister Shri Atal Bihari Vajpayee. I will be honored to listen the other friends who are there on the dais, Sri Eric Holt, Dr. Tomio Mizakami, and Dr. Bhatkar. Bhatkar, as I know, is one of my old friends. He is working for the promotion of science in India, and even also bringing the heritage, the scientific heritage of India to the academic world, to work on those very sound principles which India had discovered in the hoary past. And he is not only a person who is discussed in detail about the achievements of Indian science, but he has also created Param supercomputer as a contribution of Indian science of a great value. And here I can again, it will not be divulging a secret that as a minister, I had given 2 Param computers to an institution in Russia. And it was highly appreciated. And I think many of the institutions in India who worked on that Param have created a plethora of scientific research. So today, I'm happy to be here again. I have been here once or twice. And the subject of today's conference is very fascinating. Now, it has 2 aspects. One is the policy of Indian government, and secondly, the challenges before education. Now, these 2 are very well connected and very well adjusted in the policy which the government had declared. And I believe that the purpose of the education system is to develop good human beings capable of rational thought, action, and possessing compassion and empathy, courage and resilience, scientific temper, and creative imagination, with sound ethical moorings and values. It aims at producing and contributing citizens for building an equitable, inclusive, plural society as envisaged in our Constitution. Now, education itself is very fundamental for the development of any society. And it's also very fundamental for achieving full human potential, developing an equitable and just society, and promoting national development, providing universal access to the quality education, scientific advancement, national integration, and cultural preservation. Universal high-quality education is the best way forward for developing and maximizing our country's rich talent and resources for the good of the individual and the society, the country, and the world. and the ability to provide high quality education opportunities to all the citizens, all the children, all the young men. That will determine the future of our country and will contribute to the march of civilizations globally. You know, this national education policy of 2020 is the first education policy of the 21st century in our country and aims to address the many growing developmental imperatives of our country. This Herculean exercise of Dr. Nishank, who is the Minister for Education, deserves full appreciation and applause. The imprint of Dr. Kasturi Rangan and his experience as a scientist, as an academician, and overall as an educationist is also clearly visible in the draft of this policy. This policy proposes the revision and revamping of all aspects of the educational structure. As you know that the earlier policy in this country was towards the end of the last century. After that, it's after a gap of about 30 years or 35 years that we are having a very robust education policy. This policy is not only to create a new system that is aligned with the aspirational goals of the 21st century while building upon India's tradition and value systems. The rich heritage of ancient and eternal educational values of India are the guiding light of this policy. The pursuit of knowledge that is known as Gyan, wisdom, pragyan, and truth, satya, were always considered in Indian thought and philosophy the highest human goal. The aim of education in ancient India was not just the acquisition of knowledge as preparations for this world and life beyond schooling, but also for the complete realization and liberation of oneself. World-class institutions of ancient India set the highest standards of multidisciplinary teachings and research and hosted scholars and students from across backgrounds and countries. It is well known that several Indian institutions were inviting and teaching from all over the world, say Takshila, then the Vikramshila, Vallavi, and so many others. In some of them, thousands of students used to live. 10,000 schools used to live in Nalanda. Now at that time, in those days, to create such powerful institutions which taught not only philosophy, but almost all the branches which were in those days considered to be important for human life. In Takshila, it is known that the standard of scholarship and research was very high. I may just quote one incident, that one of the students, after completing his studies, went to the chancellor, the Kulpati in those days, and then said, "Sir, now I have completed my full course. I want to take leave, and before I take leave, I have to offer Guru Dakshina to you." That was the real rule and the system tradition in those days. The chancellor said, "Okay, then go around and find out all those herbs and shrubs which are harmful to human body." And believe me, the student took up this onerous task. He devoted full 10 years, and after coming to the chancellor after 10 years, said, "Sir, I have investigated all these herbs and I found none of them is injurious to human health. And all those which I found and which I thought would be injurious in some way or the other, I had converted them into a beneficial herb product." So that was the type of work, and that is the type of what you can say the commitment of the students for the furtherance of knowledge and for taking every task very seriously, laboriously, and right up to the end of the work. So that type of institution has now to be created again, similar institutions, which will create students, people devoted with their full efforts, full their concentration on the work, on the subject, and all that with a view to make it useful for humanity. Therefore, when I was the Minister for Science, I had been giving one small advice to my scientific friends that science should be used for humanity. And I do believe that with Professor Kasturi Rangan's imprint on this policy, the approach is to create Indian science and Indian education, not only for the benefit of Indian students or Indian scholars, but for the benefit of entire human society. That, I think, has been very well ingrained in this policy. So India had a very rich legacy, and which we had always been offering for the benefit of mankind. And now such an approach has to be rekindled, revived. This education policy attempts to provide all the students, irrespective of their place of residence. So that is again revival of that old system of bringing students and teachers today together to stay, work together, live together. And I think it is something very important which the policy has pointed out, and has in some of their programs they have created a structure of certain higher institutions, which I think will be very, very useful, not only for this country, but our neighbors also. Now, education is a great leveler also. When students will come together, will stay together, then it creates a sense of inclusion and a sense of equality. Students living together, working together, staying together, talking together, exchanging ideas, and also participating in joint works. That is now the need of the hour. We must have such structures, both in terms of curricula and both in terms of facilities and infrastructure. And I think that even with some obstacles, the policy would ultimately be able to create such infrastructure. This policy has also incorporated all factors while including into account the local and global needs of this country, and also with an eye on the needs of the rest of the society all over the world. And with respect to the deference to its rich diversity and culture, instilling knowledge of India and its varied social, cultural, and technological needs, its inimitable artistic language and knowledge traditions, and its strong ethics in India's young people that is considered critical for the purpose of national pride, self-confidence, self-knowledge, cooperation, and integration. This national pride sometimes is misunderstood. And I want to warn that national pride is different from national jingoism. In Indian and the educational institutions create a sense of pride in the heritage, sense of pride in the values, not as a competitor, but as a facilitator, as a provider of the experiences of Indian society, and to share those experiences with other societies. Therefore, this has to be very carefully understood and carefully used. This word is sometimes, this creates a false pride. False pride is very dangerous. While a pride in our own capacities, in our own achievements, in the march of civilization, our own contributions and our own value systems which we have given to the world around us. These are the things about which we have to say. The concept of a non-violent society, a society which is egalitarian, a society in which the concept of world as a family, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. So these are I think, the great traditions which we had created. The world as a family. The second one is that we take everything through dialogues. We don't believe in fighting. We believe that problems can be solved through dialogues. And for this we have said that there is only one truth which is experienced and described by so many wise people. That is, you can describe it, you can feel it in your own way. And I think this is the guiding principle which this educational institution is, this policy is trying to instill in it. Through dialogue. That is, I think, one of the most important pillars of the policy formation of this policy in this document. The third one about which I say is always very low is the diversity. That this world, you can't create it, you can't consider it as a monolith. Diversity is the soul of creation. So we must appreciate, not only appreciate, but rejoice, celebrate the diversity. So these principles of accepting diversity as a soul of nature, accepting dialogues as a mean of settling issues, of achieving at a particular decision. Dialogues, and according to Indian educational system, were the main policy of these institutions to create Shastrarth. Come and discuss. Vade vade jayate shastra bodha. That is by discussion, not by creating what you call in our own system, the vitanda, the unnecessary dialogues. And then finally, that this world is a family. So we should create, this policy wants to create a world which is a family, which works through dialogues, and which wants to attain the decisions, the final verdicts through discussions. And ultimately, as you know now, the earlier chairman of the UNESCO, he made a very strong statement that if the conferences in United Nations start after having some meditation for a few minutes, then he said that perhaps the consultations would be more meaningful. Now this is acceptance of this meditation, this quietude, this balance of your mind, your this attitude towards it. Yes, What you are saying is also true. I'm saying is also true. Let us come to the discussions. If that is then becomes the victim of UNESCO or UNO, I think many problems will be solved. And this education policy leads to create such a environment, not only in educational institutions, but also in the international fora. I think this type of attitude of an educational policy is highly commendable. Now, there are so many other things which I think will take a long time, which I try to enumerate. But I will say one thing, that we have to have a little understanding of India's scientific traditions. Sometimes we feel that science is a creation of Western nations. No, they are doing very good work. They have created the entire scientific knowledge which is now has been created is the work of Western scientists. There's no doubt about it. For the last 300 years, the Western science has dominated, and they have been creating wonderful results, wonderful theories, wonderful tools for the benefit of mankind. One of the, you can say, the performance of the medical science, then the cybernetics, the atomic energy, and now you see the artificial intelligence. All these are has been created by the strong scientific work of Western scientists. There's no doubt about it. But it does not mean that India did not have any scientific background or scientific systems. Sometimes it is felt, no, this is not science. Why? Because it does not, it's not mentioned in a book written by somebody from outside India. But I say we must also, and I'm happy that this education policy is trying to impress on the students and on the teachers the importance of Indian heritage, not only in arts and philosophy, but also in science. I'm not going to go into the details of what India has contributed over thousands of years. But say I give you a small, a very small anecdote, or can I say a reference from our great scientist, late Shri Acharya P.C. Ray. Now, that will show how the Indian science was flourishing 1,000 years or 1,200 years ago. Now, the scientific traditions in India are not very new, they are very old. Dr. P.C. Ray, the internationally honored scientist, as some of us are aware, he wanted to tell that how the state of science was known to European people, sometimes in, say, 17th century. He says, Dr. Ray, in some of his lectures and some of his writings, that solemn discussions arose among the foundation members of the Royal Society as to whether a dead fish weighed more than a live one. Now, anybody today will laugh at it, but that consumed a number of debates in Royal Society. This was as late as in 76, 772, 1972. No, yes, 67. In 167. This was the proposition of European scientists. He says the Royal Society was founded in 1962. No, I'm sorry, this is wrong.
No.
1760.
70.
By Boyle, Hooke, Christopher, and other students of nature. But then the social scientists like Hobbes, they used to sneer at them as experimentarians. And they were used to tell them, these experimentarians, we would someday bring their tails down. Now that was the state of affairs just 2 centuries ago in Europe. Now Dr. Ray says that there were 2 books on Hindu chemistry, namely Rasendra Chintamani by Ramchandra and Ras Prakash by Yashodhara, both belonging to 13th or 17th century. And they say that only those experiments which these scientists had performed themselves had been written in those texts. They had not accepted any other text or even the earlier performed experiments as a proof unless they have verified them. And one of them says that a teacher of chemistry must be able to perform all the experiments before the students and make them to perform the experiments by themselves. So he said, otherwise, if you can't perform an experiment to your students and their students cannot repeat that experiments, he said, then both are just like actors on stage, they are not scientists. So that was this just few hundred years ago. That was our tradition in this country. We have to again rekindle those traditions where such commitment to accuracy, performance, and a sort of confident announcement that yes, I have done it, I can do it, and you can also do it. And if you can't do it and I can't do it, then this is useless. So these concepts are already ingrained in India's scientific traditions. And I think that this policy has really rightly emphasized of instilling these qualities, this temperament, this scientific approach in the minds of the students. Now this policy has also incorporated all the factors which are, you see, which create local and global conditions, sometimes in conflict to each other. And therefore, this aspect has to be very carefully ingrained and envisioned, and also in the not only in pedagogy but also in the texts. So this will create in them a real understanding of the meaning of education and especially the scientific approach to education. And now I have another aspect to say that sometimes people say that, oh, long back India could do it. Yes, I'm not talking of that hoary past. I'm talking now the immediate past. We have all heard the name of Irving Schrödinger. He and Heisenberg, they are the father of quantum mechanics. And it is the quantum mechanics which has changed the world and is continually changing. Every single experiment and result in artificial intelligence is now governed by the principles of quantum mechanics. Now this principle, the Schrödinger had said, what I have produced in my work is nothing but I am saying the words, the principles which the Brahmins of India had said long back, that this is the Tattvamasi, what I am, that the same are you, thus that thou art, I and are you are the same. And he said my equations, my formulations are nothing but a representation of this idea. And then he was very fond and forthright in saying perhaps he was not in the times of Galileo, otherwise he would have been put to hardships. He had said, even at the cost of blasphemy, I am saying that there is no plurality of souls. All is one. Tattvamasi. And he says the word which the Indians use as the Brahman describes the whole phenomena. Now this is Schrödinger. Now comes our Heisenberg. He says this universe is a participatory universe. There is no difference between the observer and the observed. Now this is all the basic principle of Vedanta. When you become one with the observer and the observed, differences vanish.
Yes, sir.
Then you can understand the phenomena not as from a distance, but from being within. So this very special concept,
true,
which is, I think,
true,
has moved the world on the experimental sides or on the technological sides, has also now to be incorporated on the philosophy of pedagogy and on the philosophy of social and other sciences. For example,
so we have a little paucity of time, but yes,
this very understanding that this universe is participatory, that we must participate, we are participatories. That is, we are participate, unless we participate with each other, we cannot understand. From a distance, we cannot. So this removal of differences, this understanding of unity of mankind, unity of universe, I think is one of the greatest achievements which India had understood long back, and now the great minds of Western scientists also are coming to that place. David Bohm, he also says it. And there are many others who are now coming to this conclusion that yes, when you consider only the reductionist views, when you only consider that this universe is a machine, this creates a lot of problem. So this reductionist approach, this what you call the...
So we have little paucity of time, I'm really sorry, but...
created by Descartes has to be replaced now by this new understanding of universe.
Am I audible?
It was long back understood by India. So my point is this, that this new policy...
Sir, am I audible to you?
...created a roadmap for understanding India in its totality and world in its totality. And it says that there is no difference between Indian understanding of the world and the rest of the world. And it wants to create an educational system which will produce human beings we will consider and work for the betterment of human society. The disparities and the other contradictions and the tensions and the you can say the the violence, the turbulence, the hate, all this has to be removed, and we have to come to an understanding of creating a system through our own educational approaches and understandings of a world united, a world having harmony and peace, a world which is a better place to live in. So I think that the policy takes us to a high level of understanding and wants to create a new India with a new mind, a fresh mind of the younger generation, rooted in its civilizational moorings and also committed for the betterment of humanity. Thank you very much.
Pranam. Pranam.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Sanmaniya Murli Manohar Joshi ji, I won't address him as a minister, but I would address him as a professor, a great scholar, thinker, and a philosopher. And Sant Jnaneshwara to Albert Einstein has been the journey which we are trying to follow. And it were you who really had the deep discussion and deliberation. If you remember, my younger brother and a friend, lifetime friend, Mr. Dr. Vijay Bhatkar, who is with us now today, he was there in Geneva that for conference. We had a deep discussion on these issues, but particularly I won't say much, but I would like to very honestly and very frankly put it before you that because of those words of wisdom which you spoke about, the Vedic wisdom, Ekam Sat Vipra Bahuda Vadanti, or Tattvamasi, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, these were the very unique words which you just referred to the Dr. Roger Penrose, Schrodinger, and even Albert Einstein. Though we had taken the journey from Sant Jnaneshwara, philosopher Jnaneshwara, Sant Tukaram, to Albert Einstein, from science and spirituality. And it is high time that today the world, when Dr. Penrose says that it is high time for all of us, while devising the national education policy for India, this component has been considered very well. And the beauty is that now we have to establish the schools of consciousness, the schools of reality. And I'm very humbled to present before you, sir, that MIT World Peace University has already established the MIT School of Consciousness, the ultimate reality, the truth, the scientific component and the spiritual component are put together, coming into this very important dome, which is the Sant Jnaneshwara World Peace Dome, which is nothing but a scientific laboratory with a spiritual orientation. Scientific component and the spiritual component of life. As a human mechanism, the mechanism how this universe operates. And sir, you know it very well. I don't want to take much time because we have some speakers. The Vijay Bhatkar himself is going to speak. But I'm just showing you, and before I forget, after this coronavirus epidemic goes away, I want you, I know that you have been in the age of 87, 88 or 90, but you were the responsible person to make this Maryada Purushottam Ram establishment, the temple of Ram at Ayodhya. You have been one of the greatest instrumental person to make this happen. But here I have a small booklet which I'm trying to just show it to you for a minute, where it is said that the 9 universal secrets, the scientific secrets, the spiritual secrets of the entire universe, which were enunciated by Sant Jnaneshwara at the age of 16, 730 years back. And sir, I'm tempted to really invite you. I don't know my limitation. I cannot give some command or something like this, like coronavirus, which has made this lockdown world over. But the time has come. The India has a role to play. And possibly from that angle, this MIT School of Consciousness I feel that I cannot say you are the professor emeritus only, but you are a great professor of eminence. And possibly for this MIT School of Consciousness, if you can give your guidance, your words of wisdom, the Vedic wisdom, Jnanamayo Vijnanamayo is the wording, and confusion which was created for one reason or the other. The time has come that the persons like you, like Rishis and saints and sages of India, ये ऋषि तपस्वियों की भूमि है आपकी ज्ञान भूमि है और ज्ञान भूमि के आप सपूत के नाते forgetting all other political issues, I look forward for your guidance in managing and making this MIT School of Consciousness the first of its kind in India, not India alone, possibly the world over. The first time. And what it stands for, it symbolizes nothing but what India stands for, what the Vedic wisdom of India stands for, and for which I need your guidance, I need your support. I remember that you had blessed me on that time in the month of August itself and helped us in making this happen, and the outcome is what is MIT World Peace University, trying to contribute the real combination of what scientific stands for, scientific principles and the spiritual principles. Jnanamayo Vijnanamayo. I bow down to you. I make pranams to you, Murli Manohar Joshi ji. After a very long time, I have the fortune of meeting you and listening to your words of wisdom. Thank you so much. Pranam.
Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts, and I'm sure Honorable Shri Murli Manohar Joshi ji would honor your request and would definitely guide us. My friends, now it's time, as Honorable Dr. V.D. Karat rightly mentioned, we have with us Padma Bhushan, father of Param Supercomputer, educationist and chancellor of Nalanda University, Dr. Vijay P. Bhatkar. I now request him to kindly address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Gautam. I think it's a great pleasure that now this is the 4th edition of this Teachers Congress which is taking place. And the very idea of this holding a Teachers Congress is a very far-reaching idea. We have several conferences, and in the context of the future, we require great teachers. Dr. Murli Manohar Joshi has addressed this issue, that why was India's ancient heritage, why is eternal and why still preserved as it is with far-reaching vision. See, I often have been saying that, and thank you, Professor Murli Manohar Joshi, you talked about India's great heritage. When you became the education minister, the HRD minister, you had taken special care to look at the whole thing, how we can resurrect, how we can integrate our grand heritage, Vedic heritage, which you talked about today, this one, in our education system, and so that our students, the younger generation is aware of that. It is often believed that science is the gift of the West. And once again recall, and you said this again and again during that time when you were the minister, that that heritage must be resurrected. And you again revived that concept today. It's very important. I think I remember the discussions Dr. Rahul Karad had with us, with me, that he would like to have a teachers' congress, like we have the Congress of the Parliament of the Students. And that was a great idea. That was the idea which I think had required considerable courage to take forward, that we will create a platform for teachers. So one thing which we got in our education system, we have not created platforms or enablers or institutions which can create the teachers of tomorrow, and who are also aware of the great heritage of the world. I think which the Vedic heritage and the importance that teachers received in our civilization. I feel that over the history of, I will now go back based on the recent papers that have appeared. We have been talking about the great heritage of 14,000 years. I think now we are talking about 28,000. The recent archaeological findings of the University of California, I think just yesterday, day before yesterday, it came before us, some of the discoveries of the idols which they found after radio dating that this may be 28,450 years back. This and that completely changes the whole thing, that how old this civilization has been compared to even the civilizations which we study, like Mesopotamian or civilizations and Egyptian civilization, or we are talking about Mayan civilizations. This is an entirely a different level we are going to. And again, there has been effort to date back, I think correctly, dating of this, which we are doing with the modern tools that are available to us. But this 28,000 creates a totally different markers for India's great science, heritage and science, not only for us, but for the entire world. When we are trying to date Ramayana, where we are trying to date Mahabharata, and now these recent findings, I think we'll have to relearn. I think the entire world will have to relearn how it has survived. Why has it survived for such a long time? When most of the civilization came and rose and then were decimated. Today we don't find them. I think there are traces of that. But Indian civilization is a vibrant civilization. So when you're talking about national education policy, or a new form which has now appeared, very liberal framework which has appeared, and where importance has been given to not only the future but also the ancient heritage of the students who study from the school days, which today I think students of the universities are not even aware, not even the teachers are aware. So this revival is very important. It's great that we have Professor Murli Manojoshi, who came and again talked about it extensively. Like as Professor Karat said, he's a great professor of physics. When you're talking about the quantum mechanics on one side and the great Vedic heritage of Earth. So we have to create that civilization, the truly knowledge-based civilization where the right questions were asked, and they are the questions of Vedas. Why? I think the question is that what is the nature of this reality? There is a fundamental question. There is a fundamental question of science. There is a fundamental question of philosophy, and that is also the fundamental question we need to ask at every moment as a new knowledge comes in. So Professor Murli Manohar Joshi has once again brought this to the fore. This thing, our new education policy, I think our students and teachers must be exposed to. I will just say that there is very little time available. This can be extensively talked. I think Professor Murli Manohar Joshi could have given, I think, extensive lecture, very comprehensive lecture on this issue. The time is short, but I would say that new education policy, national education policy, new national education policy, I think breaks new ground. It's a very liberal framework that we have created. It is a very long term. It is a far-reaching goal for a nation and for the civilization that has endured for how many years now we are talking about. And we have historical proofs now. We have archaeological proofs. We have many other proofs in linguistics and many other proofs I think we are talking about which are converging. And there are a lot of debates. If you watch the YouTube, if you watch this kind of things on this issue, because dating is one issue, the content is another big issue which we need to revisit. As Professor Dr. Murli Manohar Joshi brought up before, what the Vedic science talked about at that time and that endured, and what modern quantum physics or quantum reality or what we are trying to understand is talking is almost similar, and they will converge and they will become one and the same. And that must be aware. We must be aware of that. And we don't teach. We have 1,000 universities. We have 1,000 universities. Professor Karad has started the Vedic Science School of Vedic Sciences. And my desire is that not only Vedic science, but their true understanding of consciousness, what we are talking about, is the frontier of learning. Once we understand how this whole thing arises, and we try to understand this, then India will, again, I would say that will really truly visit what education should be. And it is in this context, this conference is taking place. I think, Rahul, this was a great idea to launch this platform. And today, I think our chief guest has come. Dr. Najwa Heptullah talked about the pre-independence, how the policy started from our grandfather, and now it's come to, I think the whole thing, evolution is still going on this policy. And Professor, of course, Dr. Murli Manohar Joshi talked about whole history of the panorama, and he was trying to explain and how it is so important and how it is. I've been studying this policy. I think it's great that we are honoring Dr. K. Kasturi Rangan, not in person, he is not present, but I think what efforts have gone behind creating this policy. and it has been accepted. I really, if you see the kind of thing, accepting a multi-party democracy, getting a great liberal policy accepted is a great achievement. I would say that with different states and different thing, but it has been accepted. I think we are all fortunate that we have beautiful policy, we have liberal policy, and now the question has come how to implement it, and we are going to discuss the implementation issues of that policy, because we can make great policies, but I think we are not so good in implementation of policies in a time-bound, in an efficient way. And I think that issue also we are going to take up for discussion. So I'm happy that this platform has created in which some great thinkers and thought leaders will come forward in a different way, not in the government way or not in a committee framework, and there will be liberal discussion. We want also students to participate and how this policy. This is one thing I think India can offer to the world. I think that this is our great knowledge system, and what is the purpose of life. The education is for what purpose finally? To create great society. If India has to be Vishwaguru, then this policy, the policies like this, and its efficient implementation, I think will make the way forward. Professor Vishwanath Kara referred to the great dome system, I think, that has been created, and where I think it has been dreamed to create a school of consciousness there, and also the great contributors to the world history, not to the whole civilization so far, from all countries, from all over the world. So, and how these minds really transform the world. They are the great teachers. Those 50%, and I think the request that has been made by Professor Vishwanath Kara you should visit this dome thing, and also give guidance to create a great library for us again, great research on consciousness, which you have talked again and again on this issue, even way back, and I think how quantum physics and these consciousness studies will converge together. So you can give directions and also initiate the far-reaching researches the world is waiting for. I think there is little time. I'm very happy that this platform has got created, and the people from different things, including the world platforms, I think we are honoring Dr. Jagdish Gandhi. We are embracing different, say, Montessori school of way of learning, and we are embracing many ways of Japanese way of learning in this process, and that has been our, I think, the greatest strength of society. Not only it has been renewing itself, it has been also embracing the world. So it's a world framework for education, for teachers, and finally I would say the great respect for teachers. It is one civilization, I would say that one aspect of the civilization which teacher is more respected than the God, and that is declared Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Deva Maheshwara. Sakshat Parabrahma is the reality itself is teacher, and it is for the teachers really to realize that potential, to express that potential. When you take a teacher's job, a teacher's role, I think we have a great role before you. I think a great responsibility, and that's what the teachers did and created great people, great of Takshashila and Nalanda, the students and all the students from all over the world came to learn here because of that single factor, because of the great teachers, and this conference is addressing to the teachers, and I think invoking that spirit within our teachers by which I think they will make the world Guru, Vishwa Guru, not for its own benefit, but the benefit of the entire world. So I'm very happy I'm here, and I could listen to our chief guest, Dr. Najma Abdullah, and also to Professor Murli Moro Joshi particularly. Thank you, Professor Murli Moro Joshi, for your kind words that you expressed. But I think there is now way forward, new policy. We would like to learn from you what you expect from this policy and try to translate those things in our own ways. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. It was, I would say, our honor and privilege to have you here today as you took time out and your words of wisdom you shared with us. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I thank you on behalf of the entire organizing committee of National Teachers Congress. My friends, now it's time when I invite the Jeevan Gaurav Puraskar awardee, the founder manager of City Montessori School, convener of International Conference on Chief Justice of the World, Dr. Jagdish Gandhiji. But before I invite him, I would like to request my technical team to kindly relay a small film made on life and work of Dr. Jagdish Gandhiji. Over to you, team.
Dr. Jagdish Gandhi is the founder of the City Montessori School, influenced greatly by Mahatma Gandhi Vinoba Bhave and others, a young and idealistic Dr. Jagdish Gandhi ventured in 1959 to create a new mindset through education, deeply affected by the UNESCO constitution that wars begin in the minds of men, and it is in the minds of men where the defenses of peace must be constructed. Dr. Gandhi felt it best to build the defenses of peace in the minds of children, which emboldened him to start the City Montessori School. To do this, he gave up his own active role and successful career in politics, serving at the time as an elected member of the Legislative Assembly of Uttar Pradesh. Although the journey has by no means been easy, the citizens of Lucknow have greatly endorsed Dr. Gandhi's mission and values. In the past 60 years, he has not taken a single day off. He has worked through every weekend and holiday, and he has chosen to have no personal wealth of his own, spending instead all his created resources on his mission. Today, CMS is one of the world's largest schools, with over 55,000 students on its rolls this year. Moreover, to establish world unity and world peace, Dr. Jagdish Gandhi has been consistently organizing an annual international conference of Chief Justices of the world on Article 51 of the Constitution of India since the year 2001, in which 1,329 Chief Justices, world leaders, judges, and eminent peace promoters from over 136 countries have participated. The aim of these conferences is to motivate world leaders to unite and form a world parliament for safeguarding the future of the world's 2.5 billion children and the generations yet to be born. We are honored to welcome Dr. Jagdish Gandhi to the 4th National Teachers Congress hosted by MIT World Peace University.
So it is indeed our honor and privilege to have you here today, sir, and thank you very much for kindly accepting the Jeevan Gaurav Puraskar. We all are keen to hear your words of wisdom. Over to you, sir.
First of all, I would like to congratulate the university, the Peace University, for World Peace University, to organize this wonderful consultation meeting. Honorable Mr. Dr. Murli Manoj Joshi ji, Honorable Najma Hayatullah ji, Professor T.N. Rao ji, Vice Chancellor of MIT World Peace University, Professor R.M. Chitnis, Pro Vice Chancellor of MIT World Peace University, Mr. Rahul V. Karad, Executive President of the MIT World Peace University, Pune, Dr. R.A. Mashelkar, Padma Vibhushan, Chancellor, Institute of Chemical Technology and former Director General of CSIR, Dr. Tomio Mizo Kamaji, Professor Emeritus, Osaka University, Foreign Studies, Japan, Padma Bhushan, Dr. Vijay P. Bhatkar, Chancellor of the Nalanda University, Honorable Eric Falt, Director UNESCO, New Delhi, and UNESCO representative for Bhutan, India, Maldives, and Sri Lanka. And Dr. Kasturi Ranganji has not been able to attend it. Dear friends, what is education? First of all, I would like to congratulate the Government of India for bringing the new education policy. And especially I appreciate the one thing, that is the lot of stress has been given to the Indian philosophy of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. That is, the earth is but one country and mankind its citizen. The content of education for the 21st century must be different from that of the 20th century. It must broaden a child's perspective to globalism. So this is what is I like most in this. Everything is good, but especially this aspect I like very much, because yours is also the World Peace University, and this new education policy talks of world peace and world order. Dear friend, what is education? Education is a continuous
and a creative process. Its aim is to develop the capacities which are latent in human nature and to coordinate their expression for the enrichment and progress of society by equipping children with material, human, and divine knowledge. Man has three realities of life. Man is a material being, man is a human being, and man is a divine being. Since he has three realities of life, he needs a balanced education of all the three realities of life. What is true education? True education, religious capacities which are hidden in the nature of a man. So true education, religious capacities, develop analytical abilities, confidence in oneself, willpower, and goal-setting competency, and instills the vision that will enable him to become a self-motivated agent of social transformation. Nelson Mandela said, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. If you want to change the world, it is only through education. Mahatma Gandhi said, if we are to teach the real peace in this world, if we are to carry on a real war against war, we shall have to begin with the children. So dear friends, Paulo Freire also says, education changes the people and people change the world. If we want to bring about a change in the world, because the world is beset with so many problems, the future of over 2.5 billion children of the world and the generations yet to be born has become progressively more insecure and unprotected during past 7 decades since the outbreak of the Second World War and the recent spread of international terrorism, global warming, environmental degradation, stockpiling of arms and ammunition, and ever-increasing expenditure on military research, firing of weapons of mass destruction, fear of a third world war, and a nuclear holocaust. So this is the world we are living in, and the future of one-third population of this world is above 7.5 billion people. One-third are the children. So 2.5 billion, over 2.5 billion are the children, and their future has become progressively more insecure and unprotected. So we need an education which can bring about a change, and the changes as our new education policy says, change the mindset of the children. Victor Hugo said, there is one thing stronger than all the armies in the world, and that is an idea whose time has come. The idea for a balanced education of all the three realities of life, that is material, human, and divine, is the idea whose time has come. So now we should not only stress on material education, but material and human and divine education must be given to all the children simultaneously. A child has three classrooms. Home is the first classroom, the primary source of empowerment. School is a secondary source of empowerment, and society is a third source of empowerment. We have control on our home and in our school, but society, we can't do much as teachers, but we can certainly, as teachers, educate our mothers and fathers and our families, and because the families come into the contact of the teacher or the school, and then the school can perform some so many things for the education of parents. So that is very important. A child has three characters: his innate character, his inherited character, his acquired character. As far as the innate character is, it is a God-given and no change can be made by a man. Inherited character also comes from the genes of the parents, and we cannot do much about it. It is the acquired character. A child acquires from his environment, environment at home, environment in the school, environment in the society. So the child acquires his character from three places, from home, from school, and from the society. We must, look, we must try to change the atmosphere at home, and also school should be made the lighthouse of society. If we do not restore the school as a lighthouse of society, it will become the dark house of society. The school must be made the lighthouse society to provide meaningful education, spiritual direction, guidance, and leadership to students, their parents, and the society in general. Likewise, teachers must be restored to their traditional role as the transmitters of morality, builders of character, and custodians of the culture. So we need to make the lighthouse, school a lighthouse of society, and teachers the transmitters of morality. Dear friends, what is education? Education is a continuous and a creative process. Its aim is to develop the capacities which are latent in human nature and to coordinate their expression for the enrichment and progress of society by equipping children with material, human, and divine knowledge. True education, as I told you, religious capacities which are hidden in the nature of a man. There are a lot of capacities which are hidden, latent in human nature. Those are to be brought out. So, the true education, religious capacities, develops analytical abilities, confidence in oneself, willpower, and goal-setting competencies, and instills the vision that will enable him to become a self-motivated agent of social change, serving the best interest of the community. Children should be taught to strain every nerve to acquire both inner and outer perfection, for the fruit of human tree hath ever been and will ever be perfections both within and without. It is not desirable that a man be left alone without knowledge or skills, for he is then but a barren tree. Therefore, so much as the capacity and capability allow, you must deck the tree of a being with the fruits such as knowledge, wisdom, spiritual perception, and eloquent speech. School is as I believe, school is a lighthouse society to provide meaningful education, spiritual direction, guidance, and leadership to students, their parents, and the society in general. There are three things to establish a divine civilization on earth through education. We need to explore three fields which are unexplored: the field of education, the field of religion, the field of law, order, and justice. These are the three fields which are unexplored. And if we want to establish a human civilization, a divine civilization through education, then we have to explore all the three fields of education, that is, education, religion, and law, order, and justice. Education, as I told you, is the most important thing, and it is a continuous and a creative process. So education field we have to explore, and our classrooms and our school should become the lighthouse of society. And then school. School, as I told you, and school is a very important thing, and school must be the place of utmost discipline, order, and of learning. So that is very, very important. And then religion is also very important, because in the name of religion, people are fighting. In the name of Hindu and Muslim, Christians and Buddhists, the casteism and religion. So many people are now hating each other. And in a school, we have to see that we teach our children that um, uh, religion is one, and the basic purpose of all the religion is to safeguard the interest and promote the unity of the human race and to foster the spirit of love and fellowship amongst men. So this is the basic purpose of all the religion, whether you take Hindu religion or Islam or Christianity or Buddhism or Sikhism or any religion. All the religion, the basic purpose of all the religion is to safeguard the interest and promote the unity of the human race and to foster the spirit of love and fellowship. Religion is a progressive thing. It has come progressively. God has revealed His word progressively, and therefore the progressive revelation means religious truth is revealed by God progressively and cyclically over a time through a series of divine teachers, and these teachings are tailored to suit the needs of different ages and places of their appearance. And all the revealed books of God are unerring, whether it is Bhagavad Gita or Quran Sharif or Bible or Guru Granth Sahib or Tripatak or Kitab Akdas. These are all unerring. There is no mistake in it because these are all revealed words of God. They have been revealed by one God. So all the revealed books of God are unerring and collected wisdom. All the wisdom till the date it was revealed by God, any manifestation of God. All the wisdom is enshrined in that book. So all the revealed books of God are unerring and collected wisdom that are sent by one God, as required from age to age to open the mental locks of mankind and to cure the maladies of the age. So we must teach this also. And the basic principles of law, order, and justice must be taught right from the childhood all over the world so that the children start learning to obey the rules made by the parents at home, obey the rules made by the teachers or the principals in the school, and to obey the rules and the laws made by the local authorities or the government and in the society. So these are three things which are very, very important. So give him education, good education of unity, teach him that all the religions are one and the same. They have been sent by one God. And third thing, that we must teach our children that we must obey the laws and the orders of our seniors, and right from the beginning we should be law-abiding. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. It was indeed, I would say, guiding even for us, even for teachers.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to express my views. Thank you so much.
It is indeed our honor, sir, to hear your views, and I'm sure all the teachers here in this gathering would have got enlightened with your words of wisdom. Thank you very much once again for kindly accepting this award and being present here today with us to guide all the teachers. Thank you very much, sir. On this note, I would like to say that any organization or any institution needs a leader. The way Gandhiji has led his entire organization, making from 7 students to the world's biggest school with 65,000 students, the leader of an academic institution is important. So I would like to take this moment and opportunity to invite and request the leader of MIT World Peace University family, the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. N.T. Rao, sir. Sir, thank you very much for taking time out and joining us. I would like to request you to kindly address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Gautam. It's indeed a privilege to be part of National Teachers Congress, 4th one. And I would take a particular pride that as a teacher, this particular gathering gives me a lot more happiness because I'm there with my fellow colleagues. So this platform gives us an opportunity to share our views. I always maintain we at World Peace University, we are a university with a difference. We are for a life transformation. When I say that, the reason is all the universities may be teaching different subjects. I would say maybe every engineering college may be teaching thermodynamics. Every economics student would be studying demand supply curve. So this is how the teaching is done in all the institutions. But we at MIT World Peace University, we transform the lives of the students by inculcating and imparting life's principles and life values. That's why we stand out. So that has been the foundation through which our university is performing and has been grooming our students. We just don't turn out graduates, but we give to the society, we contribute to the society, a meaningful, purposeful citizens of the world, the global citizens of the world who are committed to contribute to the world peace. That way we take a lot of pride. Even the initiatives that we take, let's take the example of this Teachers Congress. Is it another gathering of a few people? Definitely not. The very fact that the National Education Policy 2020 released in the month of August already has the deliberations and the declarations from our first, second, third National Teachers Congress resolutions shows that we are our voice counts. We have meaningful deliberations. So we did not know when we had our first National Teachers Congress that in 2020, National Education Policy will be coming up with emphasis on a holistic education. This resolution we made in 2017 itself. It's what the country is today is witnessing. We already witnessed, or say we already foresaw earlier. So that's the kind of quality and deliberations that we carry out on these platforms. Here are the teachers. When we say, I was also asking the organizers, should we be still calling this as a National Teachers Congress when we have participants from all over the world? We'll have a next 3-4 days. I got so many participants from around the world that is it still a National Teachers Congress, or should we call it as International Educators Congress or something like that? To that extent, the reason I'm talking about international participants, even the international participants take keen interest in our deliberations. They contribute, and their inputs are translated into the resolutions and meaningful dialogue and meaningful way forward for everyone to follow. And this particular session, this particular year, the theme that we have taken, National Education Policy, many opportunities unlocked. Yes, NEP 2020 is going to define the future of this country. If somebody thinks that it talks about school education or say higher education, what the teachers need to be teaching and what the students need to be learning, no, I think it's much more than that, because this is a policy which is for the future, because this is how the students will be coming out of the classrooms. It's participatory learning has been given importance, school education has been given importance, the teacher education has been given importance. That means that the national education policy has catered to everyone. That means everyone who is coming out of their classrooms, starting in 2020 to the next 15-20 years, the seeds of the future have been sown now in 2020, and generations that come out are the ones who would be taking these fruits of national education policy. And talking about this fruits of national education policy, this conference, next 4 days, I expect all the participants, all the teacher friends to give your ideas, how best we can take the benefit of national education policy. And further, I think it's still at the policy stage. We can still advise the government. We can give our deliberations and resolutions to the government of India so that they can further modify before they actually bring in the bill. So that should be the strength of this conference. I wish and sincerely request all of you come up with such ideas so that we are taking part in defining the future of education of this country. And this National Teachers Conference should give us that platform, that forum, and your ideas are as important as defining and shaping the future of this country and future education. So once again, wish this function a big, big success and congratulate the organizers for this platform, which is going to be a pride for every teacher to be part of. So once again, all the very best, and I wish very good deliberations. And I take this once again as a teacher. It's really it's my pride and honor to be talking to all the teachers here. Wish you all the best. Good luck. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Indeed, it was our honor and privilege to listen to your views. Thank you very much for your constant guidance and support. My friends, today in this session, we have a very special guest with us, the Professor Emeritus of Osaka University of Foreign Studies, all the way from Japan, and the President of Kansai Japan India Cultural Society. The special guest of honor of this session, Honorable Dr. Tomio Mizokami. It is indeed our honor and privilege to have you here today, sir. Before I invite him to address the gathering, I would like to request my technical team if they could please play a small film made on life and work of Honorable Dr. Tomio Mizokami-ji.
Dr. Tomio Mizokami works as a professor emeritus at the Osaka University in Japan and is also the president of the Kansai Japan India Cultural Society. He was engaged in teaching and research in modern Indian languages like Hindi, Bengali, Punjabi and Urdu for almost 4 decades until 2007 when he retired. He speaks Hindi as fluently as if it were his mother tongue. Born in Kobe, Japan, Dr. Mizokami received his BA degree from Osaka University of Foreign Studies in 1965 and learned Hindi at the University of Allahabad in 1967 and Bengali at Vishwa Bharati University by 1968. He further obtained MA Composite Hindi degree in 1975 and a PhD degree from the University of Delhi in 1983. He is the recipient of the Friends of Liberation War Honour from the Prime Minister Begum Sheikh Hasina of Bangladesh in 2013 and in 2018 was conferred the Padma Shri by the President of India for his contribution to the fields of literature and education. We are honoured to welcome Dr. Tomio Mizokami to the 4th National Teachers Congress hosted by MIT World Peace University.
Thank you very much for that film, sir. It is indeed our honor and privilege to have you here today, sir. Without taking a single minute extra, I would like to request you to kindly address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
नमस्कार। MIT वर्ल्ड पीस यूनिवर्सिटी के संस्थापक श्रद्धेय प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ कराड जी, MIT वर्ल्ड पीस यूनिवर्सिटी के कुलपति आदरणीय प्रोफेसर राहुल कराड जी, उपस्थित माननीय अतिथिगण, शिक्षाविद एवं शिक्षकगण, भाइयों और बहनों, आज के इस महान और प्रतिष्ठित सम्मेलन के अतिथि के रूप में आमंत्रण पाकर मैं अपने को बहुत सौभाग्यवान और गर्वित मानता हूं। आज से ठीक 3 साल पहले 30 दिसंबर सन 2017 को मुझे इस विश्वविद्यालय के स्वामी विवेकानंद हॉल में जापान भारत संबंध, इतिहास तथा परिप्रेक्ष्य विषय पर भाषण देने का सुअवसर प्राप्त हुआ था। पहली और दूसरी पंक्ति में अध्यापकगण भी बैठे हुए थे और 700-800 विद्यार्थियों से हॉल कचाकच भरा हुआ था। जब 90 मिनट का भाषण समाप्त हुआ तो कुछ जिज्ञासु छात्रों ने बहुत अच्छे सवाल पूछे थे और सबसे अंत में सभी श्रोताओं ने खड़े होकर मेरे लिए स्टैंडिंग ओवेशन करके धन्यवाद ज्ञापन किया था। मैंने पूरे भारत में इसी विषय पर 17 शहरों में और 33 जगहों पर भाषण दिए थे, लेकिन MIT में आयोजित भाषण जितना भाव विभोर, मर्मस्पर्शी और अविस्मरणीय भाषण अन्यत्र नहीं हुआ था। मैं इसके लिए कराद महाशय को हार्दिक आभार प्रकट करता हूं। मैंने आज के महासम्मेलन में उपस्थित होने के लिए मानव संसाधन विकास मंत्रालय की ओर से प्रकाशित पुस्तिका राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 का दृष्टिपात किया है। बहुत विस्तार से बहुत उपयोगी नीति का सुझाव दिया गया है, जिसे डिजिटल शिक्षा के महत्व पर भी जोर दिया गया है। ये जापान के लिए भी अनुकरणीय है। हमारे यहाँ डिजिटल शिक्षा के महत्व पर सन 2000 में तत्कालीन प्रधानमंत्री ने जोर दिया था, लेकिन 20 साल बीतने के बाद भी अभी तक कोई खास उपलब्धि नहीं हुई। डिजिटल शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में हमारा देश एशिया के अन्य देश जैसे चीन और कोरिया की तुलना में भी बहुत पिछड़ा हुआ है। इसलिए हमें भी भारत सरकार की इस उत्साहवर्धक नीति से सीखना चाहिए। चूंकि भारतीय भाषाएं मेरा अध्ययन क्षेत्र है, इसलिए मेरा ध्यान स्वतः बहुभाषावाद पर आधारित नीति की ओर आकृष्ट हुआ है। उसके अनुसार ये सुझाव दिया गया है कि जहां तक संभव हो कम से कम ग्रेड 5 तक, लेकिन बेहतर ये होगा कि ये ग्रेड 8 और उससे आगे तक भी हो, शिक्षा का माध्यम घर की भाषा या मातृभाषा या स्थानीय भाषा या क्षेत्रीय भाषा होगी। इसके बाद घर या स्थानीय भाषा को जहां भी संभव हो भाषा के रूप में पढ़ाया जाता रहेगा और त्रिभाषा फॉर्मूले को लागू किए जाने की जरूरत का भी जिक्र किया गया है। मैं दोनों बहुत सराहनीय ये दोनों बहुत सराहनीय सुझाव है। यद्यपि जहां तक संभव हो या जहां भी संभव हो सरीके शब्दों को जोड़ने की क्या आवश्यकता थी। इससे ऐसी छवि बनती है कि अच्छे आदर्श पर शुरू से ही प्रश्न चिन्ह लगाया गया हो। स्पष्ट उद्देश्य है तो स्पष्ट लिखना चाहिए था। और राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 के चौथे अध्याय 15वें अनुच्छेद में वर्णित ये वाक्य भी देखिए। भारत की भाषाएं दुनिया में सबसे समृद्ध, सबसे वैज्ञानिक, सबसे सुंदर और सबसे आर्थिक अभिव्यंजक भाषाओं में से एक है, जिसमें प्राचीन और आधुनिक साहित्य, गद्य और कविता दोनों के विशाल भंडार है। इन भाषाओं में लिखी गई फिल्म, संगीत और साहित्य भारत की राष्ट्रीय पहचान और धरोहर है। सांस्कृतिक और राष्ट्रीय एकीकरण की दृष्टि से सभी युवा भारतीयों को अपने देश की भाषाओं के विशाल और समृद्ध भंडार और इनके साहित्य के खजाने के बारे में जागरूक होना चाहिए। यहाँ मुझे आपसे एक मूलभूत सवाल पूछने की धृष्टता के लिए माफ करें। आप लोग इस महासम्मेलन में अंग्रेजी में बोलने को टेक इट फॉर ग्रांटेड मानते होंगे। पर मेरा मूलभूत प्रश्न ये है कि ऐसा क्यों है? भारत की शिक्षा के बारे में अंग्रेजी में चर्चा करने को टेकन फॉर ग्रांटेड समझने वाले मुट्ठी भर के अभिजात लोगों ने कभी ये क्यों नहीं सोचा था कि इस सम्मेलन का माध्यम हिंदी या मराठी में हो सकता था? आप लोगों में 90% लोग महात्मा गांधी के उपासक या गांधीवाद के अनुयायी होंगे। फिर तो गांधी जी का ये कथन क्यों भूल गए कि अगर मेरे हाथ में तानाशाही सत्ता हो तो मैं विदेशी माध्यम के जरिए दी जाने वाली शिक्षा बंद करा दूं, सारे शिक्षकों और प्रोफेसरों से ये माध्यम तुरंत बदलवा दूं या फिर उन्हें बर्खास्त कर दूं। यदि आप सचमुच चौथे अध्याय 15वें अनुच्छेद में वर्णित भारत की भाषाएं दुनिया में सबसे समृद्ध, सबसे वैज्ञानिक, सबसे सुंदर और सबसे अधिक अभिव्यंजक भाषाओं में से है को मानते हों तो आपकी करनी और कथनी में अंतर है। मेरे ख्याल में इसका सबसे बड़ा कारण भारतीयों के अवचेतन में जमी हुई अंग्रेजियत है। यहाँ अंग्रेजी और अंग्रेजियत में भेद करने की आवश्यकता है। अंग्रेजी भाषा एक बहुत प्रमुख, समृद्ध और विकसित अंतरराष्ट्रीय भाषा है जिसका अध्ययन करना इस वैश्वीकरण के युग में सबको आवश्यक है, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है। किंतु अंग्रेजियत उस हेय मनोवृत्ति को कहते हैं जो अंग्रेजी की महिमा और प्रतिष्ठा को सर्वोच्च समझकर उस भाषा और सभ्यता के वशीभूत होती है। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि स्वतंत्रता प्राप्ति के बाद 73 साल बीतने के बावजूद अधिकांश भारतीय लोग इसी अंग्रेजियत के शिकार है। इसी विचार के अनुसार भारत में कुछ लोग ऐसा मानते हैं कि जिसे अंग्रेजी नहीं आती उसका ज्ञान भी कमतर श्रेणी का होता है। आप लोगों ने हिंदी फिल्म हिंदी मीडियम देखी होगी। ये बहुत मजेदार और मनोरंजक फिल्म तो है, किंतु वो हिंदी प्रेमियों को ठेस पहुंचाने वाली कहानी थी, क्योंकि इसमें हिंदी माध्यम के सरकारी स्कूल में पढ़ने वाले दोयम दर्जे के होने का संकेत मिलता है। लेकिन पति राज और पत्नी मीता के निम्नलिखित संवादों में केवल संकेत नहीं बल्कि प्रत्यक्ष रूप से अंग्रेजियत को व्यक्त किया गया है, वो भी मजबूरी की। मीता अपनी बेटी पिया को हर कीमत पर संप्रति अच्छे स्कूल में यानी अंग्रेजी माध्यम के स्कूल में दाखिला दिलाने की जिद करते हुए कहती है, सरकारी स्कूल में जाएगी तो कुछ नहीं सीख पाएगी। कोई अंग्रेजी में बात करेगा तो उसकी रूह कांप जाएगी, फिट नहीं हो जाएगी ना। सोसाइटी में तो लोनली और डिप्रेस हो जाएगी। इस देश में अंग्रेजी जबान नहीं है राज, क्लास है क्लास, और इस क्लास में घुसने के लिए एक अच्छे स्कूल के पढ़ने के अलावा कोई रास्ता नहीं है। जो हमने झेला ना राज, ये अपनी पिया को नहीं झेलने देंगे। यद्यपि ये फिक्शन तो है, पर ये संवाद हकीकत को जीवंत रूप से व्यक्त करते हैं। अंग्रेजी भाषा का दबदबा अंग्रेजों की देन नहीं है, स्वयं भारतीय लोगों ने बनाया है। अंग्रेजी माध्यम के निजी स्कूल और सरकारी स्कूल के बीच की खाई को कम या खत्म करने के उपाय के बारे में भी आप लोगों को सोचना चाहिए। आप ये नहीं कह सकते कि अंग्रेजी में कमजोर बच्चों की आईक्यू कम है, लेकिन उसके समाधान के लिए कुछ हिंदी प्रदेशों में अपनाई गई नीति अर्थात सरकारी स्कूल को अंग्रेजी माध्यम में परिवर्तित करने की नीति मुझे सही नहीं लगती। ये इस नई राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 के भी विरुद्ध है। प्रारंभिक शिक्षा में बच्चों पर अंग्रेजी थोपना इसलिए अन्याय है कि वो बच्चों के बौद्धिक विकास के लिए बोझ बनता है। संप्रति संघ लोक सेवा आयोग की ओर से संपन्न प्रारंभिक परीक्षा के प्रश्न के अंग्रेजी प्रारूप में जहां सिविल डिसोबीडियंस मूवमेंट लिखा है, तो हिंदी फॉर्मेट में उसे असहयोग आंदोलन लिखा गया है, जबकि सही अनुवाद तो सविनय अवज्ञा आंदोलन होना चाहिए था। सहज ही अनुमान लगाया जा सकता है कि प्रश्न बनाने वाले की हिंदी की अज्ञानता के कारण हिंदी माध्यम से परीक्षा देने वाले अनेक अभ्यर्थियों को इसका दुष्परिणाम भोगना पड़ा होगा। जहां तक मैं जानता हूं, भाषा को लेकर परीक्षा में इस प्रकार की असमानता किसी भी विकसित देशों में नहीं मिलेगी। लेकिन इधर खुश खबरी भी मिली है कि शिक्षा मंत्री डॉक्टर रमेश पोखरियाल निशंक जी ने घोषणा की है कि शिक्षा मंत्रालय उच्च शिक्षा में भारतीय भाषा के माध्यम को लाने की कोशिश करेगा। आम भारतीयों के उर्त अंग्रेजी माध्यम के स्कूलों को जानलेवा और जेब काटू कहने वाले विख्यात वरिष्ठ पत्रकार डॉक्टर वेद प्रताप वैदिक जी इसका प्रबल समर्थन करते हुए कहते हैं कि यदि हम देश में शिक्षा और विज्ञान का माध्यम स्वदेशी भाषाओं को बनाना चाहते हैं, तो सबसे पहले उच्च शिक्षा और पीएचडी के शोध कार्यों को अपनी भाषाओं में करने को प्राथमिकता देनी चाहिए। तब सरकारी नौकरियों से भी अंग्रेजी की अनिवार्यता हटानी पड़ेगी। देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी सर्वत्र और सगर्व हिंदी बोलते हैं, तो कैसे कह सकते हैं कि हिंदी बोलने वाले दूसरी श्रेणी के नागरिक है। भूतपूर्व विदेश मंत्री स्वर्गीय श्रीमती सुषमा स्वराज जी भी कितनी सुंदर तथा जीवंत हिंदी बोलती थीं। इन नेताओं को हिंदी में भाषण देते हुए सुनकर हिंदी सीखने वाले जापानी विद्यार्थियों का हिंदी सीखने में उत्साह एवं हौसला बहुत बुलंद होता है। मुझे विश्वास है कि संसार के विकसित देशों की विकसित भाषाओं की तुलना में हिंदी में भी अभिव्यक्ति की क्षमता में कोई कमी नहीं है। हिंदी बहुत सक्षम भाषा है। हम लोग चाहते हैं कि हिंदी का प्रयोग हर क्षेत्र में और हर स्तर पर अधिक से अधिक हो तथा संयुक्त राष्ट्र संघ की अधिकृत भाषा बनने के पहले संपूर्ण भारत की प्राधिकृत भाषा बने। है 4 दिन के इस सम्मेलन की चर्चाएं मैं गंभीरता से सुनूंगा और आप लोगों से बहुत कुछ सीखना चाहता हूं। जय हिंद, जय हिंदी, धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Indeed, it is our honor and privilege. मतलब कुछ क्षण तो मुझे ऐसा लगा कि शायद हमारी ही हिंदी थोड़ी सी कमज़ोर है। आप जिस प्रकार वार्तालाप कर रहे थे, बहुत ही उम्दा, बहुत ही सुंदर और बहुत ही I would say memorable conversation that you had, because it was a conversation and you shared your thoughts very very beautifully with us. हम तहे दिल से शुक्रगुजार हैं सर कि आपने समय निकाला और आज इस चौथे सत्र में नेशनल टीचर्स कांग्रेस के आप पधारे और आपके बहुमूल्य विचार आपने हम सब से साझा किए. Thank you very much, sir, indeed, for your words of wisdom. It was indeed our honor. I would like to request if Karaj sir would like to say something in response.
मैं बहुत आभारी हूँ डॉक्टर टोमियो मिज़ोकामी, आपने जो भावना व्यक्त की, जो नया रूप, नया दर्शन भारत के लिए रखा सामने, हिंदी भाषा की बात और इतनी सुंदरता से तो मेरी आपके माता पिता की याद आ गई. जिस माँ के और पिता के जीवन में आपका जन्म हुआ, जिनकी गोद में, तो मुझे ऐसे लगा कि ऐसा सपूत, इतना ट्रांसपेरेंट, इतना प्योर, इतना सुंदर मन, सुंदर भावना, सुंदर काम और एक सुंदर कार्य के माध्यम से दुनिया को सिखाने का एक प्रयास. मेरे पास तो शब्द नहीं है, लेकिन मैं कहूंगा बापट, तुम, चिटनीस और राहुल, यू शुड, ये जो फिल्म है, अभी ये जो भाषण हुआ डॉक्टर टोमियो मिज़ोकामी जी का, ये अपने सारे बच्चों को दिखा दो भाई.
जी सर.
अपने ऑल द स्कूल्स एंड कॉलेजेस, जितने भी अपने स्कूल्स है, कॉलेजेस है, उसमें सारे बच्चों को, यूनिवर्सिटी के जितने स्टूडेंट्स है, उनको ये जरूर दिखा देना. उसकी सीडी बनाओ, फिल्म बनाओ. एंड माय फ्रेंड मिस्टर वेद प्रताप वैदिक जी की याद आ गई, जिनकी पीएचडी उसने किया था 14 साल की उम्र में, कुछ तो हिंदी में. लेकिन मैं ये कहूंगा कि ये बहुत बड़ा संदेश है, नॉट फॉर अपने इंडिया के लिए नहीं, लेकिन सारी दुनिया के लिए, कि अपनी मातृभाषा की विशेषता क्या है, उसका परिणाम क्या है, उसकी संस्कृति का अलग रूप क्या है. मैं ज़्यादा नहीं बोलूँगा, लेकिन सम टाइम, कभी तो ऐसा हो कि ये कोरोना वायरस या कोविड-19 के बाद में शायद हमारे डॉक्टर टोमियो जी को जरूर बुलाना. ये जो साइंटिफिक लेबोरेटरी बनी है, स्पिरिचुअली ओरिएंटेड, ज्ञान विज्ञान का एक सुंदर समन्वय, अध्यात्म और विज्ञान का एक समन्वय, विज्ञान के लॉ और स्पिरिचुअल लॉज के संबंध, और संत ज्ञानेश्वर की एक नई लेबोरेटरी जो बनी है, शायद ऐसे बड़े जानकार, बड़े ज्ञानी सत्पुरुष बोलूंगा, ये शब्द मैं जरूर यूज करता हूँ. सत्पुरुष का मतलब अपने को समझने में टाइम लगेगा, लेकिन टोमियो साहब को ये पता है, तो मैं इनवाइट करता हूँ आपको. विल मीट सम टाइम, कभी तो आना है भाई, मिलना है. शायद फॉर सम कॉज अपन ये मिलना हुआ. ये इंडियन टीचर्स कांग्रेस का जो माहौल बना, शायद बहुत कम लोगों को सुनने को मिला होगा, लेकिन मैं आपको फिर से मिलना चाहता हूँ. स्वयं हमारे मेहमान बोल के, हमारे चीफ गेस्ट बोल के कभी तो आइएगा. वर्ल्ड पार्लियामेंट होता है 2 अक्टूबर को. मैं ये देखता हूँ कि शायद उस टाइम आपको टाइम मिले, लेकिन आई विल बी इनवाइटिंग यू, आपको इनवाइट करेंगे हमारे मेहमान बोल के, चीफ गेस्ट बोल के, तो जरूर आइएगा. ये बहुत बड़ा प्रसाद होगा शायद हमारे बच्चों के लिए, हमारे स्टूडेंट्स के लिए, टीचर्स के लिए. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
बिल्कुल.
प्रणाम, अभिवादन, मनापासो.
धन्यवाद.
ओके, नमस्ते. नमस्ते.
नमस्कार.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद फिर से टोमियो जी का. और जैसे कि अभी अभी रिवर्ड डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ कराड सर ने कहा, बहुत ही प्रेरणादायी रहे आपका भाषण. थैंक यू वेरी मच सर, once again, for your words of wisdom. My friends, now it's time that I invite the next special guest of honor in this session, the Director of UNESCO New Delhi and UNESCO representative to India, Bhutan, Maldives and Sri Lanka. The special guest of honor of this session, Mr. Eric Falt. It is indeed our honor and privilege to have you here today, sir. Before I invite you to address the gathering, I would like to request my technical team if they could please relay a small film made on life and work of Mr. Eric Falt.
Mr. Eric Falt is a French senior official at the United Nations, currently serving as the Director of UNESCO New Delhi and is the UNESCO representative to Bhutan, India, Maldives and Sri Lanka. Prior to his current appointment, he served at senior level appointments at the UN and UNESCO. Before joining the UN, he served as press attaché for Consulate General of France in Chicago and the Permanent Mission of France to the United Nations from 1989 to 1991. He has more than 3 decades of experience in the field of diplomacy and international affairs, focusing initially on communication and moving to political affairs and management. To Monsieur Falt, we say, Bienvenue au 4e Congrès National des Enseignants, hosted by MIT World Peace University.
Thank you very much for that film. So it is indeed our honor and privilege to have you here today. Thank you very much for taking time out and joining this 4th edition of National Teachers Congress. I now request you to kindly address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, and a warm welcome to everyone gathered here virtually today. I'm especially happy to see my friend and UNESCO chairholder, Professor Vishwanath Karad. And I'm, of course, delighted to be with you and speak today on behalf of UNESCO. I hope, of course, everyone watching this is in good health. I was asked to focus more specifically on an issue which is of great importance for UNESCO within the context of higher education, and to speak a little bit more on the rise in internationalization of education, because it's true that we see that more and more students look to travel abroad for quality education and expose themselves to a different environment for better holistic learning. And in this way, internationalization of higher education allows the expansion of the speciality of post-secondary education through cross-border mobilities and better connections also among institutions, students, scholars, and therefore knowledge, programs, and delivery. To date, we have been noticing that the internationalization of higher education has focused primarily on the international mobility of students. At this point in time, we know that over 5.3 million students worldwide are pursuing their higher education abroad. This represents 2 out of every 100 students, and half of them are studying outside their home region. There's a very rapid growth in international mobility at the university level, and this is a trend that is likely to continue. In November 2019, during the 40th session of the UNESCO General Conference, was adopted the Global Convention on the Recognition of Qualifications concerning higher education. So this is actually the first United Nations Treaty on Higher Education with a global scope. And this global convention is designed to facilitate international academic mobility and promote the right of individuals to have their higher education qualifications evaluated through fair, transparent, and non-discriminatory manners through improved recognition. And this recognition is, we believe, a powerful tool to facilitate mobility from one country to another to study, research, teach, or work. Through processes of recognition, a qualification from one education system is acknowledged in another education system. This is new and very important development that I wanted to highlight for the audience. However, we also know that a majority of students in higher education may not have the opportunities or the financial means to go abroad for short or long-term study. Therefore, in order for a larger proportion of local students to benefit from the internationalization without necessarily going abroad, it is also important to have an internationalization of programs and curriculum at home. And that is also critical for a holistic and inclusive approach for all learners. In India, the internationalization of higher education as part of a key second generation reform is long overdue. I think it's fair to say, since the country went from the path-breaking economic liberalization in the 1990s to the situation we know now. And today, of course, one of the most recent and most important development is the new national education policy, which was adopted this year, 2020. It's important because it takes a major step towards the internationalization reform by proposing actually in India a legislative framework that allows foreign universities to operate in India, and similarly encourages high-performing Indian universities to set up campuses in other countries. The debates and discussions on the policy are therefore likely to be much richer. One of the less debated yet most consequential recommendations of the NEP is in regard to this internationalizations. And with a clear goal of making India a global study destination, this new national education policy has charted a very ambitious roadmap for making internationalization of higher education a reality by 2030. The idea of internationalization of higher education is based on the mobility of students, faculty members, programs, and institutions across the country. Before we had the NEP, there were two types of mobility, that of faculty members and students, of course. And this movement of students and faculty has very much informed the NEP section on internationalization. The attempt to attract foreign universities can also be seen in the context of earlier collaborations with institutions outside the country. The last important point that I want to mention was actually adopted back in 2015 when the then Ministry of Human Resource Development, which has now become the Ministry of Education, implemented the Global Initiative of Academic Network, the so-called GIAN, to enable the country's higher education institutions to invite world-class scholars, scientists, and researchers in India. There have been more than 1,500 courses completed at Indian higher education institutions in collaboration with international faculty members. This is also very much a step in the right direction. And obviously, in concluding, I want to recognize and applaud the efforts of our very own MIT World Peace University and our colleague and UNESCO chair, Professor Vishwanath Karad, for organizing this event and also leading the way in so many ways. For a country as big as India, it is very important for us to acknowledge that there will be no one solution that would fit the entire nation, but MIT World Peace University certainly is one of the leaders and paves the way for the future. Thank you very much, and I wish everyone all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eric Fahl. Thank you very much for taking time out. It was indeed important to understand your views. Thank you very much for taking time out and addressing all the teachers, those who have gathered here in 4th National Teachers Congress. I'm sure Eric Fahl ji would stay with us for next few moments, and I'm sure that Tomio ji bhi hamare saath bane hue hain. I would like to request my technical team to confirm if Tomio ji is there still with us. Well, I hope he is, because the next point that I'm going to tap in this session is very, very special to all of us. Probably that point is very special and important to entire humanity. My friends, I'm sharing with you a dream that was seen by our beloved founder, revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir. He saw a dream almost, I would say, a decade ago. He worked relentlessly for last 10, 12 years to pursue that dream. I'm honored and happy to share with you that dream has now become a reality. My friends, I'm talking about a monument which he envisioned and created, which we now call as World Peace Dome. A monument which is biggest in the world, but more than structure, it is the message that it is trying to give to entire humanity, which is of world peace. I would like to take this moment and share with everyone in the audience, as well as everyone in the guest, to please take a minute and listen and see the video that we are trying to show you here, which is based on World Peace Dome, to understand the underlying message of that monument. I request my technical team to kindly relay a small film made on World Peace Dome.
इक्कीसवीं शताब्दी में मेरी भारत माता विश्व गुरु बनने की काबिलियत रखता है। इट विल बिकम अ विश्व गुरु इन द 21st सेंचुरी। उसका छोटा सा उदाहरण, छोटा सा सिंबल यहाँ बन गया है, ऐसा मेरा मानना है।
This country has always propagated one thought, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, my dear friends. I must say that in the entire history after the independence since 1947, this is one of the unique steps towards the contribution of universal humanity. I appeal to the Vice President and Honorable Chief Minister to recognize this World Peace Dome as a structure of national and global importance and support to promote it in such a way that it evolves as one of the prominent tourism destinations of the world.
We should remember and respect like Professor Vishwanath Karat and millions of people like that, and remember the great service they have done. They should be remembered forever. That is also equally important for all of us. This is the message of this dome. This is the idea of the dome. This is the tallest, not only in size, but also in ideas.
Thank you very much for that film. And I'm sure you must have paid attention to the words of Sri Venkaiah Naiduji when he said, this structure is not important because it is big in size. It is important because it is big in ideas. And now, let me take the privilege to invite the person who created, who saw this vision, saw this dream, and made it a reality. Please welcome the founder and chief patron of MIRS MIT Pune and president of MIT World Peace University, the UNESCO chair holder, revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karat, sir. Over to you, sir.
Friends, this is a good fortune for all of us that today on this occasion of the 4th National Teachers Congress, we had the fortune of listening to very great eminent scholars, thinkers and philosophers, and especially the persons like Governor Najma Heptullaji, Honorable Minister and a scholar, scientist, Mr. Murli Manohar Joshi ji, our great friend from Japan, Tomio ji, and my very esteemed friend from UNESCO Paris, who has been guiding India and the countries around for promoting this very scientific and cultural message of the UNESCO Paris, possibly to promote the culture of peace in the whole world. This is something very unique, possibly, that we had the wonderful words of wisdom spoken by all these great men. And I feel like that joining hands together, the world is passing through a very horrifying silence today, especially on the background of this COVID-19 or coronavirus, which has given the command to the entire world and made them lock down. Maybe for the first time in the history of humanity, such a thing has happened, even though we had the great hopeless situations before. But this signal, which has been given to almost 190 nations of the whole world, is a reminder, is a clarion call, possibly by the Hiroshima Nagasaki atomic bomb structure which are dropped on Hiroshima. That bell of Hiroshima possibly is ringing once again to give the message, a clarion call, a warning to the whole world of scientists, the men of science, religion, philosophy, and those men who are in the power, those who are the Security Council members of the whole world, who should have protected the soul of humanity, but unfortunately we have been engaged more in misusing the science and technology, and possibly developing the biological and chemical weapons has become their main mission. This is very unfortunate. Really speaking, our education, when we are talking of teachers and educationists, all the universities and colleges and institutions have become the information centers, the digital data collection centers. But we have forgotten exactly the duty of a teacher or duty of the universities. Universities like Stanford, Oxford, whatever names you take, or a World Peace University itself, I sincerely feel myself that it is my duty as a teacher, as a professor, as a person who has engaged himself in the field of education. And when I say that we should have a value-based universal education system with an appropriate component of science and spirituality, not to have a misunderstanding of what spirituality stands for. It is not religion. It is a scientific component and the spiritual component of life. The human life, the mechanism of the human body or the entire universe itself, which has been enunciated, I told you in the morning too, that these principles are the secrets which have been revealed 730 years back, which are now revealed through Google, Facebook, and artificial intelligence. But we have to use these tools for the common good of the society as a whole, to develop a holistic, peace-loving global society. The culture of peace, which my UNESCO headquarters always speaks and gives an advice, but it becomes my duty or your duty. And I have an appeal. We have made an appeal to the UNESCO, the United Nations. I wrote a letter also to the United Nations chief, the WHO chief, that now call the meeting of all these people and prevent the promotion of these biological or chemical weapons, which may cause a tremendous danger, and we may not have even possibly a chance to see the end of 21st century. Anything can happen. The horrifying power which has been existing in the atomic or the neutron bombs or the other bombs or the biological weapons will cause a disaster, the human disaster. And now the only thing what I will appeal, especially when I see the UNESCO, Mr. Ferric Fault and Mr. Tomio and the other members who are here present, my teachers, let me tell you honestly my feeling when I said in the morning that now the time has come to establish the schools of consciousness, schools of reality. What is the ultimate truth? What is intelligence? What is exactly the mission which our universities and colleges should have? Let me tell you, friends, being an engineer, I do understand the very logic and philosophy which was enunciated and revealed by these great philosophers sent up India, fortunately from India, who speaks about the Vedic text, who speaks about scientific truths, the universal truths. Now the time has come that we must think of the schools of consciousness and the reality. And from some philosophers and Dhaneshwara, Saint Francis of Assisi to Albert Einstein. This is a big journey in time and space. And now it is my duty, our duty, possibly the friends like you, who must really sincerely think that we should not misuse the tools of science or technology for wrong means or wrong ends in the race of the mad power game which is being played world over. It's quite dangerous, friends. It's situation, and this coronavirus, which has given a command to every one of us, closing down the churches, the temples, the mosques, even the Makkah, Medina, or every other Buddhist temple too. Now, who is going to control this? It is the mind which makes a difference. The body and the brain is one aspect. It's a mechanism, human mechanism. The body and the brain and the soul and the mind, we have always been trying to educate in universities and colleges and through institutions. Only the body and the brain we are trying to educate, train. But it has gone to such an extent that it has caused, started a fear complex world over, like through weapons. But the soul and the mind, we need to really train and educate the mind, develop a positive mindset, develop a very good feelings of mind, and possibly prevent this tendency or the philosophy world over being preached for the wrong ends. That's my personal feeling. Hereafter, the universities should have a value-based universal education system. Friends like you may ask, or anyone else can ask me, how do you speak about a universal system? Every nation has its own history, its own geography, own philosophy, own culture. But the time-tested values are common. They are universal. And hence the mind, the chemistry of mind, the chemistry I'm using a very typical word, the chemistry of mind has to be also understood, and hence the consciousness, hence the intelligence, hence the reality. And these will be the new futuristic areas wherein we have to teach and educate the people and possibly make it even a lesson for ourselves. That's my personal feeling. Thank you, Eric Fall, and thank you, Tomio. Thank you, my other friends. Thank you, teachers. Thank you so much for Congress organizing by Rahul and his team. Thank you so much. Dhanyavad.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Actually, we should thank you for everything that you have done for last 4 decades for every one of us and for entire humanity. Thank you very much, sir. My friends, just the way I spoke about the World Peace Dome, the dream that Honorable Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir saw and made it a reality, Sri Rahul V. Karad is also not an exception to that. He too saw a dream a decade back. He thought and he saw that there is a wide gap between the youth of India and the politics of India. How exactly is to minimize this gap? What should be done, what could be done possibly to minimize this gap between Indian youth and, I would say, the politics? Because unless the young India finds interest in Indian politics and the political issues, how we can expect them to bring some change in it? This thought was always at back of his mind. And almost a decade back, he thought, let us create a school that will train the politicians of the future. Because the youth was going away from politics only because of the thought that all the politicians are bad. All the politicians are illiterate. Was it a fact? Possibly not. But then he thought of creating a school which will induct the young students and create or shape the future politicians out of them. Of course, in the beginning, this thought was laughed at. People said, in India, such a school cannot be created, or even if it is created, it will not function for long. My friends, I'm happy to share with you that it's more than a decade now that MIT School of Government is becoming bigger and bigger every day. The alumni of MIT School of Government are taking various positions across the party borders and everywhere in every part of the country. It is really soothing to see that the dream has come into reality. I would take help of my technical team to tell you, to show you what I'm talking about. I would like to request my technical team if they can please show us a small film made on MIT School of Government. MIT School of Government
is the first institute to initiate the leadership program in politics and government. After the independence, there was a need to have an institution to train the aspiring politicians or the young leading generation of the country. In 2005, MIT SOG was conceptualized by Rahul V. Karad, the executive president of MIT World Peace University, Pune, with a vision of creating ethical, spirited, and committed political leadership for the country from the grassroots and from all walks of life. MIT School of Government is now a part of MIT World Peace University. It offers a 2-year postgraduate degree program in political leadership and government, MPG. The program comprises of 1 year on-campus learning and 1 year off-campus training. Young leaders of our country should respect the politics. They should not feel that all politicians are corrupt. In order to strengthen the democracy, students having good character and value should enter the politics. This is the thought given by Rahul Karad. MIT SOG is spreading this thought in the youngsters. Till date, more than 350 young leaders are set for their mission. They have grabbed key positions in the political parties or government regulatory organizations, and some have succeeded in getting the memberships of the legislative bodies. Obviously, it has backbone of the education imparted at MIT School of Government. Eminent speakers from all walks of life, be it politics, journalism, economics, sociology, film, guide the participants. Students are exposed to listening, meeting, interacting with more than 100 various scholars and speakers throughout the year. This is the peculiarity of this unique residential learning program. As a part of the program, students visit the villages, study their administrative systems, and also extend visits to the state assemblies.
Thank you very much for that film, and I'm sure every one of us must have understood the basic thought and what exactly MIT School of Government has been doing for the last entire decade. Today, on this platform of National Teachers Congress, we took an opportunity to felicitate and confer upon the Jeevan Gaurav Puraskar to salute the work of the people who have spent their entire life possibly for the field of academics. I still remember, in the year of 2016, we felicitated Dr. S.B. Muzumdar, Dr. Vishwanath Karad, Dr. R. Nataraja with this Lifetime Achievement Award. We also felicitated Bala V. Balachandran, Dr. Sanjay Dhande, Dr. Arun Nigwekar, Dr. D.P. Agarwal, Dr. Kasturi Chopra, Dr. S.J. Chopra. Also, in the edition of 2019, we felicitated Dr. Kota Harinarayana, Dr. G. Vishwanathan, Dr. P.C. Shezwalkar, Dr. Anil Sahasrabuddhe, Dr. Parag Diwan, and many more. It is indeed our honor and privilege to recognize the work that these great men have put in for their entire lifetime. Thank you very much. Now, I would like to take the opportunity to invite on stage the ex-IPS officer and senior director of MIT School of Government and Public Policy, Shri Ravindranath Patilji, to kindly propose the concluding remarks and word of thanks in this inaugural session. Over to you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all of you. Gyan, Pragya and Satya, knowledge, wisdom and truth are the three principles on which the foundation of our new education policy has been developed. It was aptly highlighted by our chief guest of honor and former HRD Minister of India, Padma Vibhushan, Dr. Murli Manohar Joshi ji, in his mesmerizing speech. as we look forward to witness unfurling of a new era in India's education system, today's National Teachers Congress is nothing short of a curtain raiser. And it was so overwhelming for us to have respected Dr. Murli Manohar Joshi ji and Dr. Najma Heptullah ji, the Honorable Governor of Manipur and the granddaughter of India's first education minister, Maulana Abul Kalam Azad, to be the chief guest. On behalf of our founder president, Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir, executive president of MICE Trust, Shri Rahul Karad sir, all the trustees and staff of MIT World Peace University, we would also like to express our heartfelt thanks to chairman of drafting committee of NEP 2020, headed by Dr. K. Kasturi Ranjan ji, and veteran economist and founder and convener of City Montessori School, Shri Jagadish Gandhi ji, for graciously accepting our Jeevan Gaurav Puraskar. We are also thankful to Shri Eric Fart, India's UNESCO representative, and Padma Shri Shri Tomio Mizokami, for enlightening the participants with your words of wisdom. Dr. Mizokami-san, your incredible Shuddha Hindi speech is still reverberating into our ears. I would like to thank Mizokami-san in a rudimentary Japanese language. Domo, arigato, gozai mashita. I would also like to take the opportunity to thank Padma Vibhushan, Dr. Vijay Bhatkar sir, for his blessings to the MIT World Peace University and the National Teachers Congress. I would be failing if I do not thank the organizing committee headed by Dr. Chitnis sir, the Pro Vice Chancellor of MIT World Peace University, Dr. Suhasini Desai, Dr. Archana Chaudhary, Dr. Gautam Bapat, and the entire team of organizing such a wonderful program. Years ago, our founder president, revered Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir and Shri Rahul Karad sir had germinated the seed thought of bringing together the high-spirited teachers from India and abroad. That was in the form of National Teachers Congress. We are so thankful to the thousands of educationists who have joined today, echoing Shri Rahul Karad sir's vision. I am reminded of a Sanskrit prayer, Sahana Vavatu, Sahanau Bhunaktu, Sahaviryam Karavavahe, Tejasvina Vadhitamastu, Ma Vidvishavahe. Together we may move, together may we relish, together we may perform. May all be illuminated with the knowledge, wisdom and truth, which is also an objective of our new education policy. Namaskar.
Thank you very much, Shri Ravindranath Patil ji. Thank you very much for proposing vote of thanks. I'm sure everyone would have enjoyed this inaugural session of 4th National Teachers Congress. But let me share with everyone that we are not concluding this session, but we are continuing into the next session of this 4th National Teachers Congress, which is the first plenary session of today, and the theme of which is a roadmap for successful implementation of NEP 2020, and for which I would like to invite the anchor of the next session, Dr. Preeti Joshi, on stage. Thank you very much.
A very good afternoon to all the dignitaries and the esteemed attendees of this very first session of the 4th National Teacher Congress, MIT World Peace University. The theme of this NTC is NEP, National Education Policy 2020 Opportunities Unlocked. we all have gathered here on virtual platform to discuss the roadmap for successful implementation of this National Education Policy 2020. Friends, to achieve any goal, strategy or proper planning that's required, that's really very important. But at the same time, the successful implementation of it is very, very necessary. We all have seen the evolution in the education system since past few years. We had our education policy change 3 decades ago. Pretty naturally, in those years, the world has gone through array of paradigm shifts, transitioning from mechanization to digitization and everything in between. It has moved on a great deal. So much so that the information technology in this new era has managed to alter not just the way industries or various economic sectors operate, but it also has affected our lifestyles, and that too an unimaginable extent. But now this NEP, National Education Policy 2020, is a new hope for all of us. So without any further ado, I request the technical team to relay a curtain raiser short film introducing us the theme of today's very first session, that is Roadmap for Successful Implementation of NEP, National Education Policy 2020. Over to you, technical team.
The National Education Policy 2020 was approved by the Union Cabinet of India in July 2020. It will be replacing the 34-year-old National Policy on Education.
34 साल से शिक्षा नीति में परिवर्तन नहीं हुआ, इसलिए आज का ये जो परिवर्तन है और जो नई शिक्षा नीतियां है, मुझे विश्वास है कि पूरा समाज और सभी देशवासी इसका स्वागत करेंगे, सराहना करेंगे.
This policy offers a comprehensive framework from elementary to higher education. National Education Policy 2020 envisions an India-centric education system that contributes directly to transforming our nation sustainably into an equitable, vibrant and progressive society by providing quality education to all. The academia will have to work openly and collectively to translate this policy into reality. However, the implementation of the policy needs the active participation of all stakeholders and a clear roadmap. Let us discuss this now.
Thank you. Actually, the National Education Policy 2020 envisions the education system, and that contributes directly to the transforming our nation sustainably into an equitable and vibrant knowledge society by providing a quality education to all. And I'm sure in this session ahead, we will definitely get the roadmap for successful implementation of this National Education Policy 2020. And for this, we have among us many eminent personalities like Professor Rishikesh T. Krishnanji, Professor M.K. Sridharji, and Dr. Raghunath Shevgaokarji. So let's capture this august gathering in the form of a photograph. I request all the panelists to turn on their videos, as this pandemic has brought a drastic change in many ways in our lives today. And today's virtual photograph is one of the changes. So let's accept this positive change and have a group photograph. With a big smile, let's capture this august gathering in a photograph. Thank you. Thanks. Going ahead to the next session, as I said earlier, we have among us many eminent personalities, and one of them, that is Professor Rishikesh T. Krishnanji. He is Director, Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore, IIMB. Professor Krishnan's main areas of interest are strategy and innovation. He was a visiting scholar at the Center for the Advanced Study of India, University of Pennsylvania, and at the Indian School of Business, that's ISB at Hyderabad. He held the Jamuna Raghavan Chair in Entrepreneurship at IIMB from 2007 to 2010. Professor Krishnan writes extensively and has more than 140 publications spanning outlets that include refereed journals, the popular press, case studies, book chapters, and very many books. And these books includes, especially I would mention two books. One is Innovation from Jugaad to Systematic Innovation, the Challenge for India, and that was published in February 2010. And the second one, that is 8 Steps to Innovation Going from Jugaad to Excellence, and that was published in month of March 2013. And the latter one, the book that won the Best Book Award in 2013-14 from the Indian Society. So let's welcome Professor Rishikesh Krishnanji, and here I request him to express his view on the implementation of the National Education Policy 2020. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, very good afternoon to all of you. Namaste. And I thank you for inviting me to participate in this event. It's indeed a pleasure and privilege to be on the same platform with Dr. Sridhar, who was one of the architects of the new policy. Also Dr. Shevgaonkar, whom I have known earlier from Bennett University. So my greetings to our fellow panelists as well. I was a student in IIT many years ago in the mid-80s when the previous education policy was formulated. And I remember at that time there was quite a lot of excitement. In fact, as a student body in the student Gymkhana in IIT Kanpur, we had organized a national conference to discuss the then new education policy. As was mentioned in the introduction, now we are fast forwarding about 35 years later, and it's indeed a pleasure that we now have a new national education policy which has received positive feedback from across the society, from different sections, because in general it is a refreshing look at the challenges before Indian education and the various steps that need to be taken to take Indian education to the next level. I think it is fair to say that in the last few decades, a lot of emphasis in Indian higher education has been on technical education, particularly on engineering, to some extent on management, and on other professional subjects like medicine, architecture, etc. But refreshingly, the National Education Policy of 2020 recognizes that we need to go well beyond these dimensions of higher education, and we need to look at multidisciplinary higher education, which will prepare Indian citizens for tomorrow. So I would definitely believe that the policy document which has come out this year is a good framework for us to go forward in developing Indian higher education in the years to come. My remarks will be focused on higher education because this is what I understand well. Of course, the education policy also covers school education, but I will not be speaking about school education during my talk. I think the organizers of this session have rightly identified that a bold vision is not enough. India is a country where we have good policy documents in many areas. We also have good legal frameworks which have been developed. But very often the results of these are not in line with what we expected them to be. So clearly, one of the big challenges in the case of the National Education Policy of 2020 is to effectively implement this new policy. And without implementation of the policy, clearly the vision and dreams which we have may not come true. So in my talk this afternoon, I will focus on a few elements of implementation, which I believe are very important, which will help us hopefully achieve the fruits of the policy itself. The first important element I would like to emphasize is the importance of collaboration. Now, while the new national education policy advocates that one should finally have one multidisciplinary university in every district, I think it's realistic to say that this is going to take some time to happen. But what is it we can do to make the philosophy of the national education policy come true earlier, even if the practical details take a longer time? To my mind, the most important element of that will be to ensure collaboration between the existing institutions in the country, which can work together to create the multidisciplinary framework which the national education policy envisages. Let me give you an example. So here in Bangalore, where I am based, we have top ranked institutions in multiple areas. We have Indian Institute of Science, which is arguably India's top ranked science institution. We have National Law School of India University, which is top ranked in NIRF among law school. We have IIM Bangalore, the institution where I serve, which is regularly ranked among the top 2 in management institutions in NIRF. We have IIIT Bangalore, which is an outstanding institution in IT and computer science. Yet the fact remains that the 4 institutions which I just named, even though we are all excellent in our own domains, we don't collaborate much with each other. Of course, we have some discussions now and then, and sometimes directors meet, but that's not a meaningful collaboration. So how do we make the philosophy of NEP 2020 come true? Students from all our institutions in Bangalore should be able to attend and credit each other's classes. That is how we would be able to create a genuine multidisciplinary curriculum in a shorter time frame. It may not be possible for IIM Bangalore to start law courses tomorrow, but we don't need to. If we can have a meaningful collaboration with National Law School, our students can access the law courses there, and the law students in National Law School can access the management courses in IIM Bangalore. Some of us have started discussions towards this, but to me, this is the first step towards making the NEP 2020 a reality. What is required to make this kind of collaboration feasible? I think 2 things are required. One important thing is on the technology side, and the second important element is on the credit side. Let me start with the technology part. Bangalore, as many of you would have heard, in normal times is a city with horrendous traffic. Indian Institute of Science is 20 kilometers from IIM Bangalore campus. So for our students to go there and attend classes, or their students to come to our campus, is not very feasible. Fortunately, COVID-19 has showed us that it is possible to have online classes. But if we want to have online classes in normal times, we need to do a few other things, because there will be some students in the classroom at IISc, there will be some students in the classroom in IIMB. So not only those students have to hear each other, they also have to hear students in the other institution. They also have to be able to listen to the faculty. So we need well-equipped hybrid classrooms at both ends, plus of course all the frameworks like Zoom or WebEx or whatever other platforms that exist. And we need a regulatory framework which encourages the use of such platforms and allows institutions to give credits to students who are that way remotely registered. So to my mind, that's a very important dimension of making the new national education policy work. The policy does recognize the importance of technology. In fact, if I might just look at it, it talks about the creation of a National Education Technology Forum of experts that will advise the ministry on technology adoption. But that seems to be a somewhat top-down approach. We know that in practice, technology changes very fast. For a body at the central level to consider technological choices, take decisions, and then for those decisions to filter down to individual institutions would take a very long time. So I believe that we need much more dynamic framework for adoption of technology. We need to encourage institutions to try more experiments with technology, particularly to facilitate the kind of collaboration I was just mentioning. That will facilitate the implementation of national education policy on the ground. The second element of making the national education policy work is related to credits. Currently, different institutions have different ways of calculating credits, different credit requirements, and particularly those institutions like us who are outside the university system, each institution has its own system. So we need to not necessarily have a single system, but we need to have a system that allows translation of credits from one system to another. So putting in place such a translation mechanism will help institutions collaborate with each other and will help students imbibe the philosophy of the national education policy at a very early stage. If I may just go back to the technology issue for a moment, I think there's another dimension which we need to emphasize. Historically in India, we have had many institutions which look at education as a subject to study. So we have had various regional and national institutions like NIPA and others who have been focused on education and education effectiveness. But one thing which I see is lacking is very in-depth and rigorous studies on what is the impact of different technology platforms on the effectiveness of learning. If we are going to be using technology much more extensively, as it appears we are likely to do, then we must have continuous study of what is the relationship between technology and learning, what are the different learning styles that our millennial and new generation learners practice, how are these different learning styles aligned with the different pedagogies that we use, what kind of pedagogies suit online learning and blended learning better. We need to have much more research on this, and frankly, I don't see enough of that research happening. I do see some reports from technology providers, but they are not really neutral parties in this exercise. So our own education researchers should be turning their attention to this so that we can use technology more effectively in the times to come. The second important issue that we need to address is the availability of faculty and faculty development. If we are going to have multidisciplinary universities across the country, we need very, very large numbers of qualified faculty who can teach in these universities and institutions. Whatever data we have today suggests that the number of faculty is simply not available. So we need to rapidly expand our PhD programs with the kind of funding which makes it attractive for good students to undertake doctoral level studies. And this needs to be rolled out rapidly if we are to have the number of teachers we require to expand the education platform and education framework in the future. We also need to consider whether it is worthwhile to have a structured program to attract Indians and perhaps even foreign nationals who are in other countries who might be interested in coming to India to teach. There have been small efforts over the years, but a national effort might help us attract some of the best Indian faculty abroad. And we know in many disciplines, if you take my own discipline, business management, for example, US universities, the best professors, almost all of them come from India. So what can we do to attract these faculty to come and be located in India and be part of this bold new experiment, which is the national education policy? I think we need a well thought out, well devised policy to make this happen. And of course, we need commensurate funding so that we can both finance the doctoral programs as well as the recruitment of faculty, which is required to make the new NEP a success. The related thing which we need to do is to look at faculty development very seriously. We have a large number of faculty who might, for example, over the years not be very active in research. We know that the new policy gives importance to research, which is very valid and justified. So how do we make our existing faculty, or how do we help our existing faculty make this transition so that they can make a significant contribution in research in the years coming ahead? And some structured faculty development programs in their direction need to be devised quickly, and we need to have these up and running. The third important element of creating the framework for the national education policy is again related to technology and IT. If we are to have a gross enrollment ratio of 50%, it means we will have many, many more students than we have today. In fact, about double the number of students that we have today. So even within universities, our governance frameworks are not very up to date. Unfortunately, the kind of technology solutions like ERP solutions, which are currently available to manage these institutions, are very expensive. Many of them have also not been developed with the Indian educational context in mind. I think there is an urgent need, perhaps under Atmanirbhar Bharat program, for the government to take up the task of getting some good ERP systems developed. India is otherwise a software giant. We have some of the best software and IT services companies in the world, but we don't have a world-class educational ERP product that could help govern and help the management of Indian institutions. So my appeal is both to the heads of these institutions, these companies like TCS, Infosys, etc., as well as to the government to collaborate, identify the needs and specifications of these systems, have them developed, and then make sure that they can be implemented in Indian institutions at an affordable cost. Without this, we will not be able to manage successfully the kind of expansion in higher education that we are envisaging. And as I said, this fits in very well with our Atmanirbhar Bharat program, which is doing quite well in many sectors, and we need to bring it to the needs of the education sector as well. The last point I would like to make is about resources and funding. Clearly, if you look at the new policy, it has many important elements in it. One of the important elements is that we need to increase the quantity and quality of research done in our universities and higher education institutions. Now, one natural consequence of people doing more research will be that you will need more faculty, because the faculty members' time, if some of it is going to be spent on research, then they will have less time available for teaching. We have clearly seen that in the West, in the US, and even in Europe, when you have faculty who are focused on both research and teaching, the cost of higher education goes up because the amount of time you have from each faculty member available for teaching goes down. So you need to hire more faculty. As a result, higher education becomes a more expensive proposition. We need to do some out-of-the-box thinking as to how are we going to balance this? How are we going to balance the higher costs of the new model with the resource constraints that we have? Unfortunately, I don't have a ready-made solution. Philanthropy, corporate CSR, all of these are possible sources of funds. But my fear is that even those funds will not be adequate to meet the requirements we have to create the kind of institutional structure which is envisaged in NEP 2020. So some very serious out-of-the-box thinking needs to be done on what will be the funding mechanism which will enable NEP 2020 to be effective and successful. There are, of course, other elements of the NEP like enhanced autonomy for institutions, more robust accreditation systems, restructuring of the regulators in the education sector, merger of the regulators to create an integrated regulatory system. Many of these things need to be done quite quickly if the NEP is to take off in an effective way. Because already we are finding that suppose an institution wants to take some of the steps in the direction of the new NEP, some of those are not permitted by existing regulations. For example, the NEP recognizes the possibility of 1-year master's program for students who already have certain kinds of qualifications. But today, the UGC guidelines do not allow 1-year master's program in most disciplines. So unless we quickly revamp the regulatory structures and guidelines, it will be difficult to make the national education policy a reality in a short period of time. So just to sum up, these are the key things which I believe. One is collaboration. Related to collaboration is technology and credit system. Second important point is in terms of training, recruitment of faculty and faculty development. The third important point is in terms of governance systems, particularly the development of good ERP systems. And last but not the least, it is some creative thinking in terms of how we will fund higher education so that we can manage the conflict which might arise between higher research and affordability and accessibility, which are both very important concerns in our country. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Really, indeed, it was a very informative session, very enigmatic session. And I'm sure this will definitely help us going ahead implementation of National Education Policy 2020. Sir has talked about ERP system, recruitment process, research funding, governing changes. So this is really going to help us a lot. Thank you so much, sir. Now going ahead, next we have amongst us Professor M.K. Sridharji, Member, Secretary Karnataka State Innovation Council, Government of Karnataka. Jana Ayogya, Knowledge Commission, Karnataka, Bengaluru, he is on deputation. He is a member of National Education Policy Draft Committee and former Dean Department of Management Studies at Bangalore University. He is a social activist for social and national causes. His life sketch was published as a book entitled Shastra Padhi as well as in Usha Kiran and Karmavira. Udaya TV and Information and Publicity Department of Government of Karnataka have profiled him as an achiever. He was conferred with a Karnatak Rajyostava Award by Government of Karnataka, Kempegowda Award by Bruhat Bangalore Mahanagar Palika BBMP, and General President Gold Medal by Indian Science Congress Association. Recognizing his vast experience, he is nominated as a member of Central Advisory Board of Education CABE, All India Board of Management Studies AICTE, Executive Council of Central University of Gujarat, as well as a member of Project Approval Board of Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya National Mission on Teachers and Teaching. He is also the Honorary President of Center for Educational and Social Studies CESS, an initiative of Vidyarthi Shikshan Seva Trust. I request Professor M.K. Sridharji to enlighten us with his views about National Education Policy 2020. Over to you, sir.
नमस्कार. सब लोगों को मेरा धन्यवाद और आप सब जो वर्ल्ड पीस यूनिवर्सिटी के कार्यक्रम में भाग ले रहे हैं, वो अवकाश देने के लिए मैं आपका थैंक्स बोलना चाहता हूं. फ्रेंड्स, my fellow panelists, Dr. Rishi, Dr. Raghunath ji and others, let me at the outset bring my thanks to all of you for having given me an opportunity. Just before me, Professor Rishikesh was talking about successful implementation of NEP, and he covered few points like collaboration, faculty development, e-governance, resources, etc. But what I would like to bring is something which I personally feel is very critical. Being an insider of that policy framing and also actively involved in its implementation subsequently, I have few issues which I would like to put across to you. The first thing that I would like to present to you is, it is not, the title of the session is not just implementation, it is successful implementation. What is the difference between successful and implementation? I think successful implementation is primarily achieving the vision, rather realizing the vision, achieving the targets, and also trying to ensure whatever the kind of outcome that we have envisaged in the past. And if this has to happen, it is not merely the question of legal, structural, regulatory, resources, and various things. It is a question of a paradigm shift in the culture of the people, in the mindset of the people, both insiders as well as outsiders. I think you will agree with me. Last 73 years of independence and nearly 100 years before that, the kind of education system that we had, colonial in nature, whether it has brought out the real fruits of Indian education out is an issue. All of us, see, for example, the policy talks about, I am giving one example in school education, one example in higher education. The policy talks about the integration of curricular, co-curricular, and extracurricular to be taken together. No hierarchy. Rules, regulations, all that will come. But unless the mindset of parents, teachers, students, and the institutional heads change in this regard, it may happen on paper, but it will happen in spirit. Again, let me talk about the 4-year undergraduate program, multidisciplinary, that kind of a nature. Again, regulations will come, structures will be built, but the real spirit of the broad perspective has to be ensured. So therefore, friends, what I feel is, if you have to ensure successful implementation of national education policy, before I get into the specifics, I am very much interested in sharing some basic principles of implementation. I think you may also be knowing already the process of implementation has started. 3 major steps have already been taken. One is changing the main name of the Ministry of HRD into Ministry of Education. And in school education, there is an assessment related body that is going to come at the national level in addition to NCRT, that is called PARAK, that has already come into existence. And third one, which was made, the announcement was made few days back, that the technical courses will be offered in different regional languages. Like this, many announcements have happened. Many states have constituted task forces for implementation. In fact, in my own state of Karnataka, we have gone ahead and the report is submitted and the state cabinet has already accepted that report. So at different phases it is happening. What I would like to bring is, it is not discussion about whether this is to be implemented or not. All that phase is over. Now, the question is, how do we implement? When do we implement? And details like that. So I feel some important 5 principles are very, very important. The first one is, you will have to build consensus on implementation. You need to take into account the views, the suggestions, what people think. See, for example, I was a part of a expert group constituted by University Grants Commission to come out with an implementation plan for research, etc. In the course of our discussion, we realized that the requirements of central universities, National Institute of Importance, state universities, they are completely different. So we need to have some kind of mechanism where we will try to take the views, the requirements of different players, build some consensus, carry on some consultation, and that is going to ensure the engagement. So this is the first very important thing what I feel. Let me not get into too much of details. The second point what I would like to emphasize is, any number of things have been said in the policy. My own good friend, Professor Rishikesh is here, is Professor of Strategy. In case of strategy, it is always said that you cannot put everything into practice simultaneously. You need to have some kind of prioritization. So the second very important principle what I feel, which is crucial for successful implementation, is while implementing it, we need to have priorities or prioritization. Let me tell you, if you look at so many things that are said about school education, higher education. Let me take an example. In school education, there is a new structure that is being said, 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4. That is the curricular and pedagogical framework in the years to come. I think that must be a priority. And when you come to higher education, the entire regulatory mechanism needs to be overhauled. So therefore, the policy advocates what is called as Higher Education Commission of India with 4 verticals. That is the priority. Like that, we need to have some kind of priorities one after another. And let me tell you one very, very important critical point here. When the iron is hot, you'll have to hit. The atmosphere, the ecosystem, the political leadership, the political will, all that is very, very favorable now. The tough things, the difficult things, all that have to be done first so that it will start sending a signal. So therefore, we need to have some kind of prioritization. This is the second. The third thing what I feel is, if we have to really ensure successful implementation, you'll have to work at different dimensions that are needed. You cannot just take one dimension. What do I mean by that? For example, one dimension is legislative changes. The other dimension is structural changes. The third dimension is administrative changes. The fourth dimension is curricular academic changes. and the fifth dimension is financial. Like that, there can be more. You know, we need to think from different dimensions and what needs to be done at each one of that. See, for example, if you take Higher Education Commission of India, it requires legislative changes, it requires structural change, it requires administrative change, it requires curricular, may not be that financial. But you know, when you take one particular reform or implementing it, on different dimensions you'll have to look, and what is to be done and what is to be addressed in each one of them, we need to look at. So that's why there are many such dimensions have to be looked at. The fourth one, what I feel is, you require an integrated approach to implementation. What I mean by that? What I mean by that is, see, the education policy is coming with a total package. It has school education, higher education, technical education, adult education, technology, vocational education. So many things are there. Indian languages, Indian culture, Indian knowledge system. Now you will have to look at a completely integrated way. If you don't do that, there is always a danger of creating imbalance. Let me take one example and try to come here. If we are thinking of reforms in teacher education, the present standalone to multidisciplinary teacher education institutions, you require this 4-year integrated B.Ed program. That's what the policy says. And they have to be offered by higher education institutions like universities and constituent colleges. Now you tell me, the university comes out with, university or constituent college comes out with 4-year integrated teacher education program. And the students who pass out that program, they are to serve as teachers in school education. So if there is no connect between the primary education and higher education, whatever kind of reform that you are going to bring in teacher education will not serve the purpose. So therefore, what I feel is, the implementation has to be integrated. I have seen many a time, knowing the administrative mechanism, the ministerial arrangements, the bureaucratic ways of doing it. You know, I am especially aware of how it happens in Government of India and state governments. There will be different departments. So any particular reform, they think only in terms of their department. You have to integrate and try to look at. And in Government of India, especially in many of the ministries, there is a bureau concept. A joint secretary will be the bureau chief. And every bureau will have certain themes coming under them. So each bureau looks at in its own exclusive manner. So therefore, what is very important is this entire integrated approach. And the last thing, what I feel, which is very critical for successful implementation is, you will have to think of a special mechanism for implementation. That special mechanism must always flow out of the regular mechanism. It should not be kept separate. Let me give an example here. See, in late around 99 or so, they brought in Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan, Government of India. Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan, later on they brought in Madhyamik Shiksha Abhiyan for secondary school education. That has really done lot of work and it has improved the universalization of primary education. Hats off to that scheme of Dr. Murli Manohar Joshi, who inaugurated your National Teachers Conference today. Hats off to that person for that vision. But while implementing it, what they did is they brought a new mechanism as a special purpose vehicle in every state, like special project directorate they brought in. And the entire scheme was implemented through that directorate. And the existing mechanism of each of the state was completely left and people started reporting only to that mechanism. So you require a special mechanism, but it should not be isolated from, it must be part and parcel of the existing mechanism. So these are some of the things what I feel. At the same time, it is very, very important to have that macro as well as micro. Mere macro is not enough. Mere micro is not enough. You'll have to involve Government of India, their agencies, and every state government. And not just state government, it is the various universities, various colleges, various institutions. See, they have to come forward for implementation. So what I feel, what I would like to end today with a point is that successful implementation is possible through, again I come to the strategy perspective of Professor Rishi, through push and pull strategy. From macro level, this implementation has to be pushed, and from micro level, it has to be pulled. If that doesn't happen, if the marriage of push and pull strategies doesn't happen, and the mindset and the cultural issues are not addressed, mere rules, mere regulations, mere legislations may bring about implementation, but it will not ensure successful implementation. So therefore, my appeal to everybody present here is that we have a policy, we have a vision, people have welcomed, people have said, yes, it is needed, but that is not enough unless it comes on the ground and unless it reaches the last mile, the last institution and the last person, it is not successful. Thank you once again for giving me this opportunity. Namaskar.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. It was indeed a very, very informative session. As you said, multi-dimensional approach is very much required for the successful implementation of this NEP 2020, National Education Policy 2020. At the same time, you talked about very many dimensions like structural dimension, legislative dimension, curricular dimension, as well as financial dimension. You also talked about how political will and prioritization, that's equally important for successful implementation of this NEP, National Education Policy 2020. Thank you so much, sir. Now, the third speaker of this session, very eminent speaker we have, and he is Dr. Raghunath Shevgaonkar, Vice Chancellor at Bennett University, ex-Director IIT Delhi, ex-Vice Chancellor University of Pune, Professor Emeritus IIT Bombay. He was faculty research associate with University of Maryland, US, and visiting professor with the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, US, ETH Zurich, ISEP Paris. At his alma mater IIT Bombay, he helped found Center for Distance Engineering Education. He played a key role in commissioning one of the world's largest decameter wave telescopes at Indian Institute of Astrophysics and Raman Research Institute, Bangalore. His teaching and research areas include strategic planning, optical communication, image processing, and computational electromagnetics. His work has been recognized by institutions and organizations in India as well as abroad. He is a recipient of many prestigious awards including IEEE Undergraduate Teaching Award in 2011, Headline Today's Education Leadership Award 2012, and Devang Mehta Business School Award in 2010. So I request you, sir, to guide us with your views regarding implementation of National Education Policy 2020. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Indeed, a pleasure to be here with MIT. I remember I had come to MIT in the Chhatra Sansad about 2-3 years back. And I have very pleasant memories of that visit. In fact, this Chhatra Sansad, if I remember correctly, it started when I was at University of Pune. And that was the first session of this Chhatra Sansad was held almost 10 years back. And since then, this has really grown manifold. Many eminent speakers have come here and expressed their views on various issues which are of national and global importance. So indeed, it is a pleasure and honor to be here on this platform, and especially with the distinguished colleagues like Dr. Krishnan and Professor Sridhar. Professor Sridhar has given the philosophy of the National Education Policy 2020. In fact, many times, when I read the National Education Policy, I just wanted to go through what was the thinking behind this policy. And there are some things which are the outputs now, which are spelled out. But today, at least from Professor Sridhar's talk, I could really see some philosophy, which was behind these points, which essentially culminated into the education policy. Dr. Krishnan actually raised very important issues. And in fact, many of the things which I would say will be very similar to where Dr. Krishnan said, which is for the implementation of the National Education Policy 2020. So there may be some similarities, but there may be some little more addition also to what Dr. Krishnan said. And that's what probably will make the thing a little more complete in our discussion. So first of all, what really impressed me in the education policy is that this education policy, first of all, is very inclusive. At the same time, the education policy is forward-looking. The education policy also talks about the character building. This education policy first time has emphasized the importance of the teachers and the educational leadership. Having said that, that these are some important aspects which the education policy has brought in. And if we really follow the education policy successfully, as Professor Sridhar said, then there is no doubt that we will become really an educational giant in the world in the next 20-30 years. However, when I really go into the nitty-gritties of many of the proposals or things which are made in the education policy, I see there are a couple of implementation issues. And some of them actually Dr. Krishna also highlighted. And I would like to take one by one for those issues. So firstly, this education policy talks about the multidisciplinary education. And you'll see it also talks about the importance of the liberal arts education into the general education framework. In fact, if you really look at the Indian education system, last 20 years or 30 years at least, after the technical education started becoming more important, we started creating solitary institutions which were primarily either technical institutions or primarily management institutions. And somehow the holistic development of the students actually got the backseat. In fact, the whole education system became almost like as if we are training people just to get jobs. Whereas if you really look at the education, the objective of education is far broader than getting a job. Job is just one aspect of education. But getting a holistic development, creating a thinking, creating a nationalistic feeling, creating brotherhood, all those what to think, what not to think, that actually should be taught into an education system. However, in last 20, 30 years, as I mentioned, because of this professionalization of education, essentially the whole thrust was put only into the job market and finding appropriate jobs, and not only jobs, but high salaried jobs. That became a primary objective of education. So this education policy, if it really puts the right thrust on the holistic development, like including the liberal arts, which essentially builds your character, I think that is something which is very, very admirable, and we should really work towards that. Second thing, what the education policy has said is that from the employment point of view, the vocational education should become an integral part of the normal education system. In fact, people who are in Maharashtra, they might be knowing exactly same recommendation was made by Dr. Anil Kakorkar's committee 10 years back, when the Maharashtra government had constituted a committee for the reform of higher education in Maharashtra. It so happened that the report was submitted to the government, and just it remained with the government, and the report was not implemented. Why? Because there were many suggestions which were made in the report. They were radically different than what people were used to, including the administration and the governance of the education system. In fact, in new education policy, when we are talking about, there are many recommendations which you see here. They were made even in the earlier commissions also. If you look at Kothari Commission, there were many of the recommendations which were made there also. But then what happened in last 30 years, 34 years? Why the education did not get transformed? So the problem boils down to finally the implementation, how we are going to really implement this, and how much willingness we have to implement the recommendation made by other policy. And that's where the whole thing lies. Let us take some of the things which are very, very important. Let us take the faculty development, which Dr. Krishnan also talked about. If you look at really the faculty development and leadership development in education, I actually put these two things together. Invariably, people think that the faculty's job is to only teach, and maybe they are supposed to do research also. And large number of institutions in India, I see majority of the faculty don't do research. They are practically involved only into teaching. Leave aside the premier institutions, who do focus on the research. But if you really go deeper, you will see that the faculty does far more things than only just teaching and research. Just to give an example. First of all, the faculty's job is to really create a connect with the society. There's an outreach activity which the faculty should be involved. The faculty's also responsibility is the institution building. So when you go to the institution, the ethos of the institution are actually created by the faculty. So when you walk into the institution, people should feel that this is an institution of excellence. And that actually can come if you are really having the dedicated faculty who have commitment for building the quality into the education system. Third thing, they should have the leadership roles. That is not only the classroom teaching, but they should be holding responsibilities into the education. That means the leadership training should be imparted to them. They should become leadership leaders. And then they should be involved into professional activities, like the professional societies, like they should be reviewing papers, or they should be creating white papers, for the government, for policymakers. These are many of the roles which actually faculty are supposed to do. Unfortunately, this training is not imparted to the faculty at all. Even for teaching also, invariably, it is assumed that after you get your PhD, automatically you can become a good teacher, or you can become a good researcher. Incidentally, it doesn't happen that way. It requires some mentorship, it requires some training, and this thing has to be told to the faculty. Going further on the faculty development level, that as the time is moving, it is not only that your mastery on your subject, but how would you impart this knowledge by using technology, which Dr. Krishnan also mentioned. Is faculty getting conversant with the new technology which is becoming available? And as many recommendations are coming, including the UGC and many other bodies, as the time is going to move, maybe 40 to 50% of the teaching learning process will become online. So are the faculty really trained to use the tools which are available? Are the tools really up to the expectation of what teaching learning process demands? That's where we require a lot more discussion when we come for implementation of the faculty development program. Third thing, what is happening is over the time is that the time is moving, the student expectations are changing. And this education policy categorically says the education process should become learner-centric. But the learner-centric, when we talk about the student expectations, are very different today than what they used to be 20, 30 years back. In fact, today students don't even want to sit in the class for 1 hour. They think 1 hour class is too long. You should be able to teach them only in 20 minutes. Or you should get the information quickly transferred. Or you should leave them free and let them build their own subject. The faculty is not prepared for this. Faculty still feels that the student can be given knowledge only through them, and there is no other way by which the student can get knowledge. But that's what is changed in the last 30 years. Today, the information and knowledge is available everywhere, and student can really access it. What then faculty's role would be, that has to be told to the faculty now, and faculty should essentially accept that reality, that their role is changed now. This creation or this mentorship for the faculty, this is going to be extremely important when we implement the new education policy. Let us now come to the second point, which again comes for the implementation point of view, that the education policy recommends that there are multiple entry, multiple exit options available to the students. Now, from the student societal angle, this is an extremely positive step which is taken, because we know there is a section of society who do not come to the regular colleges because of their other commitments. There are many children who have to earn their bread for their families also, and because of that, they are unable to come to the regular schools and colleges. For them, if you wanted to bring them to the mainstream, you have to facilitate, and we can bring them so that they can also acquire degrees and so on and so on, and finally they become affluent as other part of the society is. However, when we talk about the implementation of this multiple entry, multiple exit option, though philosophically this is very positive move, I see there are many, many implementation challenges. And the first and foremost challenge I see, where even the teachers will have to play a major role, is the curriculum design. Earlier, when we had a 3-year program, degree program design, you had a comprehensive look at the curriculum which you would cover in 3 years. And at the end of 3 years, you will get certain objectives outcome met. So you will get a certain knowledge acquired and so on and so on. Now, if you are giving an option to somebody to exit after 1 year, that 1 year should make him something doable. You cannot say that I can have my curriculum for first year, second year, third year, right? And after first year, you can walk out, and after 2 years, you can come and join second year and third year and so on. What that means is that your curriculum now has to be completely redesigned. So earlier what was happening is that people used to teach theoretical portion of what used to be taught first, and as you go toward the end of the program, you should have a more practical aspect, and there should, more internship and so on and so on. Now, when you are sort of asking somebody, giving an option to go out after 1 year, there's some skills he should be developing in 1 year so that he can go and find some employment. After 1 year, he can come back, and second year, his skills should be something enhanced, and then find something more than what he was getting after first year. And after third year, he should get something which is equivalent to getting a degree into the program. This is really a big challenge. In fact, nobody has thought academically how this curriculum redesign, which is like an inversion of the pyramid of the academics, is going to be implemented. So integration of the vocational training right? Write more, first more in the earlier years and slowly reducing as you go to the higher years, and increasing the more core component of the degree program toward the later year. This kind of restructuring of this curriculum will be highly desirable if we wanted to really make this multiple entry, multiple exit option, which is possible. Second thing which is proposed by, again, in right spirit by the education policy, is this credit bank, and which again Dr. Krishnan also mentioned about this credit bank. But as he very rightly said, we do not have a uniform credit structure defined in our country. In fact, when we talk about a credit and relative grading system, many of the university people don't even understand what relative grading system means. We still are more comfortable in giving the absolute numbers and absolute marks, and sort of which is related to the performance. So when we talk about this flexible credit bank system which is there, first of all, before that we implement this, we have to create a uniform credit policy across the country, which the policy might have not defined. But for implementation, without having a uniform credit structure, which is accepted by all the universities, implementation of this credit bank will be almost on the paper. You will not be able to implement that. Following that, policy also mentions that once you accumulate certain credits, you can take these credits and get a degree from a university. Question is, which university? If you acquire the degree, if a credit from multiple institutions, why a particular institution would give you a degree? So when you go for implementation, you have to define clear norms of how this credit bank encashing will take place, who will be the university which will give them degrees. There may be a possibility that government may create some institutions or universities which will take the credit from different this bank and award a degree. But if they are not the main universities who are giving degrees, then they will acquire very quickly a second grade kind of recognition. So what that means is we require a clear understanding of how the credits are going to be accumulated, how the credits are going to be encashed, who are the universities which are going to encash these credits and give the degrees, what is there for the universities to award a degree to somebody who has not done full credits with them. These are some of the things which have to be spelled out, which have to be deliberated before we go for implementation of that. And third point I want to make is, again, which again Dr. Krishnan mentioned obliquely, is this policy, I still don't find a very clear financial model defined for educational institutions. First of all, the policy says that education is philanthropic. In principle, I agree with that. But imagine now that when the 70% of education in this country is in private domain, and in private domain when the student intake keeps on fluctuating, how the simple philanthropy can really going to make this education policy successful. So what we require is a robust financial model for an educational institution, which this policy has not really spelled out. In fact, this policy also said that there should be about almost 30 to 40% students should get free shifts and scholarships, right, because of the economic reasons and so on. But if you really look at the status or condition of the education institution in this country, half the educational institutions are on the verge of closing. Why? Because they are not financially sustainable. And why they are not financially sustainable? Because there are a lot of controls and restrictions which assumes that the education should be subsidized by somebody, and it should be done only on philanthropic basis, and people should pay minimal for getting the quality education. I think it should be understood that the quality education always comes at a cost. Question is, who is going to bear this cost? Right? Is the institution going to bear this cost? If that happens, then the present condition of the institution clearly shows it has not happened. Because what has happened is, because of these constraints which used to be there, financial constraints on the institution, ultimately the substandard people were hired in the institution. The quality of the faculty suffered, and the education did not really prosper. Is government going to subsidize it? I think government, I don't think they have so much of resources. What that means is we require the financial models either coming from the corporate sector or the financial model which is coming from the industry, which are going to make, which are not asked, will not ask the education institutions to make the education cheap. They will, whatever education cost, that is the cost which is going to be there, but then student will get their subsidy from the corporate, and eventually after getting a degree, after finding a job, they will be able to keep paying it. So these models, which are some of the models which do exist in the Western world, I think we should look at those models and try to see whether these things can be implemented. So ultimately, what boils down to that, though many of the things are very wishful thinking, many of them are actually related to the autonomy which is given in present context to educational institutions. The educational institutions are highly controlled, right? They don't have the autonomy, kind of autonomy, neither academic autonomy, nor administrative autonomy, nor financial autonomy. So if we have a robust model, and if the autonomy is granted to the educational institution, then the implementation of education policy, right, and with the right kind of support coming from the government, will be really doable. So these are certain hard steps which we have to do if we really wanted to make the education policy successfully implemented. So let me stop here. I think time is approaching, so there will be some question and answer also. So I will stop at this point, and we can have some Q&A if they are there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It was indeed a very informative session, and through this session, I'm very sure that each and everyone who is attending this session, they definitely will get an idea how to overcome the challenges. You talked about multiple challenges facing when implementation of this NEP, National Education Policy 2020, will go ahead. First one, you talked about credit bank. When there is no uniform credit bank or credit system is available, definitely we need to look into it. That is going to be one of the challenges, we can say. Second, you talked about curriculum design. When there are exit options available, so we need to have a curriculum design in such a way that after a year, if somebody is passing out, something doable he must be doing. So curriculum design, that is one more challenge you talked about. And third, you talked about financial models for institutes. They are not very clear in this education policy. So definitely with those obstacles, how to overcome them and how to make a roadmap for successful implementation of NEP. I'm very sure from this session, each and everyone who is attending this session, they must have got an idea or roadmap very clear for successful implementation of this NEP, National Education Policy 2020. Many teachers have joined us through this virtual platform from many cities, many districts, across the country. Many teachers have joined here, and they all are really enjoying and getting information, insights from all the eminent speakers from this session. Here I could see some of the questions, many questions actually I could see over here, but because of time constraint, I could go ahead only with few questions. So first of all, first question which has come to me, that is how to bridge the gap between the policy recommendations and its successful implementation. This is the question which has come, and it is a kind request to Sridhar sir to guide us or let us know about this question, how to go ahead with this. Over to you, Sridhar sir.
Yeah. See, the gap between...
Should I repeat the question?
The gap between policy...
Many questions are there here, I could see. They are about implementation of Education Policy 2020. One is about implementation, one is about higher education, the next is about vocational skill development. So the first question, I'm going to read it again. How to bridge the gap between the policy recommendations and its successful implementation? Sridhar sir, Rishikesh sir, or Shevgavkar sir?
Sridhar is answering.
Professor Sridhar, you please go ahead, sir. Please go ahead.
So the policy point and its implementation. No doubt there will always be gap in the beginning. But the kind of macro perspective which I said, in addition to that, what we require is a very robust and integrated implementation plan. I have a small framework for that. In fact, I had come little prepared for that also. One is, for each of the policy paragraph, policy points, what I learn now is the concerned people are working on a kind of a detailed implementation plan, which consists of what actually is the target that you want to achieve, what is the present status, what are the different kind of activities that you'll have to carry on, and then the task to many people, what task, who will do by what time, etc., whose responsibility, etc. And then the financial calculation per annum for 5 years, recurring, non-recurring, all that. Like this, the ministry and the departments, I'm talking little at the macro level, what is the planning happening. So this is the kind of approach that we need. But merely this is not enough. I think, as Professor Rishi and Dr. Raghunath, they shared the various issues. I think it has to be done at the institution level also. So one is primarily taking each policy point, digging it deeper, how it has to be done, what is to be done, who will do by what time and how much finance and what kind of changes that are needed. And then at the same time, we need to prioritize what is to be done first, what is to be done next, and things like that. This is what I personally think. I gave a small brief framework, that's all. Over.
Thank you so much, sir. Now going ahead with the next question, that is for Professor Rishikesh Krishnanji. How NEP 2020, National Education Policy 2020, will help to achieve quality in education? I'll repeat the question, sir. How NEP, National Education Policy 2020, will help to achieve quality in education? Over to you, sir.
I think many elements of this were mentioned already. One important element was mentioned by Dr. Sridhar in his talk, particularly the revamping of teacher training and teacher educational qualifications. This is a very important part which has been addressed in detail by the education policy. So that is one important change. Second important change in terms of quality is emphasizing the importance of accreditation system rather than some of the traditional regulatory systems. So good accreditation systems also put emphasis on quality. Third dimension is giving more importance to research. I'm sure that will also make the teaching process more based on contemporary and current knowledge. So that should also strengthen the education process. I don't think it's possible to give a complete list, but I will really agree that the education policy in most of its provisions tries to maintain a good balance between quality as well as accessibility.
Thank you. Very clear answer, sir. Thank you. Now going ahead with the third question, that is to Professor Shevgavkar, sir. How much National Education Policy 2020 will help in vocational skill development? I am repeating the question. How much National Education Policy 2020 will help in vocational skill development? Over to you, Shevgaonkar sir.
Yeah, so integration of vocational skill in normal education is really a great step forward, which is recommended by the education policy. Only thing is, how are we going to do that? Because when we go to the normal colleges and universities, at this point of time, the vocational component is practically missing. There are certain institutions which are made only for vocational training. So there are different models one can really work out. One model could be that we can have partnership between the vocational training institutions and the conventional education degree program. That is one model. Second model could be that if you are having a cluster of university in certain region, then maybe the different institutions can pool resources together and create the vocational education training centers where the students from different institutions can come and can get trained. That could be second possibility. Third possibility could be that the industry which are there in the local industry which are in that region, they can really open their gates for giving vocational training to the conventional degree program students. So students can go and work with the industry. So industries and educational institutions, if they create a stronger partnership and create these vocational training hubs, I think that would be something which will be much more financially viable rather than saying each standalone institution will have vocational also and the conventional degree program also. So these are some of the thoughts, which could really make this possible.
Thank you so much, sir. We have got a good information or roadmap, I would say, about successful implementation of this National Education Policy 2020. We have got many questions from teachers, but because of time restraint or constraint, we have got very few questions over here, but all clear answers we have received from all eminent personalities. Now, we are coming to the concluding part of this session, but before that, I want to announce tomorrow's sessions, how we are going to go ahead. What will be the map or route for tomorrow's session? We are going to start at 10 o'clock in the morning with paper presentation based on various topics and the theme of National Teachers Congress 2020. Then at 12 o'clock we have participatory session that is called as Teacher to Teacher Connect. So that's going to be very interesting. It's a request, kind request to all the teachers to participate in this Teacher to Teacher Connect at 12 o'clock, 12 noon. Then we are going to have 232 parallel sessions. One is on higher education and one is on school education. Links will be available on the website, and in the last session, next session, you are going to get the links for tomorrow's session. Please check your chat box, and there all the links will be available. Also, you check the website National Teachers Congress MIT World Peace University for the links for tomorrow's session. Next session we are going to start 4:30 and same link you are going to use for the next session. So now coming to the concluding part of the session, I request Dr. Anjali Sane, who is an Associate Dean for School of Commerce, to propose the vote of thanks.
Honorable revered Founder President Dr. Vishwanath D. Karad sir, Honorable Executive President Shri Rahul Karad sir, respected Vice Chancellor Dr. N.T. Rao sir, eminent speakers of today's plenary session Dr. Rishikesha Krishnan ji, Shri M.K. Sridhar ji, Dr. Raghunath Shevgaonkar ji, Pro Vice Chancellor, Deans, Directors, Heads of School, dignitaries on and off the dais, ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to have been asked to propose the vote of thanks on this occasion. Education is the passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. I, on behalf of MIT World Peace University and the entire team of National Teachers Congress, and on my own behalf, extend a hearty vote of thanks to all the speakers for gracing today's function and sharing with us your valuable inputs on the topic Roadmap for Successful Implementation of the National Education Policy 2020. A big thank you to Professor Rishikesh Krishnanji for his insightful thoughts. Sir, you have explained a complex topic in such a lucid manner. You have enlightened us with your views on NEP and the challenges that lay ahead of us. I must mention our deep sense of appreciation for Shri M.K. Sridharji, who has thrown light on the new Education Policy 2020 and the roadmap ahead. He said that the new education policy is very flexible. It has multiple entry and exit options. However, the successful implementation of NEP requires special mechanism which should not be isolated but which will grow out of the existing mechanism. He has also emphasized the macro push and the micro level pull required for successful implementation. Sir, we are all inspired by your great words. I also thank Professor Dr. Raghunath Shevgaokarji for expressing his thoughts on the NEP and the roadmap that lies ahead of us. Sir, you have emphasized the importance of training for teachers and the importance of technology, especially in today's world, for the success of NEP 2020. Importance of curriculum design and the need to redesign skill-based curriculum, keeping in mind the flexibility offered by NEP, was pointed out by Shevgaonkar sir. He also stressed the need for uniform credit bank as well as a robust financial model of autonomy for educational institutions required to make the NEP successful. Thank you, sir, for sparing time from your extremely busy schedule. I also extend my thanks to the entire technical team at MIT World Peace University for their enormous cooperation in the organization of this event. Dear all, the new education policy aims to facilitate an inclusive, participatory, and holistic approach which takes into consideration field experiences, empirical research, stakeholders' feedback, as well as lessons learned from the best practices. It is a progressive shift towards a more scientific approach to education. If implemented in its true vision, the new structure can bring our country at par with the leading countries of the world. Thank you one and all for an excellent session which has set tone for many fruitful discussions during the National Teachers Congress. Thank you one and all.
Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you, Sani ma'am. And this is the concluding part of this session. We are going to begin the next session at 4:15 sharp. So stay connected with the same link. And once again, I take this opportunity to thank each and everyone present over here and all the eminent speakers who really helped us, guided us to prepare a roadmap for successful implementation of National Education Policy 2020. With this, thank you, and we'll conclude the session. Stay connected. We'll join again 4:15 with the same link for the next session. And the session theme is National Research Foundation, a leap towards Atmanirbhar Bharat. Thank you.
हो चालेल ओके
और रिसर्च का स्ट्रॉन्ग
नमस्कार सर डॉक्टर मुखोपाध्याय जी डॉक्टर बापट it is indeed pleasure to welcome both of you on behalf of MIT World Peace University and National Teachers Congress. It is my pleasure and privilege that you are there today. Yeah, thank you. We have
as well as the I'm very happy to mention here that earlier panelists, many of them find the session so interesting that they are not leaving, they are on the panel still, and we are happy about it. Yes. This is a second plenary session, and
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, a very warm welcome to all of you to the second plenary session of the 4th National Teachers Congress organized by MIT World Peace University. The theme for this session is National Research Foundation, a leap towards Atmanirbhar Bharat. The National Research Foundation is an important component of NEP 2020 to encourage academicians and researchers to innovate and research in India while keeping Indian problems in their minds. It will also limit Indian students' migration for higher studies abroad, and top Indian minds will end up contributing to India's development and progress to make India a superpower in the world. The idea behind NRF looks more problem-solving in nature, as it encourages interdisciplinary research, supports innovative activities, and tries to address major problems in the field of research which students generally face. Now, let us have a look at the short film about the session. I request my technical team to relay the session film on National Research Foundation, a leap towards Atmanirbhar Bharat.
The National Research Foundation, introduced in the National Education Policy, will focus on funding research within the education system, primarily at colleges and universities. It will look after funding, mentoring, and building quality of research in India. The NRF will fund research projects across 4 major disciplines: sciences, technology, social sciences, and arts and humanities. Innovation will be a key to increasing indigenous research, holding talent in the country, and it will also contribute to solving some of its most demanding problems and the growth of India. NRF will act as a bridge between researchers and the government to help with the most urgent national issues for creating an Atmanirbhar Bharat. Let us discuss this now.
Thank you, my technical team. Unusual times call for unusual conventions. The new normal for any event post-COVID is an online session and to have a virtual photograph. May I now request all the esteemed dignitaries on the virtual dais to switch on their videos and have a wonderful smile on their faces so that we can capture this moment and make this an everlasting memory. I request my technical team to capture the group photograph. Thank you. Thank you, my technical team. We are indeed fortunate to have 3 very eminent speakers for this plenary session on the National Research Foundation, a leap towards Atmanirbhar Bharat. We have with us today our first eminent speaker, Dr. Dhananjay Bapat. Before asking him to address the audience, let me introduce him to you. Dr. Dhananjay Bapat is an assistant professor at Indian Institute of Management, Raipur, India. He has previously worked with the National Institute of Bank Management, Pune, GCMMF, Amul, and Crompton Greaves. He holds PhD in marketing from Sardar Patel University, Vallabh Vidyanagar, Gujarat. His research areas include services marketing, digital payments, consumer behavior, branding, and banking. He has conducted executive training programs for national as well as international participants in the area of financial services marketing, retail electronic products, and strategy for financial services. His consultancy assignment, Cost of Cash, received overwhelming response from policymakers, practitioners, and academicians. He has published articles in reputed journals and has presented papers in various conferences in India, Philippines, and US. He has also written several articles in the Financial Express and Mint. He is the recipient of Best Paper Award in the first Banking Research Conference in India. He has also authored 2 books, namely Marketing of Financial Services and Brand Extensions in Indian Context. He brings with him 12 years of enriching experience in management education, executive training, postgraduate teaching, and academic research. His specialities are bank marketing, marketing strategy, and brand management. Let us, with a huge round of applause, welcome Dr. Dhananjay Bapat, sir, to address the audience. Sir, over to you.
Respected Professor Chitnis, Professor Desai, Professor Debjyoti, Professor Ajay Kumar, faculty members, lovely audience through a virtual.
I think there is little connectivity issue. We'll wait for a minute or so.
I guess Dr. Dhananjay Bapat, sir, is facing some technical issue at his end. I guess we can wait for a couple of more minutes for him to be back online and to share his views with us. I'm sure he and our technical team are solving the technical issue at his end.
I think he's back. Dr. Bapat, we missed you in between.
Yeah, sorry. So thank you very much for giving me a wonderful opportunity to associate with a very important plenary session on National Research Foundation. In fact, I'm quite, impressed with the host organization, that is MIT WPU. The reason why, because we are right now in the year 2020, and I had the privilege to attend a meeting on the Board of Studies. Long time back, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, when he was a principal advisor, scientific advisor to the government of India, he did a kind of a vision of 2020, what India will be. And he identified the areas for which can leap India to a kind of a higher trajectory. So those areas he identified were health and education, then agriculture, IT and communication, infrastructure, and critical technologies. Now he took this to His Holy Highness Pramukh Swami Maharaj, and Pramukh Swami Maharaj said that there's something which is missing, and he asked what is that is missing. So he said that one thing which is missing is a character or the faith, and that I find very uniquely placed at MIT World Peace University, because when we reviewed the programs, we find that that is a value-based education which is given a kind of a prominent place in the education. Now, while looking into the national education policy, there's a page number 45 and 46 which describes, what it lays down, the parameters for national education policy and National Research Foundation, wherein it has identified that there are the issues that our country is facing. These issues are related to sanitation, these issues are related to healthcare, these issues are related to education, these issues are related to infrastructure. This is on the one side. On the other side, we find that India is at a cusp of the opportunity. Cusp of the opportunity when we look into our progress in the space technology, when we see our growth and we look into the journey, into our digital payments or digital India as a digital India initiative. Also, India into I will say, into a kind of a very prominent nation with a focus on science and technology. So those are the things which we have witnessed. Now, again, looking into, while comparing with our with India vis-a-vis other country, we find that other countries like United States of America or South Korea, they have been spending around 2.8% to around 4.2% of their total into the research, into innovation, right? Research, development, and innovation, that is what they are spending. While India is spending right now at 0.69%. 0.69%. So 0.69% versus 2.8 or 4.2%, that's a huge gap. And the research and research at the education or research into the education kind of attached to the national education policy can bring lot of value. And how it can be done? So there also it has mentioned that it can be done through a kind of a culture, by having a research culture. And what is the research culture is all about? So culture is about whenever we smell the organization, right? That gives an impression, the impression that we carry, right? So where we find that there is, here, there is a kind of a one creature that you can relate with, that is Indian cockroach. So they say that Indian cockroach, there is a story behind Indian cockroach, people have not been able to progress. On the other side, you find that cockroach has been taken into a positive sense, that it has been able to withstand, any kind of the environment that it is subjected to, right? Now the question is up to you. The question is the environment is placed, but then how we are going to respond is up to us, right? And there the research has already outlined how they are going to do it. They are saying that it is through a 4 mechanism. So 4-point mechanism. The first is about the funding. So funding, that is where they have identified the organizations into specific areas which are going to fund the research, be it science and technology, be it humanities, and that is what has been spelled about. And then how we are going to facilitate. The second point covers the facilitation of the research. So how it's going to facilitate the research, how it is going to create a kind of a catalyst. So more kind of the research, more kind of a research which again can be converted into the commercialization, which can put India at a kind of a strategic place in the area of the research and development. So that is there. And then when we talk of research, research cannot happen in a vacuum, right? I had an experience with banking industry. So I had been fortunate to conduct the research, and there are different ways in which you can do a research. You can approach research directly to the industry, or through a kind of a more kind of a collaborative or a kind of a multidisciplinary, kind of the strategies that you can build, and that is how you can hone your research, right? So we looked into, we adopted several methods. We started with the training, and through the training, we reach out to the kind of the funding people who could fund, or funding organizations, or banks as a funding organizations who could fund our research. So the Research Foundation has also covered about how they are going to liaison between an academic institute and a research institute, academic institute and industry, right? And next thing, the 4th point that it is covering is about recognizing the research. So it is not only having the research, but whenever you publish a research or whenever the patent we are able to build, we need to celebrate that, and we need to recognize that. So that recognition can be built by the individual organizations. So here comes the role of a leader in terms of how they recognize and how they bring that a change, so that India is placed at a kind of a strategic level, right? So here comes really the role of the leader. And there are certain things which I would like to cover, because when we talk of the research, we always try to connect research with the problems, right? So, and these problems you can relate in terms of whether this is personally relevant. That is first aspect, that is P, you can relate with personally relevant, whether it has got a reality linkages, right? Whether it has got anything to do with the reality. Third is whether it is open to debate, right? So whether we are open to criticism, because whenever we send a research paper, we get a criticism from the reviewer that it could have been done like this. Maybe we may get a very harsh criticism that your paper is rejected. That is also we may have to accept, and we may have to improve upon. So whether it is we are open to debate, whether we are open to study, then another is the fourth I would like to relate with, that is B. B stands for big problem, right? So what are the problems that our research is attempting to solve? I remember in the long time back, we did a study on cost of cash. Now this study was a very interesting study, and let me also share, this study was conducted at a time when India people were not talking about the digital India. So we estimated what is the cost which is associated with the cash operations. So I'm just giving, so likewise, there can be a lot of you can find a lot of areas, lot of big areas that you can relate with. And then we need to look into what is the learning opportunity. We need not stop at just having a kind of a one paper or two paper, but then has to be a continuous journey, right? It is not a destination. Research is not a destination, but it is a continuous journey. And that is where here L, I would like to relate with the learning opportunity. And then if we are research, it is about the research that we are carrying about, and we are thinking in terms of at the drawing board, that is not enough. So we need to think research, whether it is empirically grounded, and then whether it is attempting to solve the managerial problem. So these are some of the areas, in terms of the problems that the research we will try to attend. And as a person who is involved into the research, as an organization which is involved into the research, will always looking for a growth in the research. Or that is where I would like to relate with SOAR, SOAR. So S stands for start. So organizations need to start with the research culture and need to continue with the research culture. Second is O stands for organize. So how we are able to organize, how we are able to share, within the faculty, within the people who are having the like-minded or working in the similar areas. Even also, can we look into a kind of a cross-functional organization, right? So organize, and A stands for align. So how we are able to align our research with the National Research Foundation objectives, our research with the country objectives, right? And then we need to look into, that is R stands for review and submit. There is always a scope of review and review on a continuous basis. So these are some of the areas, that we can look into form of a research. And I think I have been given around 15 minutes. So I think I would request the next speaker to take over.
Dada.
Hello.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful words on research. You defined it very vividly, like research is not a destination, but a continuous journey. The role of leadership that you stressed on, the kind of funding, and whether the research that we do are able to solve the real problems of the world. You have put forward such wonderful views, sir. Thank you so much for those words of wisdom. May I next call upon Dr. Debajyoti Mukhopadhyay, who is our next speaker. He is the Dean, School of Engineering and Applied Sciences, Computer Science Engineering of Bennett University. Before I call him up, let me introduce him to you. Dr. Debajyoti Mukhopadhyay is currently working as the Dean, School of Engineering and Applied Sciences at Bennett University. He brings with him 17 years of academic academic experience and 19 years in the IT industry. He had earlier worked in the well-known Bell Communications Research in New Jersey, USA, as a scientist for 7.5 years. He also has held top-level positions in organizations like DataCore, MN Dastoor & Co. Limited, TCS, in the capacity of President, CEO, Director and General Manager and Senior Consultant. He has extensive knowledge and experience in managing very large team of offshore software development projects. In academics, he has held the position of Professor of Computer Science and Engineering and Dean at various academic organizations like Adamas University, West Bengal University of Technology and Mumbai University affiliated NHITM. Dr. Mukhopadhyay has also been invited to deliver seminar across the globe and has also received various accolades for his career and research. He has won awards like CSI Distinguished Speaker, Best Teacher in Information Technology by Star and Dainik Bhaskar, Cognizant Technology Best Faculty Award, among a few. It is indeed our honor to call upon Dr. Mukhopadhyay to address the audience. Sir, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. A very important association of mine has not been mentioned. That is, I was Dean R&D and Head of IT for almost 7 long years with Maharashtra Institute of Technology. And I take pride to mention that. And I still miss those wonderful years working under the tutelage of Dr. V.D. Karat sir. And I see many of my ex-colleagues, they are here. I saw Dr. Ravi Chitti sir, Dr. Haridas, and many other faculty members. And Dr. Dhananjay Bapat and Mr. Ajay Kumar Gupta, please accept my greetings. Very nice and honored to be sharing the panel with you. I will share my mind. I just took few notes from Prime Minister's vision. 5 pillars he mentioned of Atmanirbhar Bharat: economy, infrastructure, system, vibrant demography and demand. And he also mentioned that special economic and comprehensive package of rupees 20 lakh crores, equivalent to 10% of India's GDP, has been allotted. And there is a special package to cater to various sections, including cottage industry, micro, small and medium enterprises, laborers, middle class industries, among others. This is the Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhijan that our Honorable Prime Minister has chalked out. And then we face suddenly the challenge that the facing problems of marketing and liquidity due to COVID-19. Very unforeseen and unfortunate incident that engulfed the entire globe. Now, there is also e-market linkage to be promoted to act as a replacement for trade fairs and exhibitions. This is the topic very close to my heart because as a researcher, apart from being a professor, I have dealt research, and some are now attending, those who have developed protocols. So I just looked at this opportunities to share my mind. What we feel very strongly is the need for very robust supply chain management. If you look at it, suddenly all shops were closed. We were not allowed to go out of our home. We needed to place orders, and then expect the goods to be delivered at our doorsteps. So if the supply chain management is not very strong, it would have been very difficult. And replenishing the store. During that time, all were cut, the communication were cut. How do we replenish? I remember there were certain items we are not getting from downstairs shop. I used to walk very carefully 7 months ago, and I'm sure those production was hampered. That's why it was not in the market. So I'm mentioning some of these areas that, the opportunities for researchers to carry on research to make Atmanirbhar Bharat a reality. So robust supply chain management is top of my list, and we need e-commerce, e-business, e-governance. Recently, I had to apply for a new passport to get a police clearance certificate for my visa. So when I went in Mumbai, I felt very proud to see how nicely so much of power of ICT, information communication technology, are being utilized in the government sector on, what we call the e-governance. And from photo to the messaging, to creating the passport and the letters, all were done so fast, so efficiently. It's a good sign that definitely we are progressing towards Atmanirbhar Bharat. E-commerce, e-business, multi-party, multi-vendor negotiation. One of my researchers, I'm sure she's attending this talk. She's a faculty of MIT Pune, where I was a professor earlier. We have done some research. These are the areas we have to provide the masses, and especially in the agricultural field. In agricultural field, they toil the entire day. Do they get the price? No, they don't. You see the agitation going on with the farmers' bill and all. I don't want to talk anything about farmers' bill to be specific, but I want to say something. This topic we took up in 2004 or 5. I was in Calcutta that time, and my friend Professor Kriti Ramamritam, he was at IIT Bombay. We are friends from US days, database researchers. And so he moved to IIT Bombay. When I used to discuss, so here he developed, a tablet which will be given to the farmers, and they can directly check the price and sell their products to the market without going to the middleman and without losing any price or profit. Same concept we are doing in Calcutta, and this is nothing new, but this is still not fully implemented across such a vast country like India. This is the area, for agricultural sector, doing this kind of ICT-based platform where they can sell it. And that is what exactly now today we are seeing this agricultural bill, and the Prime Minister proposed that it will be directly be taken over, purchased by the business group. All this, I am not getting into this contradictory topic right now, but I definitely believe that selling directly without the middleman, in 2005, we thought about it, we did it, and my friend from IIT Bombay also did it in Maharashtra. So it is nothing to do with any politics or any political party. So e-marketing for farmers, I talked about, but this multi-harvesting system, there is a tremendous scope for the agricultural scientists and agricultural engineers to develop. The multiple time harvesting is possible. What should be the fertilizers? What kind of irrigation process? Still people suffer for irrigation in many parts of India. Electricity is not there. What kind of seeds they have to use. So there is a tremendous opportunities for agricultural scientists to take care of it. And this COVID-19, what it did, working from home. Right now I'm working from home. I'm right now located in Mumbai, and I'm working at Greater Noida. This is nothing new. When I used to work in Bell Communications Research in New Jersey, I remember, and that was 1990s, people used to work from home many times. Yes, we didn't have such a powerful platform to have a video call, but we used to work from home, and we used to, upload the file. It was, in today's comparison, it sounds very mundane, but that time it was very, very technologically advanced. I'm talking about 1993, 94, that time frame. We were doing that. But now this COVID-19 has opened the vista working from home. I'm pretty sure within 2-3 years, by 2023, that is my take on it, we will be back to 2019 phase. Another 2 years we have to, struggle to get rid of COVID. By that time, vaccination will be done. People will have that immunity, and across the globe, things will keep moving. At least in India, 2023 should be again a new sun will, will set. So now sunrise in 2023. That is our hope and pray. But this working from home, will it go? I don't think it will go away. It will stay, because this also offering a lot of opportunities for cost cutting for many business houses, and many people. For example, ladies during their pregnancy, they cannot travel. They will be able to work from home. So there are, this is a boon in disguise. So many people will be taking it also. So it will coexist, working from home model. And I want to, bring in one thing. I noticed when I first went to USA, hardly 23-year-old, I went there and I saw all the youngsters, they all can type. There was no, that time typewriter. And I did not know. Even now I type very fast, but with the 2-3 fingers, like the novice people. I keep typing with 2 or 3 fingers, not like a typist. I asked them, how come you all type? How come you all, from the school level, we are taught typing? So I kept it in mind, and I keep thinking that in India from the school days, if we can emphasize on project, kids, the logo and other toys are there, a lot of technology. In side by side with the art and literature and history, if we get them engaged from say class 6, 7, 8 into project, so when they go to college, and especially for engineering students, they will find it very interesting, and they will develop the passion to developing hands-on products and the solutions. That is my my hope. And I very long back in 1997, once I was invited to give a talk at my own alma mater, Indian Institute of Engineering, Science and Technology, Shibpur. And I ended up saying, and that time I was in industry. I was a director of M. Dastur. I ended up saying my dream. And later on I said, my God, hope people don't think that I have gone crazy. I said that I'm dreaming of a day when in India, every corner of India, not only the men, but women will be able to do coding and sitting at their home. And India will be the leader in software development. That time I was very much in industry, and I was dreaming that if in China they can make bicycle and fountain pen as like a small scale industry, why not India take the advantage of our brain power in software development? In 97 I uttered it, and then I was very embarrassed that I said what is like I don't know people what they're saying, the audience. Even today I dream of that. Can you do that? Can you achieve that? And recently we lost, he was my first boss when I came back to India, Dr. F.C. Kohli. We lost him recently. He dreamt that way. That is the vision. And he is called the Sultan of Indian software. I read his name when I was still working in Bell, the Sultan of software. I hope the dream he dreamt, and our forefathers, those who dreamt, I hope we can really emphasize on those dreams and pave the way for a successful Atmanirbhar India. And I will conclude my speech quoting Swami Vivekananda, who said, by turn of the century, our mother India will lead the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for those insightful words. Your experience and anecdotes, I'm sure those who are listening to you, all the teachers and the professors, they'll take them and put them into practice. And I'm sure the dream that you were talking about will be fulfilled in the years to come. And India will definitely become a superpower in terms of research and academics, in the near future. Thank you so much, sir. Next, we have one more esteemed guest with us today, Shri Ajay Kumar Gupta ji. Before I invite him to address the gathering, let me introduce him to you. Shri Ajay Kumar Gupta joined the Indian Council of Social Science Research, ICSSR, as the Deputy Director, prior to that, he was associated with the national level research organizations like the National University of Educational Planning and Administration, Indira Gandhi National Open University, and the State Council of Educational Research and Training, New Delhi. He holds post-graduation in sociology, post-graduation diploma in journalism, and postgraduate diploma in book publishing from College of Vocational Studies, University of Delhi. His area of specialization is journalism and publication. Currently, he is the Director Research with ICSSR New Delhi, and he has also worked in various divisions of ICSSR. He has also been given responsibility of the Chief Vigilance Officer of the organization. During his professional career, he has been instrumental in publication and dissemination of research reports arising out of various programs and activities of the respective organizations, that is NUPA, IGNO, CERT, and ICSSR. The publications were brought out in collaboration with international publishers like Oxford University Press, Sage Publications, Routledge, Pentagon, and Macmillan, etc. The 5th and 6th round of ICSSR research survey in various disciplines of social science was also supervised by him. It is indeed our honor and privilege to invite amongst us Shri Ajay Kumar Gupta ji. I request you, sir, to address the gathering. Over to you.
So if you can unmute yourself, Ajay ji.
Sir, I think you are on mute, sir. Kindly unmute yourself.
Yeah, you're audible.
Yeah, you are audible, sir.
Now I am audible?
Yes,
Yes, yes.
sir. Yes, sir.
सज्जन बुलाना जरा फटाफट उसको
Sir, you are audible,
Sir, you
sir.
are audible now.
सर यू आर ऑडिबल, आप बोल सकते हैं
Audible,
आगे।
sir.
आप कंटिन्यू कीजिए।
हाँ नमस्कार।
नमस्ते।
हाँ सर, good evening everybody. It was very interesting when I was listening to Dr. Dhananjay and Dr. Mukhopadhyay. I feel very honored to be sharing this panel along with them. But I don't think I am that capable of addressing such a august gathering. But whatever I have gained my experience at ICSSR, so basically I would be sharing my experience which I have got in ICSSR as a research body, because I am associated with ICSSR since 2002. To begin with, see, as we all know that first national education policy was announced in the year 1968, and then last national education policy, it was announced in the 1986, and then it was again revised in 1992. And since then, we were just feeling that this education policy, we should have a new education policy. And it took a lot of time, almost 34 years, that we were able to revise this, bring this new education policy with the efforts of very eminent educationists. So now, since we have already got this education policy, so now the debate is going on various platforms in all the government bodies, all the universities, colleges, everywhere. This there is a huge debate which is going on. And then recently we have also announced our National Research Foundation has also been announced by our Honorable Prime Minister of our India. Basically, National Research Foundation has been found to supervise the work which is being carried out by various research organizations like Department of Science and Technology, ICMR, Indian Council of Medical Research, Indian Council of Agriculture Research, Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, University Grant Commission, and ICSSR. ICPR. So there are various bodies which are there to supervise the uh, research in our country in various disciplines, whether it is humanities, whether it is social sciences, or whether it is physical sciences. So there are various bodies. So we were feeling a need that we should have an arc umbrella so that it can be supervised and give new directions so that we can carry out our researches together and we can share our researches also. So basically, National Research Foundation was found in order to fulfill those objectives. On basically, if we look at our NEP, so NEP was also introduced basically so that we can have, it can provide some broad directions in the field of education, and then rest of the people, they can follow it. Basically, NRF, I think it is going to focus on knowledge which is generated not only in English language, but also in regional languages. So what we have found even at ICSSR is that normally we concentrate more on English language. So 90% of the researches, projects, fellowship reports, or our doctoral fellowships, what we get in our country, that is in English language. And then a bulk of the researches which are available in regional languages that does not see the light of the day, particularly with national bodies like ICSSR. So there is a special emphasis in this NRF so that we can have research material available in different regional languages. So I think this is going to have large focus on regional languages research culture. So this is a very good, I think this is a very good move in the creation of the knowledge, because we all know that when we think in terms of our own language, so then the creativity comes. Best of the creativity has come only when the people have thought in their own languages. So I think basically our national planners, they have kept that thing in mind, and they have decided that now the time has come when we should give particularly emphasis to our regional languages. And then secondly, there is a problem in compartmentalization. See, what we do, what we have seen in our at ICSSR and other research bodies, I mean, we are very, very confined to our discipline. So now there is a need that we should have multidisciplinary approach or interdisciplinary approach. Now we cannot do with our single disciplinary approach. So there is a lot of emphasis, particularly in this NRF, that by 2040, all our universities and colleges, they should be having multidisciplinary approach, and they should also be utilizing, having optimum utilization of the resources. So particularly NRF, it has been formulated to pursue science, humanities, art and culture, and it should be accessible and available in different languages, as I have already said. And I think NEP and NRF together, when they work together, I think they will definitely lead to Atmanirbhar India, because there is a lot of emphasis on vocationalization of education. What we have lacked so far is that we have not given enough emphasis on vocationalization of education. I mean, we have done a lot. Suppose if we have created ITIs, industrial training institutes or polytechnics, but we were unable to provide infrastructure, best of the infrastructure. So now we are thinking in terms of skill universities and then state of the art kind of centers, skill training centers. So I think, and with the revamp of our syllabus at our base level, I think if we have to change, we did not have to change from IIT or IIMs, but we have to change from ITIs. from school education. As Dr. Mukhopadhyay said, I do agree with you that, research, what happens, most of us have traveled abroad, and there is a difference in their parents thinking and our thinking. In India, if our child asks any question, so we will give answer then and there. We feel very proud to give answer then and there, and we kill basically his research enthusiasm. And even I'm very sorry to got a tendency, they should not ask many questions. And secondly, if they ask, so in case if we are not prepared, I mean, I don't know why we hesitate to say that we will come next day. So these are the basic things, let me quote here that sometimes I have attended conferences, particularly at JNU. I have seen that senior faculty members, sometimes they will say that we will take time and we will get back to you next day. So this should be our approach as a parent and as a teacher also. So I think this NRF, we will give a lot of emphasis on particularly that this enthusiasm of our students should not be killed, and it should be inculcated from school itself. From school, as Professor Mukhopadhyay said, yes, they should have their own projects and they should not rely on ready-made projects which are available in our marketplace. As your summer vacation comes, you will see hundreds of models are there in the market, and people will simply go there and they will purchase for their children. So instead of that, if those students or those children, or if they can be called back to the school and let them prepare something at the school, not buy from the from the shops, and then that can particularly that kills.
I think we are having little technical issues from Gupta ji side. Madam Anuradha, over to you. We'll wait for some time,
yes,
and then we can go ahead.
I think we'll wait for a couple of seconds to see whether Gupta ji can join us again and resolve his technical issues at his end.
Gupta ji, you are on mute. If you can unmute yourself, please. Gupta ji, you are still on mute mode.
Sir,
you can
are on
unmute
mute,
yourself.
sir. Kindly unmute yourself and speak, sir.
Yeah, it's unmuted now. If you can check your connection now, sir.
Am I audible now?
Yeah, you're audible now. Please go ahead.
Okay. So till now I was audible?
You were, yeah. We just lost you for 10 seconds or something. You can go ahead. I think he lost the connection again.
Yes. I think sir has lost his connection again. I request my technical team to connect to sir and see whether he can join us, or wait for a couple of more seconds.
Professor Pai, Gupta ji is back now.
We can see you. Kindly unmute yourself and speak, sir.
Audible now? So, let me just give you some scenario that as per UGC report 2018, if we look at that, we have got 48 central university, 392 state university, 317 private universities, and 125 deemed to be universities. And with this, I think this network is not sufficient. I think we have to work hard so that we can increase both in terms of state universities, central universities, and then private universities also. And now with the introduction of private universities, now we have shown to the world that we have to work on now both in the government sector as well as in the private sector, because sometimes we lack funding to have infrastructure which can only be built by the private sector, because they have got huge funding with them and they can import best of the equipments from abroad. And then if we look at this ICSSR review report, it also 2007, it has also emphasized that although we have increased our in quantity terms, our research output is more, but if we look at the quality output, it is still lacking, and we need to work very hard. And then with the introduction of National Institutional Ranking Framework, which was introduced in 2015, that was also aimed at improving the quality of research output. Let me give you some idea about ICSSR that, see, so far ICSR was founded in 1969, and then since inception, we were able to fund around 6,284 major, minor and collaborative research projects. We were able to award 8,658 doctoral fellowship, 2,574 postdoctoral fellowship, 795 SRF senior fellowship, and then 174 national fellowship. So far we have funded 4,144 national conferences, 1,130 international conferences, and then we have also funded scholars to go abroad and attend seminars and conferences. So far we have funded 2,144, and then we have also given funding to the scholars so that they can go abroad in case if they have to collect some kind of data from there. So far we have funded around 500 such scholars. And then lastly, we have given 1,029, we have sponsored 1,029 programs which were dedicated for training and capacity building program. So this is a program which I think all the universities, particularly state universities, central universities, IITs, and then IIMs, I think they should look into this program. We are looking that, I mean, all our big IIMs, like our national level bodies, they should take up now this program. They should take funding from us so that they can organize training and capacity building programs, because there you catch them young. So that is the emphasis of our NRF also, that we should be able to catch them young whenever they are at assistant professor scale, or when they are doing their PhDs, if they are pursuing their doctoral program. So we should train them. They should know how to write the project, because at ICSR when we get the project, I think most of the projects sometimes we have to ask them to rewrite because they are not written in a proper way. So there we have provided some kind of modules so that various institutions can organize this program. And then we also provide funding to the journals, so that in case, as an academician, I think all of you know, that's sometimes it is easy to start a journal, but we cannot sustain it because of the funding. So ICSR comes in the picture, and so far we have funded around 1,850 journals, research journals, so that they can be sustained, and we keep on providing them grant. And then we are also providing grant to professional associations of social scientists, so that they can do their work in a better way. And then we are also providing grant for the publication of research reports, which are there in the form of doctoral fellowship, PDF, senior fellowship, and then seminar grants and conferencing also. So like that. And then recently we have been awarded this IMPRESS program, that is called an Impactful Policy Research in Social Sciences, that was granted to ICSSR by Ministry of HRD, now known as Ministry of Education, in which we have got a funding of rupees 450 crores from Ministry of HRD, and we are supposed to award 1,500 research projects on various themes. We have already identified more than 50 themes, and we have awarded 50% of the projects on which work is going on, and those would give a major boost to our policymakers. Very soon we would be getting the reports, those which will be presented by the project directors, and then those project reports would be evaluated, and after that it would be presented to MHRD, and then lastly it would be sent to the various stakeholders, even including planning commissions, so that they can make use of such researches. As already pointed out, that our R&D investment is very low as compared to other developed countries. It's almost 0.69 of the GDP. Definitely with this NRF and the new NEP, there is going to be a major boost in our R&D and at various levels, and we are going to have a large funding. It has got some break due to this COVID problem. I think very soon we will overcome this, and again we will start working on that. Let me assure you, Minister of HRD is working very hard on this NRF component, and I mean there are, as I already said, that we are also funding many conferences, seminars on this NRF, and we are waiting for their outcome. And from this conference also, I request that these outcomes should be should come to us, and we will see that if we can also fund the publication of your report, and we would be very, I mean, we would feel pride in getting associated with this project. So thank you very much, madam, for giving me so much time. Although, I mean, I don't speak very often, but I don't know whether I will able to communicate something within such a short time. But I love to be a listener than to be a speaker. So whenever there is next time, I would definitely like to join you both as a speaker and both as a listener. So thank you very much, MIT and their Honorable Vice Chancellor, your organizing team, and your host. Thank you very much for contacting me and giving me an opportunity. So thank you very much, and good evening, good night to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for wonderfully summarizing about the National Research Foundation, the research projects which are available, and the different options that the researchers have for getting funded projects. I'm sure that we'll make it a point that, you know, whatever our report is on the National Teachers Congress, we'll make sure that it reaches you, and we'll keep connected. That is our promise, sir. So while the three eminent guests were addressing the audience, we had a lot of questions popping up in the chat box and the Q&A section. So due to paucity of time, I think we'll take quick 3 questions. May I request all the 3 esteemed dignitaries to help me with this in answering these questions. First of all, I would like to pose this question to Bapat sir. Sir, there is a question for which I would request you to answer this question. What will be the criteria for selection of research guides for multidisciplinary research work?
Okay, so I will share what exactly it happens at our institute. So our institute promotes multidisciplinary work. So we have a track mechanism. So a track chair is there, and there are 2 track members are there. So these 2 track members, 1 track member can be from other department. So for example, the research scholar is doing research into marketing area. And since I'm representing marketing area, today if you look into the new dimensions of marketing which are emerging, right? So there are newer areas which are coming up. And those are, I will say, very hot areas, like, you know, like you have the text mining. So because the data, a lot of data which is there in unstructured form. Earlier we had a great problem, you know, in terms of getting this data in getting the data itself, right? So we used to approach many companies, and we really had to struggle, you know, in terms of getting the data. But today, I think the volume, that's what we are calling as a big data. So big data which is available in a unstructured form. So text mining is one area. Now if you look into such areas like video analytics, right? If you look into like emoji analytics, so this is like emerging. Then fuzzy logic, right? So fuzzy logic, which is there. Then some of the areas emerging, I will say the frontier areas of research into the marketing, the user experience, the social media. As you are aware, that is a great movement towards the social media. Consumption versus mindful consumption, low income consumers, right? So these now these are, you will find that some of these areas, it cannot be said that it is totally a marketing area. For example, social media, if you look into, has become a kind of a cross functional. So you need a kind of a track member who is also from the IT area, and that is basically not stopped. In fact, it is encouraged. And even when I read into the new education policy and research foundation, there is a lot of focus on the cross-cultural and on the multidisciplinary. So I am really thankful, for the vision that Sri Ajay Kumarji, like the policymakers, are being able to identify that. So I think that will, by the time it is a very nice question, whosoever has asked this question, it is a very excellent question. And even, for example, low income consumers. So here you need to work, marketing has to work closely with the finance, right? So there are definitely a lot of, cross-functional opportunities which are there. Even in the companies also, it is not only there, those there is the silos which are breaking away, right? So it is not only, we cannot have a kind of a tunnel vision. So those days are gone. And now let me also appreciate this new policy. You will find that if you just put a key word that is cross-cultural or a multidisciplinary, you will get a lot of words which are popping up. So that is a very encouraging, sign. And there is a kind of a great potential of a multidisciplinary research. In fact, I myself is conducting a multidisciplinary research into the payments and marketing area. So, those researches are also getting a very good response in terms of the publication, right? So you will also get a good, if you come out with this idea and multidisciplinary, you will also get a very good reward also in terms of your publication getting recognized. Yeah, I think Ajay Kumarji also would like to add, yeah.
Thank you so much, sir, for wonderfully answering that question. I would like to ask a different question to Mukhopadhyay ji and also Ajay Kumar ji, if you allow me to. Since we have many questions, so I would request all of you to take one question each so that we can take more questions. So next question, I would pose this to Mukhopadhyay sir. Sir, how will NRF contribute towards Atmanirbhar Bharat? If you would please answer this question for us.
Money, fund. See, all the research, we talk about research, we talk about a lot of big things, but there is no fund. Without fund, how do we progress? So money. APJ Abdul Kalam sir, when he was the first, heading this fantastic institution, and I was just going through their website, so many things. But if you look at the government institutions, they have funding, IITs, even NITs. And I saw the transition where I studied Bengal Engineering College, Shibpur, to become Indian Institute of Engineering Science and Technology, Shibpur. The funding started pouring in. But what about the other institutes, like MIT Pune? As a Dean Researcher, I was there for 7 years. I remember whenever we'll submit our proposal to DST or AICT, normally it is very difficult because these government agencies are very biased towards, I'm sorry for my words, but I'm speaking the truth. They're biased towards government institutions like IITs and NITs. And so money, again, I will say that we can, if the fund, if at least the seed funds keep coming to the private, so many good private universities have started now in India. With the liberalization all over India, every nook and corner, you will see a lot of good universities trying to, do well, but they have very limitation because these are private institutions. How they will generate so much of fund? So at least taxpayers' money, instead of wasting in some other, other areas, if they are given to all the universities and even the high schools for setting up incubation center for the kids. I'm very, very optimistic even now that if we start, nurturing the young mind when they're 10, 8, 9, 10, 12 years old, and if they are really given the shape, they will become good researcher. We are still not among top 200 except very few institutes. And I remember Dr. Pranab Mukherjee used to lament this many times. I was with MIT Pune at that time. I remember he came to Kharagwasla and he mentioned that in his keynote speech. Same thing. But they have to provide the funding. In America, what happens, because there are a lot of land grant universities, meaning the rich people, they donate a lot. So even if it is private universities, they have funds. And the professors are all PhD holders, and they are held under gun. You have to bring this much of fund otherwise you will not be permanent. Tenureship will not be there. So after 5 years, you get out. So people work very hard. They are very bright faculty members they hire, and they start getting funding. But in India, our lifestyle is different. We copy a Sukhi type of style we have been following for many years, but those days are gone. We have to work hard. We have to have. I used to tell that in my classroom at MIT Pune campus, and here at Bennett, I say the same thing, that you are not studying well. I don't see the black mark under your eyes. If you are really working hard, there'll be black marks. So I want to now complete this by saying funding, that is the only way of generating fund is a big question, big challenge, but we have to do that. Thank you, madam.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving such a realistic answer. I'm sure the NRF will help us in getting those funds. Also, they will be redirected towards the private institutes who are doing really well in research as well. Next, I would like to pose this question to Ajay Kumar Gupta ji. Sir, the question is, what will be the process to identify the outstanding research projects across the country? If you could answer this for us, sir, please.
So, madam, thank you for asking this question and giving me an opportunity. Although I am not a master in this, distinguished professors are there. They are, I think, better equipped to answer this question. But the thing is, from my own experience, what I can say, first, I would just like to mention, I would like to add to Dr. Dhananjay that, sir, at ICSA, sir, we are working in close collaboration with ICMR, Indian Council of Medical Research, Indian Council of Agriculture Research, then CSIR, and then we are working with various ministries, Minister of Home Affairs, Minister of Social Justice. So, I mean, across our disciplines, we are working across our disciplines, even, and then our publishers like OUP, Routledge, etc., even they are also want interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary approach. As you said, they love to have such kind of publications. Now the days have gone for single multidisciplinary approach. Then secondly, sir, Dr. Professor Mukhopadhyay was talking about funding. Sir, I went to UKRC, UK Research Council, and then we look at their funding. I mean, we were astonished to see the kind of funding they get. But then we were told that why they get. Whenever they are allotted some kind of money, they have to prove it to their government that they get at least 10 times its return. So they are given a particular time frame. So they follow that research project for 5 years, 10 years, and they calculate in terms of money what they have refunded, what they have given back. So they are very easily able to get, huge funding from their government bodies. But I'm very sorry to say, and with my experience, let me tell you, 90% of our research, they are dumped into Almiras and they are not diverted to government policymakers. And then thirdly, the question which was asked from, which was caused specifically from me, Madam, at ICSR, let me tell you, we follow a very, very rigorous process in which first screening is done by the Secretariat. Secondly, it was done by the reviewers. Thirdly, once it is selected, then the person, a researcher, is called for interaction. He has to present before a panel of eminent social scientists, and they are not to just find deficiencies, but to suggest them that how they can improve their projects, and then again they come back, and even they are given their mobile numbers, emails, so that they can interact directly with them, because our basic idea is that it should be converted into some kind of policy making, or it should give some benefit to our society. So we, and in this NRF also, let me assure you that from our ICSSR side, we are emphasizing this factor only, that there should not be any problem with the funding. And at ICSSR, sir, Dr. Mukhopadhyay, let me, sir, just for your knowledge, sir, we fund private universities. There is no distinction between private universities and government bodies. We are funding to MIT also, we are funding to NIT also. It depends on the quality of the project. In case if that is good, we have taken special permission. Our chairman has taken special permission that there should not be any kind of bar between the two. So we are funding as a government body. I am assuring you that now days have gone when we will fund only government bodies, but now we are open to all, any good quality research, we are open to them. So now I think if there is any good project, quality project, they are definitely like to. And at ICSSR, let me assure you, in case if nobody is finding, particularly in social science research, if you find any problem, you please send that proposal to us, and we will definitely look into that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for giving us that opportunity and giving, a clarity on, if the research is good enough, the private institutions will also get funding, and ICSSR is making sure that happens. Thank you so much, sir, for giving that answer.
Let me add, madam, one
The
thing
National
that,
Teachers Congress has always been an interactive platform where teachers and professors from across the country come and deliberate. Now we would request, we would also like to know what the audience feel about some of the important topics that we are proposing in this National Teachers Congress. For that, we would like to put forth a resolution for the day for voting. So kindly see that a link is being posted in your chat box with a passcode. You have to go to that link and put that passcode, and you will see a resolution for voting. You will see two options there, yes and no. Kindly read the resolution and mark your option, and please come back to the program again, join us again. Let me read out the resolution to you once. The special resolution for day 1 plenary session 2 is: we, the teachers of the 4th National Teachers Congress 2020, appeal to the government and the Ministry of Higher Education to ensure that future generation inherits the rich cultural heritage of India through value-based education by creating a pool of students who are physically fit, mentally alert, intellectually sharp, and spiritually elevated. Let me bring to your notice once again, there is a link in your chat box where you can see a passcode also shared with you. Kindly click on the link and put the passcode. You will be redirected to the browser. Go to that link, you will find the resolution. Kindly mark your vote as yes or no, and get back and join the program again. I would once again request all of you to kindly go to the link which is given in the chat box and find the resolution there. You have been also shared with a password for the same. Please put the password, and you can see the resolution there on your screens. There is an option of yes or no. If you agree to it, kindly click yes or else no, and please join us back in the plenary session. I would once again read out the resolution to you all. We, the teachers of the 4th National Teachers Congress 2020, appeal to the government and the Ministry of Higher Education to ensure that the future generation inherits the rich cultural heritage of India through value-based education by creating a pool of students who are physically fit, mentally alert, intellectually sharp, and spiritually elevated. I hope everybody is going to that link and giving your vote. We are waiting for your responses. Kindly give your responses. I'm sure all are voting or have already completed with your votes on the resolution for the day. Those who have not done it, please kindly do that. Yes, yes, we can see on the screen that the resolution has been passed and 100% all the audience have voted for the resolution, and I thank all of you for voting and passing the resolution in majority. Thank you all. Before I move on to the vote of thanks, I would request once again to all of you to see that there will be a feedback link which will be shared with you in the chat box again. Before you log out of the session, kindly provide your feedback so that we can improvise and incorporate your views also in the sessions to come and in the years to come. Now, we are coming to the end of the session. May I now invite Dr. Shailashri Haridas, Dean, Faculty of Economics, Commerce, Law. Okay, I see that there is some technical issue at her end. So, I guess I will take the opportunity here to thank all the dignitaries who have came here, who spoke to our audience, who gave wonderful insights on research opportunities, research funding, research projects, and how to connect and get these projects for their respective schools and universities. I would like to thank all three esteemed dignitaries who have taken pains to come here and talk to our audience and connect to them, and also shown the patience to answer all our questions very patiently and interestingly. Thank you all. And I would also like to thank all the audience who have been patient listeners and have posed their questions to the audience, to the guests, and also voted on the resolution. Thank you all very much. From the organizing committee of the National Teachers Congress, I would like to thank every one of you once again. So our session is ending now. I request all of you to rise for the national anthem. I request my technical team to play the national anthem. Before we say goodbye, I would like to remind all of you that tomorrow we have very many interesting sessions. At 10 a.m. we'll have the paper presentation session, which is going to be a very interesting one where many people will be presenting their papers. We'll also have a unique teacher-to-teacher connect program at 12 p.m. And after that, there will be two parallel plenary sessions, one on school education and one on higher education, running parallelly at 2:30 p.m. And after that, the last session at 4:30 p.m. will be on online and digital education. The link for all the sessions have been shared with you on your registered email IDs, and you can also find those links in our website of National Teachers Congress. Thank you once again, all of you, for your active participation, and wish you all a very happy and good evening. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you.